Welcome to Enchanted Quill, where we explore tales of survival, collapse, and the last echoes of humanity. Settle in and let the world fade as we begin another apocalyptic journey.
Part 1. August. Chapter 1. Overlooking Elliott Bay, Pier 56, Seattle, Washington. It all seems to happen here. A tagline befitting any tourist destination, but one that was especially appropriate for the stretch of shoreline on Elliott Bay, where Seattle, Washington had been founded over a century and a half ago. Pioneers and settlers from Illinois, like so many others, ventured into the western frontier in search of land, and, in many cases, wealth in the form of gold. Those who discovered Puget Sound and Elliott Bay, which separated Bainbridge Island from what would become Seattle, found a region rich in natural resources. The town quickly grew into a major American metropolis nicknamed the Emerald City, that later became known for Starbucks and rainy days. It was those infamous rainy days that brought Chapman Boone, field meteorologist and storm tracker for the Weather Channel, to Seattle's historic waterfront. The Weather Channel had a storied history of being at ground zero of catastrophic weather events, from massive hurricanes to deadly tornadoes. The all-weather news network was a trusted source of information when Mother Nature threw a tantrum. Chapman Boone fit the mold of a storm chaser in many respects. His college degree in the Atmospheric and Climatic Studies program within the Geography department at Ohio State gave him the necessary background to become a meteorologist. He excelled at using sophisticated mathematical and computer models to map weather patterns, and to then synthesize the data so it could be understood by most viewers. He passed on the opportunity to get his master's degree, or PhD, which would have led him into a research position with an organization like the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. Instead, he wanted to work in the field. You see, Chapman Boone had restless feet and a yearning to discover the unknown parts of our planet. That desire, coupled with a camera presence sought by news networks, landed him a position with the Weather Channel. He was an all-American kind of guy, but not in the athletic sense. He was the apple pie and Chevrolet, two-dimple smile, always must, slightly shaggy-haired boy next door who could charm the pants off a cheerleader and talk his way out of a speeding ticket. But despite his outgoing nature and boyish good looks, he was cerebral to the core. He took on a research project like a dog with a bone, as long as he could do his work while in the field. Early on, executives at the Weather Channel tried to corral him, tie him to the hitching post, so to speak, by putting him behind the weather desk as an in-studio personality. It resulted in disaster. Eventually, they succumbed to what this semi-tamed stallion wanted to do, which was chase storms. They hired him a research assistant and let him loose. Over time, he'd earned the reputation as the Weather Channel's functional equivalent of a Navy SEAL. No weather assignment was too risky, no environmental challenge was above his capability to study and learn, and no destination around the world was dangerous enough. His ability to bring a weather story to life from remote parts of the planet garnered the interest of American viewers, who, despite not knowing where, for example, Cumbre Vieja was, or why it was of significant interest, remained glued to the television when Chapman Boone reported from there. But more on that another time. For all of those reasons, Chapman had earned the respect of his peers and the Weather Channel viewers worldwide. This notoriety, coupled with his homecoming king good looks, made him one of the most recognizable news personalities on broadcast television. Chapman chatted up a handful of women as he prepared for his live segment from the water's edge at Pier 56 overlooking Elliott Bay. Holding his cordless microphone under his left armpit, he graciously signed autographs and posed for photographs with his adoring fans. Many tried to make a connection with him, hoping he might suggest grabbing a drink or dinner after his day was done, but Chapman was all business. He'd never married, and other than his time at Ohio State, he'd never really dated. He was in an intimate yet complicated relationship with Mother Earth, her weather systems, and all of the things from the molten core that caused this enormous magnet to spin, and the sun, whose immense energy sustained life as we know it. Every location, every assignment, every story was a challenge unique in itself, and therefore a learning process for Chapman Boone. To be sure, he'd find the right woman someday, but she'd have to share the same passion for understanding this planet as he did. "We're live in 2 minutes," he was advised by his producer, who flashed a peace sign at both cameraman and the on-air talent. Unlike the other personalities who'd been seen on the Weather Channel throughout its many decades of broadcast success, Chapman didn't have an assigned team that followed him from one catastrophic weather event to another. Today, he was reporting from Seattle. Tomorrow, it could be Florida's Gulf Coast. The next day, he might find himself reporting on the climactic effect of a volcanic eruption or the environmental impact of Greenland's ice sheet melting. In fact, Chapman was already booked on a late-night flight to Nuuk, Greenland, via Icelandair to report on that bit of news. His adoring fans grumbled as he urged them out of the shot, allowing him space to stand alone against the railing overlooking the bay. He took a quick glance up at the partly cloudy sky, something he subconsciously did throughout his waking day, and then nodded to the cameraman that he was ready to go. The producer gave him the countdown with her fingers. 4, 3, 2, and then she pointed at him. Like all on-air personalities, Chapman was an actor. When the story called for compassion, he could adopt that, "Oh my goodness, I feel so sorry for you" look that epitomized the faces of journalists for decades. When the drama was high, he had a knack for positioning himself in the most dangerous-looking spot to emphasize high winds or torrential rains. When he was reporting on a lighthearted story, he mussed his hair and gave his best beach boy look, or at least as well as any farm-raised kid from Indiana could do. Today, he didn't have to act. The story he was about to bring to the world was serious and potentially catastrophic. Chapter 2. Overlooking Elliott Bay, Pier 56, Seattle, Washington. Chapman stood a little taller, furrowed his brow, and pressed his interruptible fold-back earpiece into his ear canal so he could hear the questions coming from the Weather Channel's studio in Atlanta, Georgia. After a brief back and forth with the Weather Desk host, he took over the segment. "I have to say, when I exited the plane last night, I thought I was in for a day of torrential downpours, which has been the norm for the Pacific Northwest over the last 4 weeks," he began, before pausing to look up at the sky once again. "But when I woke up this morning and ventured outside, I was amazed to be greeted by partly cloudy skies and warming temperatures. Record high temps, I might add." Chapman paused as the Weather Desk anchor made a statement and then asked a question. He smiled and addressed the viewers. "Well, yes, as you can see around me, if our cameraman can follow me for a moment," began Chapman as he walked along the railing at the end of Pier 56. "To my right, the Seattle-Bainbridge ferry is making a trip from the island to Coleman Dock. Over this way, to the north, the Great Wheel, Seattle's giant Ferris wheel, has been operating despite the deluge of rainfall recently. And over my shoulder, you can see that the kayakers are out in full force." Another pause as the anchorman brought up the reason for Chapman's assignment. "Well, so far, I haven't experienced any tremors," he replied to the question regarding a recent earthquake warning issued by the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network. "For our viewers worldwide, many of whom are in Japan and keenly interested in the events here in Seattle, let me explain the situation. To be sure, Seattle is known for its wet weather, and its reputation for rainfall is well deserved, but the data may not be as clear-cut as most viewers might think. While Seattle experiences an average of over 150 rainy days a year, you have to remember that only 1/100th of an inch of rain is required to be defined as a rainy day. You see, Seattle experiences a lot of misting rainfall, as I call it. It's not always a downpour, as many might imagine. Without getting too deep into the science, the reason for the lack of hefty rainfall totals is what's known as the Olympic rain shadow. When moisture encounters the Olympic mountains behind me, air is forced upward, it condenses, and forces the moisture out. As a result, Seattle only sees an inch or more of rain during 5 days of the year. However, 3.5 weeks ago, that changed." Chapman paused to catch his breath and look skyward. The clouds had gathered somewhat, providing him welcome relief from the hot sun beating down on his face. Another question came his way through his earpiece. Well, yes, there is a correlation between this unusually large amount of rainfall, more than an inch per day for several weeks, and the increased seismic activity. First, let me give viewers the lay of the land in the Pacific Northwest. Just off Washington's coast is the Cascadia Subduction Zone, a long dipping fault stretching from northern California all the way up to northern Vancouver Island. Two massive plates converge, with one dipping under the other. Without being alarmist, there will come a day when the Cascadia Subduction Zone generates an earthquake that will be one for the history books. However, that's not the concern of seismologists with the United States Geological Survey today. The USGS, along with the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network, has focused its attention on the impact all of this excessive moisture has on the Seattle Fault. Directly beneath my feet, a series of shallow east-west thrust faults cross the Puget Sound area and run through Seattle and just past Interstate 90 east of the city. The subtropical weather that the Pacific Northwest has been experiencing is unprecedented, and the accompanying heavy rainfall has saturated the ground, creating a phenomenon known as extensive liquefaction. This occurs when otherwise solid soil becomes infused with excessive moisture, causing it to temporarily behave like a liquid. The result is that relatively benign seismic waves, or S waves, can produce large landslides, triggering an energy release underground. We've already reported on the large number of homes and businesses that have sunk on their foundations or even slid off the cliffs overlooking Puget Sound. Now, with the continued rainfall, a credible threat of a 7.0 earthquake exists. Chapman surveyed the faces of the once giddy with excitement adoring fans. The grins and bright eyes turned to concern. Many of them glanced around Pier 56 as if to look for the exits. Chapman imagined his reporting had a similar impact on viewers, especially in the Seattle region. He waited for the anchorman to finish a statement and then a follow-up question before he continued. Yes, both the PNSN and the Seattle Emergency Management Team have been on top of this. Because of the unusual nature of this potential earthquake event, they have sounded the alarms more often than is customary. As I alluded to earlier, an ordinary tremor could have a much greater impact because it can trigger a larger quake. I urge anyone in this region to heed the warnings and act accordingly. What would normally be a rumble that residents have grown accustomed to can, due to the excessive rainfall, trigger a catastrophic earthquake. He was asked what people should do when they heard the warnings. Well, if you're outdoors, ensure you do the following. Stay there. Move away from buildings, streetlights, even overhead power lines. Once you are in an open area, stay there until the shaking stops, and perhaps even a little longer. The greatest danger exists directly outside buildings, at exits, and alongside exterior walls. Chapman ran his fingers through his sandy blonde hair and nonchalantly wiped the sweat off his brow in the process. He was informed via the weather desk anchor that they would be going to a break, and when they came back, they had a representative of Seattle Emergency Management for Chapman to interview about their advanced preparations in dealing with an earthquake. Chapman turned to the west and studied the activity taking place on Elliott Bay. Then he glanced skyward again to see that the clouds were rapidly obscuring the blue skies. He considered hustling back to the satellite truck during the break to retrieve his Land's End parka when the earthquake sirens began to wail. Chapter 3. Overlooking Elliott Bay, Pier 56, Seattle, Washington. Amidst the wailing sirens, those standing near Chapman immediately studied the displays on their cell phones as the city of Seattle issued yet another warning that a crustal or shallow quake was occurring somewhere within their watch area. He couldn't feel anything, not that a noticeable tremor was necessary. The seismometers were very sensitive and spread throughout the Seattle fault zone. One could have been triggered on the east side of town, far away from his present location. The crowd, gathered in the West End parking lot of Pier 56 near Elliott's Oyster House to watch his live broadcast, were beginning to circle about, unsure what they should do. Some ran inside the restaurant, clearly ignoring the suggestions that he'd given them moments ago. Others stood their ground, anxiously waiting to see if the quake would cause the pier to collapse into the bay. For his part, Chapman remained calm. He'd planned on asking the Seattle Emergency Management representative about their conscious effort to lower the threshold for issuing warnings due to the heavy rains. They were cognizant of the liquefaction effect of the heavy rains and were quite concerned with landslides. If a landslide was large enough, it could trigger a minor quake or, depending on its location, a small tsunami within Puget Sound and Elliott Bay. The producer ran to his side and told him the weather desk wanted to come back to him for dramatic effect while the sirens were still sounding. He was told that, according to the USGS, the tremor was felt in an isolated part of the city and that most likely there was no need for concern. Chapman immediately wondered if it was necessary to instill panic in everyone for something that minor. He was given the 1-minute countdown and prepared to go on air again. He silently cursed the weather as a single raindrop fell on his forehead, followed by a brief burst of sunlight. The partly cloudy skies that had raised temps to a steamy 99 degrees had now dropped suddenly due to the cloud cover. His trained meteorological mind knew that a drastic change would be coming to Seattle soon. The producer counted him down, and he assumed the position with the concerned "hold on to your hats" face. As you can hear, the warning sirens have been activated here in Seattle, Washington, as a potential earthquake event has been detected. The Seattle fault zone has long been considered dormant by comparison to similar fault lines running through California, but with the inordinate amount of rain... Chapman stopped his reporting mid-sentence. The sirens stopped. The restaurant patrons who were seated in the outside dining area along the pier's railing, or who'd gathered around to watch his report, erupted in spontaneous applause. The unexpected show of emotion struck Chapman as odd. He gathered himself and continued. "Well, just like that, apparently, the threat is over. I must say that people here on Seattle's waterfront remained calm throughout the 2-minute warning blast that came via siren and cell phone. A few weren't paying attention to my reporting and ran inside the restaurant, but for the most part they remained calm." Chapman swung around to observe Elliott Bay, then continued. "As you can see, activities continue, and those taking advantage of the respite in rainfall have no intention of letting something like an earthquake dampen their spirits." A dark shadow suddenly crossed over Pier 56 as the cloudy skies took over. A thunderclap could be heard in the distance, echoing down Puget Sound as a harbinger of things to come. Chapter 4. Brookfield Zoo, Chicago, Illinois. Geographically speaking, the Brookfield Zoo was located in Brookfield, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago. Unless you are a Chicagoan in your heart, the whole place was just one big, Chicago. To be sure, like Carroll Stream, where half of Americans send their monthly credit card payments, or Cicero, where the Capone gang ran things back in the day, each hamlet of the Chicago metropolis had its own unique features. When you think about it, one has to wonder why people from Chicago were referred to as Chicagoans in the first place, other than the fact that English speakers have a tendency to add "an" to the tail end of a place's name, thereby creating a demonym. You have Tennesseans, Kalamazooans, Atlantans, and, naturally, Americans. But of course it makes sense in the case of San Francisco, where the locals are called San Franciscans. The city was named after St. Francis of Assisi, founder of the religious order that bears his name, the Franciscans. In any event, the Brookfield Zoo, the largest in Chicago, was world-renowned for its firsts in the field of zoology. It gained international recognition in the 1930s for using moats and ditches instead of cages to separate animals from visitors and other animals. It was the first zoo in America to exhibit giant pandas. It created the first indoor dolphin exhibit, and in the 1980s, the zoo introduced Tropic World, the first fully indoor rainforest simulation in the world. It would also go down in history as the first zoo where the animals lost their minds. The Brookfield Zoo was also known for its Center for Animal Welfare, established by the Chicago Zoological Society. Scientists, zoologists, and veterinarians from around the world vied for a coveted position on the team to conduct research on the wide variety of animals, as well as apply a broad range of study to evaluate animal well-being. The head of the department, dressed in her customary white lab coat, entered the staff cafeteria, which was mostly empty that late afternoon. She was greeted by several of her peers. "Hi, Christy. Join us when you get your food." "Good afternoon, Dr. Charles." The last greeting caused Christy to cringe. She was no longer Dr. Charles. Oh, she was certainly a doctor of veterinary medicine. In fact, she was considered at the top of her field. However, she was no longer a Charles. The ink was still wet on her final decree of divorce, but the 6-year marriage had become a dried creek bed of wasted time at least 4 years prior. "No thanks," she responded politely. "I'm going to grab a little something to go and a treat for night before I head to my office." She smiled as she walked by a table of veterinary students who were eager to spend a few minutes with the boss. As she did, someone at the table commented on the program being shown on the television monitor mounted in the small cafeteria. "Can you believe that guy? He's always in the middle of the chaos, isn't he?" Intrigued, Christy glanced over her shoulder while she picked out a roast beef and Swiss sandwich for herself and an apple for night. When she first arrived, she'd tried to adopt the vegan lifestyle of her colleagues. At first, anyway. After 10 days of eating like a vegan in public, she swung through the Arby's for a piled-high roast beef sandwich to take home for supper. You can take the girl out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the girl. After she was named head of the department, she disregarded any pretense of being anything close to a vegan, vegetarian, or otherwise. She stopped to watch the television after she paid for her food using the zoo-issued meal card. Like the rest of the country, paying with cash had become a thing of the past. The new currency of the world was plastic and Bitcoin. She chuckled and shook her head. "That's my brother for you," she said loud enough for the cashier and those seated at the table closest to where she stood to hear. "He's nuts like that. He's always got to be the center of the drama." "He's cute," remarked one of the zoology interns from Ohio State, her alma mater. "There's something about him that's so, innocent." Christy finished the young woman's sentence. Then she began to laugh in earnest. "Trust me, he's not innocent. If anything, he's guilty of breaking every girl's heart who has shown an interest. I don't know when that boy will settle down, much less find love." "I bet I could tame him," said another newly divorced vet on Christy's staff, who'd watched 50 Shades of Grey way too many times. Christy preferred Grey's Anatomy to Christian Grey. She let the comment slide and was about to head outside when one of the vets said, "You get drama too. You got to birth a pygmy hippo." Okay, Christy thought to herself. Maybe she didn't get to stand in a howling hurricane-force wind while houses and boats flew by, but she got to hold life in her hands recently. The pygmy hippopotamus calf had made her public debut a few weeks ago in the zoo's pachyderm house, home to tapirs from the jungles of Colombia, black rhinos from the African savanna, and the rare pygmy hippos from the swampy forests of West Africa. With the world watching, literally thanks to dozens of cameras installed for the event, the 12-year-old mother gave birth to a female calf with Christie's assistance. The story garnered world attention when the mother's mate, a 15-year-old male, which had become lethargic and lost his appetite, suddenly died from heart-related complications resulting from a viral infection. Days after his death, it was determined his mate, the new mother, was pregnant, and the male's legacy could live on. Christy was very hands-on during the birth. Her chief assistant, Rhonda, had just left to take a job in Orlando. She just couldn't resist the lure of the mouse and his deep pockets. Well, Christy tried to warn her that Orlando wasn't all it was cracked up to be, and she'd be missing out on a momentous date with the birth of an endangered species, but Rhonda left anyway. Christy knew the mother was almost due, as she'd monitored her 8-month gestation period religiously. When it was announced that the mother pygmy hippo was in labor, the internet blew up with excitement. Casual observers and zoologists alike tuned in to the multiple feeds broadcast via the Chicago Zoological Society website. When the mother barrel rolled into the water within the habitat, Christy carefully slid down the embankment to offer her words of encouragement. After 7 hours of labor and over 100 rolls in the water, she saw the baby emerge. Tears of joy filled her eyes as life was springing forth right in front of her. Christy inched closer to the water and encouraged the new mother to give a final push, which she did. The baby pygmy hippo immediately began moving and kicking in the water, and the new mom swiftly nudged it to the bank, where Christy sat in a crouch. With her assistance, the baby made its way onto the ledge, where it sprawled out and took a much-needed rest. Ordinarily, a hippopotamus mother is fiercely protective of her young. However, the new mother had an extraordinary relationship with Christy, one that transcended all tenets of zoology. Thereafter, mother and child bonded, and the calf immediately took to nursing. The new mom was an old pro, nurturing her calf underwater, making sure to nudge her up to the surface every 30 seconds for air to breathe. After the experience, Christy ordered the cameras out of the enclosure to give mom and baby the opportunity to bond privately. Since then, the pygmy hippo had grown into independence and was gaining confidence in her life at the Brookfield Zoo. Christy Boone hoped that her post-divorce life could be just as successful. Chapter 5. Brookfield Zoo, Chicago, Illinois. Christy made her way to Tropic World, where some of the most interesting animals in the world were available for the Brookfield Zoo's guests to see. Everything from the squirrel-sized New World tamarin monkey to King Kong himself, the western lowland gorilla native to the Congo and Gabon on the continent of Africa, grazed in the enormous habitat. Visitors could browse Tropic World and meet the intelligent primates of 3 continents. The first stop was South Africa, where spider monkeys dominated the population. Next, the serenity of Asia provided onlookers a close-up look at the orangutans. And finally, the tropical forest of Africa was the location of the playful chimpanzees. In a separate enclosure, for everyone's safety, lived the troop of gorillas, led by a single male silverback, together with 4 other gorillas and their young. Christy approached one of the security personnel and asked to be admitted into the Africa habitat. As per zoo protocol, she was given a new dart tranquilizer pistol and several immobilizing darts. Christy had stopped objecting to the protocol years ago when she was admonished by her superiors. Now, as the head of the department, she followed protocol to set a good example. Among the animal population at Brookfield Zoo, there wasn't a single human as beloved and respected as she was. As a result, she had nothing to fear. She found Knight lying face down in a tire swing. He was using his muscular arms to hold on to the rope and cause the contraption to spin until it wandered toward the tree to which it was attached. Bored with the spinning sensation, he pushed himself off the trunk with his long, big-knuckled fingers until it swung outward and back. Like most chimpanzees, Knight liked to play. He used his strong, lean arms to climb trees and propel himself from one branch to another. He especially liked his time in the Africa habitat, where he could play with the other chimps. They'd wrestle, laugh, tickle one another, and somehow converse about what things were like out there, in the real world, where Knight spent most of his time. If Kong was considered king of the gorillas, then Knight was at the top of the intellectual scale as far as chimps were concerned. Primates were very status-conscious. Knight was the only chimpanzee allowed out of the enclosure for something other than medical treatment. He, as far as his fellow chimps were concerned, was almost human, more than any other living creature. When Knight spied Christy enter the enclosure, he played coy with her at first. Like humans, chimps were capable of deception. Oftentimes, in Christy's home, they'd play a game similar to the one in the old Pink Panther movies, in which Inspector Clouseau would ask to be attacked at random by his manservant Cato. The encounter would always result in a tickle fest and the reward of an apple for the good-natured fun. Knight smelled Christy's scent before he smelled the apple. He heaved the tire swing high into the air, then back and again, until on the last attempt he launched himself high into the air so he could reach one of the upper limbs. Then, with the grace of a trapeze artist, he flung himself across the habitat until he dropped to the ground on all fours behind Christie. "Hey!" she exclaimed as she swung around to face him. "You startled me!" He howled, filling the air with the sounds of "hoo-hoo" and "ee-hee-hee." Christie would have none of it. She'd raised Knight from birth to be a domesticated chimp, and, in a way, a son she could never have, much to the chagrin of her mother and the now ex-husband. Over time, she got over the stigma of being a female who couldn't have a child. She'd thought about getting a dog, but in her field of work, access to a highly intelligent chimp was the next best thing to a toddler. She chose a name that was the subject of folklore in Indiana. Bobby Knight, the famous basketball coach from Indiana University, was an icon in the state. Certainly there were more famous Hoosiers who were native to the state, but despite his Ohio roots, Bobby Knight was a hero to Indiana, whose name was synonymous with basketball. Plus, Knight the chimpanzee kinda reminded Christie of the Batman character for some reason. She stood her ground and admonished Knight to use sign language, which she'd taught him early on in his life. 6 decades prior, a couple in Reno, Nevada determined that chimpanzees might be incapable of speaking, but they were not unable to learn a language. They began to teach an infant chimp American Sign Language, the standardized language of the deaf at the time. Within 5 years, their chimp was not only able to achieve a vocabulary of 160 signs, but she was able to converse as well. Ultimately, she could identify things that she'd never seen before by combining signs to make up a descriptive term. Knight easily surpassed the capabilities of those early test subjects, in part because Christie insisted upon him learning it. As a result, conversational sign language was easy for him, although he was stubborn at times when refusing to use it. She moved her hands and fingers slowly so as not to be misunderstood. "Use your sign language." Knight pointed to the apple in her hand. "Ee-hee-hee!" Christie frowned and shook her head disapprovingly. She signed her response. "No. Sign language or no apple." Knight's shoulders drooped and he let out a sigh. He playfully smacked the side of his head and rolled over in a goofy manner. Then he responded in sign language. "Hello, doctor. How are you today?" If anyone, human or chimp, could express sign language in a sarcastic manner, Knight would have done so. "I am fine. How are you today, Knight?" "I am fine. May I have the apple?" Christie laughed and approached the playful, highly intelligent chimp. The two exchanged high fives, and he quickly devoured the apple, stem, seeds, core, and all. When he was done, he wiped his hands on the tall grass and reached up to take Christie's hand. She'd taught him manners as well. Obviously, he hoped the day in the primate enclosure with the commoners was over, and he would be taken with her. "Come on, Mr. Man." "Hoot hoot," replied Knight, who managed a hint of swagger, glancing over his shoulder to gauge the reactions of the other chimps. She took him by the hand, and the two inseparable pals wandered out of the enclosure, under the watchful eye of dozens of chimpanzees who studied the entire interaction. Christie was attuned to the needs of the animals within her care, but she was missing something that only a chimp that lived amongst their troop would know. Life as they knew it was changing, and none of them understood why. All they knew was that a torment was beginning to overtake their psyche, and it wasn't pleasant. Chapter 6. Seattle Great Wheel, Pier 57, Seattle, Washington. Surrounded by the bustling metropolis of Seattle, and home to the Port of Seattle, Elliott Bay was one of the busiest in the nation. Locals and visitors alike flocked to the waterfront piers that offered abundant views of downtown Seattle, Mount Rainier, and the Olympic Mountains to the west. First discovered by explorers in 1841 during the United States Exploring Expedition, Elliott Bay was almost 600 feet deep in places, allowing a variety of ship traffic into the Port of Seattle. These commercial vessels shared the harbor with seals, sea otters, orca whales, and numerous species of native birds. The Seattle waterfront had something to offer everyone, from nature lovers to sightseers to partiers. Marco Esposito had promised his family a vacation for years, but had never been able to afford it. He and his wife had immigrated to America from their native Italy soon after they were married a decade ago. Both had extensive knowledge in growing grapes and olives, so they brought their craft to California. They worked a small farm in the San Joaquin Valley, where they sold their harvest to local vineyards and food processing facilities. A close-knit foursome, Aurora had homeschooled her children until they were 6 and able to attend first grade. Now that the kids were 8 and 9 years old, it was time to show them more of America. When they learned that local hotels were discounting their rates significantly due to the inclement weather, Marco loaded up their Jeep Cherokee SUV and they made their way to Seattle. A little rain didn't dampen the spirits of the Esposito family as they took in the sights of Seattle. Their first stop, the one that would set the tone for the rest of their short vacation, was the Seattle Great Wheel, found on Pier 57. The 175-foot-tall Seattle Great Wheel dwarfed the run-of-the-mill Ferris wheels by 100 feet. The third of its kind built in North America, it followed the Niagara Falls Sky Wheel and the slightly larger Myrtle Beach Sky Wheel in creating this unique gondola-style ride. The Seattle Great Wheel had 42 climate-controlled gondolas, each capable of carrying 8 passengers, except the luxurious VIP gondola, which featured red leather seats, a glass floor, and seating for 4. At any given time, 332 riders enjoyed the 12-minute 3-revolution ride, which extended 40 feet over the end of Pier 57 into Elliott Bay. Because of the enclosed seating, the ride was considered perfect for any kind of weather, including the excessive rainfall endured by the region over the last several weeks. "Okay, gang," began Marco as he held up the plastic admission tickets. "We're good to go. The first stop is the Grey Room." "What's that, Dad?" asked his oldest son. "Well, they'll take our picture together and then create some for us to take home and put in our album." After they passed through the Grey Room, Aurora commented, "It's so crowded. I don't think we'll get our own gondola." "That's okay," said Marco, leaning into his wife's ear and whispering, "We might get lucky. There's a big group in front of us and also behind. I'll insist that they not split us up." The sound of thunder could be heard in the distance. The youngest of the Esposito family asked, "Dad, will they shut down the ride because of the rain and thunder?" "I asked about that when I got our tickets. They promised me the ride would operate because it was designed to handle all weather conditions, including rain, snow, hail, and even fog. It won't shut down unless lightning is spotted within a mile or the winds are too strong, like 55 miles per hour or something like that." "Fog!" exclaimed the oldest. "That would suck. We wouldn't be able to see anything." Marco wrapped his arm around the young boy's neck and gave it a squeeze. "Look around. Do you see any fog?" Before the young man could answer, the earthquake warning signal began to wail, and everyone in line immediately became concerned. A voice came over the loudspeaker, urging the ticket holders to remain calm and stay in line. For the next 2 minutes, the ride stopped loading passengers, and people anxiously held on to one another. When the siren eventually stopped, and an earthquake didn't roll the great wheel into the bay, quiet fright turned to nervous chatter as those in line realized they'd avoided a catastrophe. It took nearly 20 minutes to load all the passengers into gondolas. As Marco had hoped, they were allowed a gondola to themselves, which made for a light-hearted atmosphere as they began the first of 3 revolutions. The family took selfies, went live on Facebook, and generally enjoyed every moment of their first vacation together. Then, through all of the laughter and playful banter, they heard the earthquake siren's shrill howl fill the air yet again. The Seattle Great Wheel came to an abrupt stop, bringing their gondola to a halt at the top of a revolution. Now, the entire family had a bird's-eye view of the city. They pressed their faces against the glass to view the ground below and Seattle's Space Needle in the near distance. However, they were looking the wrong way. Chapter 7. Centennial Park, Elliott Bay, Seattle, Washington. As luck would have it, the weather had cleared just in time for the Elliott Bay Paddle Day, a quarterly event for adults and children of all ages. Participants gathered at Centennial Park overlooking the Seattle waterfront and Elliott Bay to enjoy a day of festivities that included free hot dogs and soft drinks, a beer garden, live music, and prizes for the winners of the kayak races. Formerly known as Elliott Bay Park, the 11-acre green space had been rededicated in 2011 to commemorate the Port of Seattle's 100th anniversary. Visitors enjoyed the extensive rose garden or the strolls along the 4,100 feet of shoreline to watch the occasional seal and sea lion activity. Numerous tables, benches, and restrooms were available throughout the park, allowing spectators to enjoy the festivities as well. For Paddle Day, the racing categories included all-age relays, as well as single races divided by age groups. The younger contestants followed a route that led south of Centennial Park along the waterfront, stretching past Myrtle Edwards Park and culminating at Olympic Sculpture Park, just north of Pier 66. The adults and more advanced kayakers were directed on a longer, more circuitous route that took them out into the bay first, opposite to the direction of the younger kayakers. By the time the adults turned back toward the waterfront, the younger group would be making their return trip to the starting point at Centennial Park. The break in the weather brought out participants and spectators in droves. Parking was at a premium, and the race start was delayed to allow everyone to get into position. Race organizers counted nearly 300 kayakers participating, ranging in age from 8 to 80. Everyone kept a constant eye on the skies. Kayaking on a large, open body of water like Elliott Bay sounded like a good idea, but it could be challenging based upon weather conditions. During peak boat traffic hours, large vessels produced wakes that formed at unexpected angles to the naturally occurring waves in the bay. Navigating around the bustling waterfront could be intimidating as well. Kayaks were the smallest and slowest moving vessels. The adult, experienced racers faced the biggest challenge, as they had to swing wide and away from land toward the middle of the bay. Just as they approached the route taken by the Seattle-Bainbridge Ferry, they'd turn back toward the waterfront, circling around to the starting point along the shoreline. The unusually warm weather the Pacific Northwest had experienced did more than bring the extraordinary rainfall. It had warmed Elliott Bay to unprecedented temperature levels. The sea temperature averages recorded by NOAA in August maxed out at around 55 degrees. In the last month, the water temps had risen to nearly 66. This recording was more analogous to water temperatures in San Diego, 1,200 miles to the south. Although many of the male kayakers had removed their shirts to soak in the sun that periodically washed over their bodies, others remained keenly aware of the drastic weather changes that were typical of Elliott Bay. They dressed to stay warm, just in case. As the race began, the bay waters were a vision of calm and blue tranquility. The kayaks used that day came in all types and sizes. The serious racers brought out their old-school classic K1 single boats, a tried and tested big water kayak ideal for intermediate to advanced kayakers. The younger racers, and those who paddled as a pair with a parent or loved one, opted for tandem kayaks. They were out for the enjoyment of a beautiful day on the water, and not to win prizes or accept accolades. Just as the race began, the earthquake warnings were issued. The kayakers, assuming they were safe from the debris and rubble caused by a quake, continued on their ride while keeping a watchful eye on shore. The residents of Seattle had grown accustomed to the frequent warnings since the heavy rainfall had overtaken the city. With each set of warnings, no quake materialized. Certainly, the threat of earthquakes was constantly on the minds of Seattle residents, but they were hardly roused by the constant alarms. If anything, they'd become somewhat jaded. When the warning siren stopped, the contestants and spectators shrugged it off and continued enjoying their day, disregarding the gathering clouds overhead. Chapter 8. Seattle-Bainbridge Ferry, Elliott Bay, Seattle, Washington. Jeanette Harbaugh recalled the last time she'd walked onto the Seattle Bainbridge Ferry. She'd parked her car in a spot behind a nearby gas station, unloaded her daughter into a stroller, and hustled down the covered walkway to the ferry. She'd managed to get on board moments before they cordoned off any further passengers. As the ramp pulled up, the throb of the engines rumbled beneath her feet, and the memories of a prior life were left behind on Bainbridge Island. Today, as she passed through the doors of the ship onto the main deck, she was 17 years older. Her daughter was off to college, and she had suffered through 4 failed relationships. Yet, somehow, coming back to Bainbridge Island, where it all started, seemed like the thing to do. She'd left the Midwest in a rush, run off by her boyfriend's ex-wife, who'd accused her of unthinkable things related to the divorced couple's children. When her boyfriend failed to stand up for her, and actually suggested the two take a break until the uproar died down, Jeanette packed her belongings in a U-Haul truck and headed back to the only real home she'd ever known, Bainbridge Island. In contrast to that day many years ago, when the whitecaps of Elliott Bay crashed against the side of the ferry in a misty rainfall, she was rewarded with calm seas and a hint of blue sky peeking through the clouds. She was alone, starting a new job as a paralegal for a law firm, and felt like she was embarking on a grand new adventure. She made her way to the top deck of the ferry and let out a sigh of relief as an older man, dressed as if he'd walked out of a J. Crew catalog, greeted her with a smile. The two exchanged hellos and made genuine eye contact. In that moment, despite the apprehension associated with the upcoming orientation at her new job, the brief interaction and the upcoming ferry ride allowed her to relax and downshift her frame of mind to island time. She moseyed over to the port rail and admired the view. Off in the distance, she could barely see the Space Needles restaurant poking itself up above the waterfront shops, restaurants, and the Great Wheel. It was a view she'd taken in many times in her prior life, and one that she'd never grow tired of. She got settled in for the 30-minute, 8.5-mile ride across Elliott Bay to Pier 52, also known as Coleman Dock. A smile crossed her face as she caught a glimpse of the kayakers off in the distance heading toward the ferry's path. She'd once enjoyed the casual Sunday afternoon rides along the waterfront with her ex, until, of course, he turned on her, like all the other men in her life. They always turn on me. Jeanette was oblivious to the activity on the Seattle waterfront that day. She'd not yet signed up for the Seattle emergency earthquake warnings. In fact, she hadn't had the opportunity to stop by Verizon and get a local phone number. There were countless items on her to-do list, but she wasn't ready to begin taking on responsibility. Her goal was to start her job and forget what she'd just gone through. She closed her eyes and looked up to the sky, hoping the sun would shed some warmth on her cheeks and prevent the tears from starting again. Instead, she was greeted with a few raindrops and a massive thunderclap that shook Jeanette to her core. And then she saw the most incredible lightning show in her 42 years on Earth. Chapter 9. Brookfield Zoo, Chicago, Illinois. Christy Boone unlocked the door and allowed Knight to enter first. He scampered over to the corner of her office, where he hoisted his 100-pound body onto a bar stool and immediately began to swivel. Christy chuckled to herself, wondering if she set up a bottle of Jim Beam and a couple of glasses on the window ledge next to him, if he'd pour cocktails for them at the end of the day. She shrugged at the thought. Why not? He seems to learn everything else I teach him. When she decided to pull Knight out of the tropic world enclosure after his mother died giving birth, she had no illusions as to what his capabilities would be, nor did she fully realize what kind of knowledge she could impart upon him. She quickly learned that chimpanzees don't need to see in order to do, no matter what others had told her in the way of unsolicited advice. The monkey see, monkey do mantra was only going to limit her ability to teach Knight. She realized that not all tool use, for example, was learned on a social basis. Instead, Knight learned for himself. She began by providing him bowls of water with food in it. Some of the food sank to the bottom of the bowl, while other food floated on top. Then she provided him a fork and a spoon. After several admonitions to keep his paws out of the bowl, he eventually learned to spear the food on the bottom with a fork and scoop the floating pieces with a spoon. Then she took the experiment into the habitat. The chimps were segregated, with one group learning by trial and error, like Knight did. The other group watched him use the tools. Their ability to perform the task was done at a remarkably similar pace. Christie realized that chimps can learn on an individual, one-on-one basis. They were also capable of teaching others within their group by transmitting their knowledge through actions. She set him up with a plate of fresh fruit and then returned to her desk to check emails. She grabbed the remote to the television monitor mounted on the wall and navigated her way through the channels to find Chapman's report while she ate her sandwich. She'd seen her brother on television more times than she could count, but somehow she felt compelled to pay attention to this particular story. After a commercial break, the cameras returned to Chapman. As it zoomed in on his face, she detected a noticeable difference in his demeanor. Something had happened since she'd seen him on camera earlier. Christie set her sandwich aside and glanced over at a family photo taken on the farm in Indiana. They were close-knit, but the business of life often got in the way of them staying in constant telephone contact. Over the years, the Boones, like society in general, conducted conversations by email, text message, and social media interactions. In a way, Christie surmised it was more time-efficient that way, although terribly impersonal. She nodded to herself, as if to confirm picking up the phone was the right thing to do. She dialed the number and waited for someone to answer. In those few seconds it took Squire Boone to pick up the phone, all hell had broken loose in Seattle, Washington. "Hello," her father said into the phone. "Daddy, quick, I need you to turn on the Weather Channel." "Honey, there's not a cloud in the sky. It's hot as Hades, in fact. You know, the new normal." "No, Dad, it's Chapman. Please, you gotta watch." Chapter 10. Riverfront Farms, near Corydon in Harrison County, southeast Indiana. The name Boone was often identified with the exploration and settlement of Virginia, Kentucky, Missouri, and Indiana. The most famous member of the Boone family, Daniel, was born in 1734 in Berks County, Pennsylvania. His parents had 11 children in total, with Daniel Boone being the sixth of the offspring. From an early age, Daniel and his father's namesake, Squire Jr., spent their days hunting and trapping. After the Boone family moved to North Carolina around 1750, the Boone family became the brunt of attacks by local Indians who didn't want their land encroached upon. Daniel, like his younger brother Squire, joined a local militia to protect the settlements. By 1759, Squire was sent back to Pennsylvania to apprentice as a gunsmith, and later rejoined his more famous brother on an ambitious project to cut the Wilderness Road from Virginia through the Cumberland Gap of Upper East Tennessee and ultimately to Kentucky, where they created a settlement called Boone's Station. While Daniel continued to create pioneer settlements toward the Mississippi, Squire ultimately settled in Virginia, where he served 2 terms in the state legislature. The famous brothers reunited to establish settlements near Vicksburg, Mississippi, and in Missouri, before Squire found his way to Harrison County, Indiana, just south of Corydon in 1804. Before his death in 1815, Squire Boone Jr. was instrumental in establishing Corydon as the second capital of the Indiana Territory. When he died, he was buried in a cave on the southern end of his property near Muckport, later known as Squire Boone Caverns, and considered one of the most spectacular underground caves in the eastern United States. The Boone family remained in Harrison County, buying up large swaths of land along the Ohio River, stretching from what is now known as the Obannon Woods State Park to the north, across Indian Creek down to the tiny town of New Amsterdam, and beyond. Today, the town, population 27, has a general store, a Baptist church, a Methodist church, a town hall, and a cemetery. The Boone family grew over the years, and most moved away. Now that the pioneer days were over, Squire, the fifth of his family name, and his wife of 40 years, Sarah, made a living off the land. Their property was used for farming, raising livestock and poultry, but mainly they were known for their apple orchard. That's where Sarah's pedigree adds to the Boone's family history. Before she married Squire, Sarah was a Chapman from the John Chapman family tree. Now, most people didn't know that John Chapman was the real name of an American folk hero, Johnny Appleseed. Johnny Appleseed, or John Chapman, as most people in the upper Midwest knew him during the early 1800s, was a pioneer of a different sort. While the Boone family spent their time fighting their way west and establishing settlements, John Chapman became an American legend, introducing apple trees to large parts of Pennsylvania, Ohio, Illinois, and Indiana. He spent his final years in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and many of his family members settled on both sides of the Ohio River, separating southeast Indiana from the Louisville, Kentucky area. The Boone family had an impressive apple orchard on their farm long before Squire and Sarah had met. She happened to be visiting family in Indianapolis one year when the Indiana State Fair was taking place. She and Squire met one another on the Midway. His charming smile and gentlemanly ways led them to dating. They married after just 6 months of courtship, and soon thereafter had their first child, Christy. 2 years later, Sarah gave Squire a son. He was so honored to have a boy that he thanked his wife by naming him after her family, Chapman Boone. Then, despite the Boones and the Chapmans having a legacy of large families, they found themselves unable to get pregnant again. Not that it mattered. Squire and Sarah loved each other dearly, and they were more than proud to raise their 2 kids to be impressionable young adults. Then, one day, a surprise was bestowed upon the Boone family. Sarah discovered that she was pregnant once again. Words like miracle and surprise were used to describe the unexpected baby. Sarah, who'd always been religious, declared her pregnancy to be a blessing from God. So when another son was born into the Boone family, a name was readily agreed upon. Levi, the name of the 3rd son of Jacob as told in the Bible, became the apple of the Boone family's eye. With 2 much older siblings preparing to go to college, Levi became somewhat of a family mascot. Everyone joined in raising him and worked overtime to impart their knowledge to the young boy. Squire taught him how to grow food and hunt. Sarah taught him how to mind his manners. Christy taught him a love of animals. Chapman taught him how to risk his life. All in all, Levi grew up a well-rounded kid. In recent years, despite the fact that Squire was in his early 60s, he decided to expand Riverfront Farms, a name he adopted after his father passed away and left the entire operation to him nearly 4 decades ago. Until that time, the property had been referred to as Boone's Farm. Although Squire was proud of being a Boone and his family's legacy, he grew to despise the name Boone's Farm. He was constantly teased about it from grade school until he graduated high school to work the orchards, the Boone's real moneymaker. After his father passed, he was given control of the farm operations at an early age. A few years later, after his mother passed, he and Sarah married. Squire approached Sarah about changing the name to Chapman Farms. She disagreed, saying it would be a dishonor to the Boone family's history. She, too, however, was tired of folks asking her if they made wine there. To be sure, Sarah Chapman Boone made the best apple wine in the tri-state area, but she deeply resented being associated with the malt-based swill that was the drink of choice of 14-year-olds and prostitutes. Since most of their land stretched along the Ohio River in southeast Indiana, Riverfront Farms seemed appropriate, and the Boone property was so named. Squire made his way to the television, which was rarely played in the Boone household. They, like so many others, had unplugged from society and sought to live a simpler life, one that was uncluttered with the drama of others, especially strangers. He turned it on at Christie's behest and quickly found the Weather Channel, which was programmed as one of their favorites. Not just because Chapman was frequently on air, but they hoped that one day the local Weather on the 8s would reveal that their prayers for rain would be answered, ending what became known as Dust Bowl 2, the never-ending drought. Squire was about to sit in his recliner to see what all the hoopla was, and immediately jumped to attention. He glanced over his shoulder to see where Sarah was before he turned up the volume, but only loud enough for him to hear. She'd suffered from bouts of anxiety of late, and he didn't need to heap any more on her shoulders, especially the death of her son playing out on television. Chapter 11. Overlooking Elliott Bay, Pier 56, Seattle, Washington. During Chapman's days as a storm chaser, a common joke among his peers when attempting to misdirect one another was to say, "We'll see you in Seattle." There was a good reason storm chasers never had Seattle on their must-visit lists. They'd be very bored. The National Weather Service kept detailed records of the number of severe thunderstorm warnings each of its regional offices issued. Routinely, Seattle was the only National Weather Service office in the continental U.S. with no severe thunderstorm warnings. To be classified as a severe thunderstorm, conditions must exist that include at least 58-mile-per-hour straight-line winds, those created from intense downdrafts associated with heavy rain, and the possibility of accompanying hail of an inch in diameter. Technically, a tornado would be classified as a severe storm, but the Seattle metro area hadn't had one of those since 1962. The cool breezes off the Pacific Ocean acted as a moderating force that prevents thunderstorms from developing by mitigating their strength. Things had changed, however. The Pacific Northwest was going through an identity crisis, weather-wise. Cold air from Canada was now being greeted with unusually warm air coming from California and off the Pacific coast. This odd coupling for the region had caused the unusually rainy weather, and now significant levels of convection. Chapman had seen the cumulus clouds rapidly drawing together at the end of his last segment. As the skies darkened, he heard the low rumble of thunder in the distance. In the minutes that followed, his surroundings changed drastically. He walked away from the production team and made his way to the northernmost end of Pier 56. He was momentarily hypnotized by the steady turn of the great wheel taking the sightseer-filled gondolas through their revolutions. Then, lightning struck past Bainbridge Island up toward Puget Sound. And then there was another strike. Suddenly, Chapman sensed trouble. The winds began to pick up, and the clouds obscured any semblance of daylight, bringing a darkness over Seattle that resembled the onset of dusk. Others around him noticed the sudden change in the atmospheric conditions as well. The crowd of onlookers who'd gathered to watch his broadcast appeared confused and frozen in place. A few began to wander inside the building out of concern. More lightning stitched the sky, but closer this time, striking near Kingston to his northwest. The sky filled with high-level static discharge as cloud-to-cloud lightning filled the sky, creating an incredible light show. Chapman, however, knew it was a precursor of things to come. He'd seen it before. He ran back to the producer. "Let me have your cell phone." "Chapman, we have to go back on air in 3 minutes," the producer responded as she fumbled through her backpack in search of the device. "Give me your phone," Chapman demanded, expressing his need for urgency. She handed it to him, and he placed a call to his research assistant in Atlanta. When she answered, he dispensed with the pleasantries. "Holly, pull up the radar for Seattle, quick." "What's wrong, boss?" she asked as she pounded away on the keyboard. "We've got a supercell developing." "That's impossible. You're in Seattle." Chapman stuck the cell phone between his shoulder and his chin. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a dollar bill and began to tear it into tiny pieces. The wind was blowing much stronger from Elliott Bay onto the waterfront, but that was not concerning him. He looked up once again. "Holly, come on! We've got counter-rotation!" The weather desk producer was now chattering in his earpiece about his upcoming segment. He motioned for the producer to join his side. When she arrived, he brusquely grabbed her arm and pulled her out of earshot of the frenzied crowd who'd gathered along the rail of Pier 56 to watch the lightning show. "Listen to me," Chapman began. "Under no circumstances should you guys risk your safety. Tell the weather desk that this news story has changed. You should go inside and take cover." "Risk? Safety? From what? The producer, a native of Seattle, was confused. The cameraman, who stood nearby and overheard Chapman, chimed in. No way, man. I'm from Oklahoma. I live for this shit. The clouds began to show flashes of lightning inside them, periodically lighting up as if the hand of God was turning on and off a light switch. Chapman turned to the producer. Are you staying? She hesitated. I am, said the Oklahoman gleefully. Well, okay, replied the young producer, her voice full of doubt. Chapman looked her in the eye. His glare was intense. All right, if you're with me, then stay with me. But if I say take cover, you do it. Got it? Got it. Chapman slowly walked away and looked skyward. He took the cell phone with his left hand and the tiny pieces of the dollar bill in his right. At first, they held in the palm of his hand, until slowly at first, they lifted into the air. Straight up into the air, over his head until they were sucked into the sky. He yelled into the phone, We have counter-rotation! They need to issue a tornado warning! Look at the radar, Holly! A massive lightning strike hit downtown Seattle, and then another struck the Space Needle, sending sparks flying in all directions. A thunderous boom hit Bainbridge Island, causing Chapman to spin around to determine its source. Then he saw it. A prominent, circular, light-colored disk appeared on the surface waters of Elliott Bay, surrounded by a larger, dark area, clearly different from the now choppy bay. Beads of sweat poured out of his forehead as he stared at the disk. His eyes grew wide, and he pulled the cell phone away from his ear. Be wrong. Please be wrong. Chapter 12. Overlooking Elliott Bay, Pier 56, Seattle, Washington. Chapman wasn't wrong. He knew tornadic activity, and he also knew Seattle's history. In 1962, the first recorded tornado by NOAA in the western Washington region occurred in Seattle, at the childhood home of Bill Gates, co-founder of Microsoft. As families gathered around the television, prepared dinner, or while kids were playing, dark clouds had gathered in northeast Seattle. The tornado struck the View Ridge neighborhood before crossing Lake Washington and hitting the east side area of the city. Trees were uprooted, car windows were smashed, and roofs were ripped off dwellings. One of the victims was 6-year-old Bill Gates, who became concerned for his bicycle. Just as he was about to go outside to retrieve it, the tornadic winds swept under the roof of his family's carport and threw it over their home. The carnage caused walls inside their house to crack and parts of their roof to crash into the neighbor's house. The winds associated with the 62 tornado approached 100 miles an hour. As if watching in slow motion, Chapman focused on the colored disks on the surface water. A pattern of light and dark-colored spirals developed on the outer ring of the disk. Another one caught his eye. Farther south, near the ferry approaching from Bainbridge Island. Chapman wiped the sweat mixed with drops of rain off his forehead. There are 2 now. Sisters. The first sister was born. A dense annulus of sea spray, a ring known as a cascade, had formed around the dark spot. Chapman could make out a clearly defined eye forming. "Roll camera!" he shouted to the cameraman and pointed toward the center of Elliott Bay just west of Centennial Park. Then he shouted into the phone, "Holly, where are the tornado sirens?" "I've got them on the other line. They're analyzing—" Chapman cut her off. "I can see the damned thing forming!" He'd barely finished his sentence when the waterspout became a visible funnel from the water surface to the overhead cloud. The spray vortex rose several hundred feet in the air and widened at the top. "Are you getting this?" asked the producer, as she was now hyped up with excitement. Behind her, onlookers were screaming in panic, running for cover in the building or their parked cars. "On it!" replied the cameraman. They were all yelling at one another now to be heard over the chaos around them. "Holly, sirens!" The second sister formed. "We're live!" shouted the producer over the shouts and screams. "Sisters!" Chapman began the report without setting the scene. The visual of two massive waterspouts barely 3 miles away from where they stood on Pier 56 overlooking the bay was all the viewers needed to understand what was happening. We've got two fully developed tornadic waterspouts in Elliott Bay off Seattle's waterfront. Moments ago, a clearly defined eye formed over the bay, and now a mature vortex has emerged, visible from the surface of the water to the dark clouds overhead. They are impressive in size and strength. I'm estimating the diameter of the two sisters to be 200 to 300 feet, stretching around 400 feet in the air. Stubby, but powerful. The low cumulus cloud cover that suddenly formed is providing added energy to these monsters. Another loud boom of thunder drowned out Chapman's words, causing screams to be heard throughout the waterfront. People were running for their lives as the waterspouts slowly churned their way eastward toward the once bustling entertainment venue. People are scrambling for cover, but there are some who are directly in the path of the sister waterspouts, Chapman continued to report. I don't have access to the data, but based on the waves being generated, I suspect very strong winds in excess of 100 miles per hour are providing the fuel for these two waterspouts to maintain this level of intensity. He was now shouting into the microphone. These two tornadoes formed over water rapidly. A supercell, a severe thunderstorm evidenced by a deep, persistently rotating updraft, developed in a matter of minutes. There was no warning. It was not forecasted. And now, thousands of lives are at risk. Chapter 13. Elliott Bay, Seattle, Washington. The lead pack of advanced kayakers flew across the choppy waters of Elliott Bay in a group of 17. Most of them knew one another, and prior to starting the race, they discussed the hazards of kayaking alone on the open water when pleasure craft were out in force. You could see a freighter or a cruise ship coming and adjust your course. Runabouts and jet skis, however, couldn't always see you. Oftentimes, they were deemed the distracted drivers of the waterways. The front-runner, a broad-shouldered man in the snug cockpit of his Epic brand kayak, seemed at one with his wooden craft as he flew across the waters as if he'd been shot out of a cannon. The rest of the pack paddled furiously to keep pace, hoping that he'd wear himself out after they made the turn around the floating cones dropped into the water by the race organizers. He dipped his paddles into the water with a methodical, trained motion, concentrating the power of his brawny arms into precise, fluid strokes that kept the kayak propelling through the slight chop. Adrenaline fueled his body, and Metallica blared Enter Sandman through his AirPods, which helped pump his adrenaline. He gulped the salty air into his lungs and managed to smile as he continued to lead the pack. Up ahead in the distance, he could make out the Seattle-Bainbridge ferry traveling across Elliott Bay. It provided him a point of reference upon which to focus, as the darkening skies had somewhat obscured the Olympic mountains in the distance. The race continued, and he caught a glimpse of a challenger. He was so intent on absorbing the music and concentrating on each stroke to make it perfect that he'd forgotten that he was not alone. He glanced over his shoulder. The pack had pulled away a considerable distance from the 100 or so kayakers who were simply satisfied to compete and finish. Many of the stragglers were heavy fiberglass double cockpit kayaks that carried a couple or a parent and a grown child. They were safe and stable, but no match for the thoroughbreds at the front of the pack. Up ahead, two boats flanked the buoy marker designating the halfway point of the race. He dipped his paddles into the water and steered his kayak in their direction. They were floating listlessly about 100 feet apart and less than a quarter mile ahead. Suddenly, the people on the boat stood and began to frantically wave their arms over their heads. He was puzzled, but mainly annoyed at the distraction. "I can see you, you idiots!" he shouted back, although he knew they couldn't hear him. He dug his paddles in and continued to push forward, when he noticed a flicker of movement out of the corner of his eye. This was not a challenger coming up on his right. It was something much larger. He continued to paddle, but he was inexplicably slowing down. His muscular arms began to show signs of strain. It was as if someone had tied a massive anchor to the back of his kayak in an attempt to halt his progress. Then the boats fired their engines, and began to race towards shore. He stopped paddling, completely confused as to why they would be leaving so abruptly. The cessation of effort was all it took for his kayak to be lifted into the air by the approaching waterspout. At first, the tail lifted, prompting him to spin his head around to see if a wake from an approaching ship was overtaking him. That was when he saw the vortex of the waterspout, twisting, grinding its way through the water, throwing out a wake like a freighter. He was mesmerized by its appearance. He'd seen YouTube videos of waterspouts in the Florida Keys and other tropical locations, but never in person. This one was somehow different. He wiped the salt water out of his eyes and focused. The noise was deafening, adding to the distraction. His ball cap flew off his head, allowing him to see the massive tornado headed towards him. And then he pinpointed what was puzzling his mind. Dozens of kayaks were spinning around the vortex as the 100-mile-an-hour winds sucked everything in its path into the sky. Some were still manned with their riders. Others were emptied, their riders thrown free, and could be seen flailing in the sky before they crashed into the water. He desperately tried to free himself from the kayak. He was a manly man and didn't believe in the need for a life vest. He was capable of swimming the 8-mile distance between the waterfront and Bainbridge Island if he had to, but he couldn't fly. The waterspout picked him up into the air, sucking him skyward at least 100 feet. He dropped his paddles and let out a primal scream in utter fear. Then he began to spin, around and around until he vomited. For 2 to 3 minutes, he somersaulted and spun until he blacked out, never aware that his death came when he was crushed against the facade of the Seattle Aquarium. Chapter 14. Seattle Bainbridge Ferry, Elliott Bay, Seattle, Washington. For Jeanette Harbaugh, it all happened so fast. She was leaning against the rail on the top deck of the ferry, her mind focused on her Facebook page as she scrolled her timeline. She'd just announced her excitement regarding her new job, and she was glowing in the positive comments she was receiving from her friends. When the skies darkened and the wind began to whip up, she recalled the days when she lived there before. The feeling was familiar, almost comforting. Yet another reminder that she was home, where she belonged. As a result, she disregarded the obvious warnings that a storm was brewing. Even the low rumble of thunder off in the distance couldn't break her out of the trance associated with her Facebook page. She was sucked in, enjoying the moment and forgetting about the potential for severe weather. After all, she hadn't felt any rain, and, moreover, having lived in Seattle before, she knew the worst case was the ever-present mist. She had her umbrella, a constant companion when you lived there. It was the loudest clap of thunder caused by a nearby lightning strike that dragged her out of her oblivious state. She turned around and faced north toward the source of the noise. That was when she saw the second sister, the slightly smaller of the two waterspouts, form about 200 yards from the ferry. It was spectacular. The captivating vortex spun down from the clouds to the bay, its ephemeral beauty drawing her in. She moved closer to the rail and created a live video post on her Facebook page. The danger was ignored. The rain that had begun to fall was a minor inconvenience. She was in the moment, and she wanted to share it with her friends. She gripped her phone using the pop socket to enhance her grip and began to record the event for all to see. The tornadic waterspout remained stationary at first, but then it began to shift. As it turned towards Seattle, the captain of the ferryboat took an evasive maneuver that caught Jeanette off guard. He pulled back on the throttle and brought the engines to an idle. The stoppage of momentum caused Jeanette to slip and lose her balance. She grabbed the safety rail with her left arm, but when the ferry's captain turned the vessel hard to starboard, she lost her footing and fell to the deck. "Help!" she screamed, hoping that another of the passengers would come to the rescue. Slipping as she tried to get up, she looked around the top deck of the ferry, but everyone else had already taken cover. She scrambled to her feet and fought the wind to make her way inside the stairwell that led to the main deck. Then she stopped. She dropped her phone and hustled back to get it. That was when the ferry captain gave the massive engines their full throttle in an attempt to avoid the oncoming waterspout. Once again, Jeanette was thrown to the deck, hitting her head hard on the fiberglass floor. Stunned and dazed, she struggled to climb to her feet. She managed to crawl on all fours until she reached her phone. Then a sense of relief washed over her. It was as if two strong, manly hands that she'd always relied upon had come to pick her up and help her inside. Only it wasn't a man, nor were they hands. The feeling was surreal. At first, she thought maybe she was dead. She was floating gently upward, lifted high above the ferry. Then, without warning, she was whipped to the left into the counterclockwise winds. She was in the powerful vortex of the tornadic waterspout. She was spun around and around. Her neck whipped back and forth, threatening to snap. She closed her eyes, thinking this was all a bad dream. She imagined a rag doll being swung back and forth, bashed against a wall until it hit the floor with a thud. As she was whipped in circles by the waterspout, she wondered if this was punishment for her past misdeeds, the ones that only she and one other person knew about, the ones that tormented her and were always in the back of her mind. Then she saw it, the wheelhouse of the Seattle-Bainbridge ferry. She whizzed by it on 2 consecutive rotations, dangerously close to making contact both times. She began to swing her arms and kick her legs in a swimming motion, hoping to avoid contact. It didn't work. The last thing Jeanette Harbaugh saw was the solid wall of the ferry, which she hit at nearly 50 miles an hour, much like a young rag doll she once knew. Chapter 15. Seattle Great Wheel, Pier 57, Seattle, Washington. "What's happening, Dad? We only went around 2 revolutions." Marco Esposito had seen the flashes of lightning on the first trip of their gondola around the massive Ferris wheel. He didn't want to alarm his family, who remained focused on the Seattle skyline and the activity along the waterfront. When he first noticed the flashes of white light among the clouds, he suspected their ride would be cut short. What he didn't take into consideration was the loading and unloading process. Stopping the Great Wheel in the middle of its 3-revolution circuit was one thing. Unloading the hundreds of passengers from the gondolas was another. The process involved a series of stops, careful departures from the enclosures, and then starting the ride up again. During this time, the waterspouts that were forming weren't interested in waiting for people to get to safety. "It's just the lightning, son. If it's within a mile, they have to stop the ride." "We're going to get screwed out of our 3rd trip, aren't we?" asked the youngest. "Watch your language, young man," admonished Aurora. As a mom, she tried to instill manners and decorum into her sons. Somehow, along the way, the phrases, "I'm screwed" and "this sucks" became commonplace in the English vernacular, despite their vulgar meanings. In Italy, if she used these peculiarly American idioms, she would have drawn a strong rebuke from her parents. Marco tried to remain upbeat. "Maybe so, son, but it's for our safety. Let's focus on the city. Can you guys see Pike's Market? I think we should go there next and see what's going on." He was trying to divert their attention away from what he'd just noticed, a waterspout forming in the middle of Elliott Bay. Marco glanced at his watch and timed how long it took for the cars to unload. He craned his neck, looking out the rear and side windows in an attempt to count the number of gondolas. Based upon their positioning near the top of the ride, it could take 8 to 10 minutes to be freed from the gondola. He took a moment to point out places of interest as the Ferris wheel started again and moved a short distance in its revolution before stopping to unload more passengers. Periodically, he'd nonchalantly glance to the west to check the location of the 2 waterspouts, which were now twisting across the water in all of their devastating glory. Marco gasped and quickly covered the sound he made by feigning a cough. He'd just seen the kayakers lifted off the surface of the bay, higher and higher into the sky, until the bodies fell to the water over 100 feet below. It was then that he fully grasped the threat his family was facing. They were now at the apex of the Great Wheel, nearly 200 feet off the water's surface. The entire waterspout stretched that high, and some of the empty kayaks were twirling rapidly at roughly 150 feet above the bay. The waterspout was getting closer, and he debated whether he should alert his wife. Then his secret was exposed. "Whoa!" shouted his oldest son. "Was that a—" Before he finished, another kayak careened off the structure of the Ferris wheel, splintering into dozens of pieces. Now the entire family had turned to observe the carnage on the bay, as the Seattle Times headline read the next day. Aurora stifled a scream, while the two young boys marveled at the sight. At first, they were focused on the kayaks spinning before being violently ejected by the vortex. But when the first body could be seen flying through the air to a watery grave, panic ensued. The oldest child tried to open the door to the gondola. Fortunately, safety controls kept the doors locked shut, so only the ride's operators could open them. His youngest boy began to cry, as did his mother. Marco tried to reassure them. "Everyone, please get on the floor and curl up in a ball with your hands over your heads, okay? They're working to empty the ride now." "When?" shouted the oldest son. "How long, Dad?" Marco inched toward the see-through door and tried to gauge their progress. The wheel had only moved one more time since they'd reached the top. He didn't know how long it took to empty the 42 gondolas, but surely, he thought, they could do it faster than this in an emergency. The Ferris wheel jolted to a start, causing everyone to scream. "It's okay, we're getting closer." Marco tried to be calm as he watched the waterspout approaching them. His mind raced as he wondered if the steel structure could withstand the winds and energy packed inside the tightly wound vortex. "Why is this taking so long?" asked Aurora, who was barely containing her emotions. "I don't know, but we're making progress." "Ah!" screamed Aurora as the body of a kayaker was wrapped around a steel support holding the gondola above them to the structure. The impact didn't shake the Ferris wheel, but the increased winds from the approaching waterspout was causing their gondola to sway. Then it suddenly dropped to the next stage, ever closer to the pier and their escape from the approaching beast. Blood was dripping onto the top of their gondola and over all the windows like liquefied caramel being poured over a tart Granny Smith apple. The red streaks horrified the family, who began to pray. Chapter 16. Seattle Great Wheel, Pier 57, Seattle, Washington. Chapman tossed the cordless microphone to the shocked producer and bolted down Pier 56 toward the sidewalk. The cameraman lumbered behind him, allowing the camera to continue filming, wholly unaware that they were still live on the Weather Channel broadcast. The two raced through the throngs of people running in all directions along the sidewalk and turned into the walkway running adjacent to Miner's Landing and the Crab Pot restaurant. The blue and red umbrellas, together with the plastic tables and chairs, had been either toppled over by panicked patrons or strewn about by the wind, which had picked up to 50 miles an hour by Chapman's estimation. He pushed and shoved his way through panicked hordes trying to get off Pier 57. He didn't care, as he saw the slow method by which the operators of the Great Wheel were removing their passengers. If they didn't hurry, the larger of the two waterspouts that had chewed up and spit out kayaks and kayakers alike would be on top of them in mere minutes. He flung open the short iron gate separating the dining areas of the Crab Pot and Elliot's Oyster House. He was now encountering fewer people, but more rain. As he made his way onto the inlaid brick observation deck that marked the end of Pier 57, he slipped and crashed into the statue of Orca overlooking the water. Besides skinning up his elbows, the hard fall forced him to catch his breath and gather his wits. He looked onto the water and saw the second sister battering the ferry. The first and stronger of the two tornadic waterspouts continued its march toward the waterfront, ejecting kayaks and people as it approached. He pushed through a few hapless fools who were recording the oncoming waterspout on their cell phone cameras. He screamed at them as he ran past. "Take cover! Now! It's coming!" They turned to look at him, but continued to film nonetheless. Chapman shook his head as he scaled the steel fence barriers and ducked under the rope line designed to guide passengers to the loading platform. "You people have got to hurry!" he yelled at the ride's operators. An older employee turned and held his hands up, signaling Chapman to stop. "Sir, we are disembarking passengers in an orderly manner. Please get behind the barrier and don't interfere." "You gotta speed it up! You don't have time to be polite!" Chapman didn't consider the ramifications of what he did next. He only knew it was the right thing to do. He pushed his way past the man and started pulling people out of the gondolas. When it was empty, he'd slam the door shut and then turn to the mechanical operator and demand they start the wheel again. Twice, employees tried to physically remove Chapman from the loading platform, and both times they were greeted with the response of a madman. "Call the police!" shouted one of the guests. "He's crazy!" added an employee. Chapman didn't care. The skies grew darker, and the effects of the dangerous winds of the waterspout were being felt. "Get out! Hurry!" he shouted as he grabbed a woman and her daughter, flinging them out of the gondola and onto the decking. He turned to the operator and whipped his right hand in a frenzied circle. "Go, go, go!" The Ferris wheel started again, and Chapman repeated the process. He didn't give a damn if a kid left their teddy bear inside, or a woman forgot her handbag, or if Dad couldn't find his camera. "Get out!" he'd shout, and if they hesitated, he dragged them out. The next car was covered with blood, and he glanced up to see the mangled remains of a kayaker without a shirt on. The man's muscular body had been battered by the vortex and then slammed against the Ferris wheel for good measure. Chapman opened the door, and the Esposito family quickly exited the gondola. And then, in a moment of clarity, Marco stopped and said thank you. Of all the people Chapman helped to safety that day, saving their lives as the massive waterspout bore down on them, only one person said thank you. But that one was enough. People found their way into the restaurants and shops along Pier 57. Chapman and his production crew huddled inside the operator's booth with two frightened employees of the Great Wheel as the waterspout hit them. The Ferris wheel began to turn itself, slowly at first, as the high winds met the resistance of the gondolas. For nearly 30 seconds, the power of the tornadic winds spun the ride like a bicycle wheel. And then, just like that, it was over. The flow of warm air into the vortex weakened, the waterspout collapsed, and the carnage came to an end. Chapman leaned back against the inside wall of the operator's booth and closed his eyes. His body ached, his elbows bled, and his mind raced back to a time when he'd chased storms for fun, and then profit. Storm chasing had its high points, like today, when he was able to save lives. It also had its low point, like the day, not unlike this one, when he pressed a little too hard, when the risks taken were a little too great, and a best friend was lost. Forever. Chapter 17. Riverfront Farms, Southeast Indiana. Squire Boone gripped the remote in one hand and his cell phone in the other. He nervously kept his eyes glued to the television and only occasionally glanced over his shoulder toward the kitchen to keep an eye out for Sarah. The scene unfolded as if he were watching a disaster film presented as found footage, a method of cinematography in which the movie was presented as if it were later discovered video recordings. Because, as he watched, he couldn't imagine anyone living through the ordeal. The cameraman gave it his best effort. He tried to keep up with his son as he raced down one pier, battled through pedestrians, and raced up the next one. Chapman's fall and brutal slide into the statue allowed the cameraman to catch up, albeit momentarily. Then they were off again, the cameraman somehow keeping the camera rolling throughout. This was when Squire swelled with pride. Chapman was always in command during a crisis. He was courageous in the face of danger and aggressively pursued solutions when lives were at risk. Today was no different. Despite the protestations of the Ferris wheel's operators and the grumblings of the frightened tourists, he saved lives by taking charge. Then Squire's sense of pride was displaced by a parent's fear over the loss of a child. As Chapman emptied out the last of the gondolas, the cameraman panned toward the water and the massive waterspout that was churning its way toward them. He pointed the camera upward to show the gondolas, which at first blew sideways toward the city. But then, as the waterspout neared, they reversed direction and sucked back toward the massive twister. Squire immediately prayed for his son's safety, calling upon God to set aside all other prayer requests and grant him this one. He clenched his eyes shut and begged. When he opened them, the waterspout had disappeared, and the footage had shifted to the inside of the operator's compartment, where Chapman was shown sitting with his face buried in his hands. Squire released the death grip he had on the two devices and allowed them to fall to the 100-year-old pine floors with a thump. The noise must have grabbed Sarah's attention, because she immediately came rushing into the room. "Honey, is everything all right?" asked the thinning Sarah. She'd lost nearly 40 pounds in the last 2 years, and not due to exercise. She'd simply stopped eating. Then she noticed the live feed from Seattle. "Hey, is that our Chapman?" Squire fought himself out of his trance. Yeah, I was talking to Christy, and she mentioned he was broadcasting live. I thought I'd have a look, 'cause he rarely gets to Seattle." "Seattle? What could possibly be going on there?" Squire emitted a sham chuckle. "Rain. Imagine that." Sarah removed her apron, which was covered with flour from making the first of the season apple pie. She approached the television and studied the images. "Squire, it looks like a whole lot more than rain. What happened? A tidal wave or something?" He fumbled on the floor in search of the remote. It had rolled under his chair, so he stretched his arm to locate it. Before he could turn off the television, Sarah turned to him, placing her body between him and the screen. She planted her hands on her hips and gave him the death stare. "Squire Boone, look at me," she demanded. "Don't you lie to me. I'm not so dang fragile you can't tell me the truth." Squire swallowed and fell back into his chair. He reached for his wife's hand. She hesitated at first, and then succumbed. He pulled her closer and tugged her onto his lap. Her eyes began to well up in tears. "I love you, Mrs. Boone." "I love you too. Please tell me what happened." "First off, Chapman is fine. Our boy has 9 lives and an intuition that I've never seen before in anyone." "Okay, what happened?" Squire relayed the events, starting with Christy's phone call through the moment that Sarah saw her son standing in rainy Seattle. He didn't embellish the story to make Chapman look any more daring or heroic than he already was. The family had already established that fact. He simply told the truth, as she had asked. Mostly. Sarah sighed and adjusted herself in his lap. The two rarely took the time to hold one another like this. It was a welcome respite to days filled with work and nights filled with worry. "Do you think he'll ever give up his storm-chasing thing?" she asked. Squire inhaled. "You know, I'm not really sure that's why he was in Seattle in the first place. I came in late to his broadcast. It just seemed to me that this happened all of a sudden like." She turned to the television. "He's been offered desk jobs, even the weekend anchor position. His mother would be just as proud of him for doing that as I am watching him risk his life to help others." "Honey, you know I've talked to him about it, and we both agreed I wouldn't push. But he's a Boone and a Chapman. It's in his blood to explore, wander, and discover. He'd die of boredom if he didn't. And what about a wife? He's a handsome young man, not unlike his father," she added as she rubbed her husband's razor-stubbled cheek. "What nice girl wants to marry a guy who throws himself in the middle of hurricanes and tornadoes and such?" Squire laughed. "Oh, I suppose there's a female equivalent to our son somewhere out there in the world. They'll cross paths at some point." The carved wood front door flung open, and a set of heavy boots kicked off the dust on the porch. "What's going on with you two lovebirds?" Chapter 18. Riverfront Farms, Southeast Indiana. Levi Boone's stout frame filled the entry, obscuring the late afternoon sunlight of another cloudless day. Before he could enter, he was passed on both sides by two screaming banshees. "Grandma!" yelled one. "Grandpa!" shouted the other. "Oh no, Squire! We gotta hide! They're coming for us!" Sarah buried her head in Squire's chest, and he wrapped his arms around her. 8-year-old Jesse and his 7-year-old sister, Rachel, surrounded their grandparents, eyes wide with excitement. "Daddy got him a wild pig!" exclaimed Rachel. Jesse expanded on the drama. "Yeah, he was coming after Mama, and Daddy put him smack on the ground with a shovel and then stuck him with his buoy." Levi always kept a bowie knife strapped to his leg when he left the house. The 9-inch fixed blade had been made famous by Jim Bowie, a 19th century pioneer from Kentucky who died at the Battle of the Alamo. "He did he?" asked Squire as Sarah pushed off his lap and stood to hug her grandchildren. Then Squire asked, "Wait, the hog was coming after Carly?" "Yeah, Dad," replied Levi, who pushed the door closed behind him as a breeze of hot air blew some dirt into the front entry. The dryness was taking over the farm and its buildings. "It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. When we hunt wild pigs, every once in a while we come on an ornery mama protecting her young, but this one was different. It came charging out of the brush near the chicken coops right after Carly. I've never seen a hog attack like that." "You hit it with a shovel?" asked Squire. "I'm surprised that—" Levi laughed. "It didn't. The wood handle on the shovel snapped right in two, but it did distract the big boy long enough for me to stick him in the neck just behind his ear. Then I hit him again underneath, near the heart. He didn't go down easy or quickly." "It was gruesome, Grandpa," said young Jesse. "You should have seen it." "I can imagine," Squire said as he pulled the young boy over the armrest of the chair onto his lap. "Is Carly okay?" asked Sarah. "Where is she?" Levi laughed. "Well, you know Carly. She's practically a pioneer woman, just like the rest of the Boone women. After the excitement wore off, we field-dressed the pig, and now she's working on preserving the meat. She wanted me to ask y'all if y'all want to eat some Q for the next few days." "You don't have to twist my arm," Squire quickly responded before he pulled Rachel onto the chair with them. The old leather lazy-boy recliner groaned under the weight. "Absolutely," added Sarah. "I'll start the sauce while your father tells you about Chapman's wild adventure today. He told me some of what happened, but I'm sure there's more." Rachel put her nose to the air. "Grandma, is that an apple pie?" "Well, as a matter of fact, Missy, it is. If you and your brother will help me with the barbecue sauce and promise not to tell your mama, I'll fix you up a slice with homemade whipped cream. How's that sound?" "Deal!" they shouted in unison. They pushed off their grandpa's belly and bolted out of the room. The homeschooled children began to recite the apple pie ABC rhyme their mother had used to teach them the alphabet. A was an apple pie, B bit it, C cut it, D dealt it, E eat it, F fought it, G got it. The sound of their voices trailed off as they found their way into the kitchen. Levi patted his father on the shoulder and took up a seat on the sofa. He pointed toward the television. "It's not like you to be watching TV in the middle of the afternoon. What's up?" "Well, your sister called and said I needed to watch Chapman's reporting. It seems they had a couple of those water tornadoes in Seattle. Kinda rare, I take it. Anyway, they tore up the place, and your brother was right in the middle of the destruction." "He gets to have all the fun," quipped Levi. Squire turned off the television and addressed Levi. "You've got some fun of your own coming up. Everything still a go?" "Yeah, I think so. You know, as long as it's still okay with you. I'll only be gone a week, but if—" "Not another word. I'm glad you can take the time. Normally, moose hunting season in Canada starts in September, which is the peak of our harvest time. When they moved it up to late August, I'm the one who told you about it, remember?" "Yeah, Dad, I know, but still." Levi was trying to give his father every opportunity to say no. Times had been difficult at riverfront farms, and fulfilling his dream of a moose hunting trip to Canada might not have been the best idea. Squire held his hand up to stop Levi from continuing. "Son, not another word. Your mother and I are both very thankful for the hard work you do around here. You deserve this trip, and it'll give us a chance to have Carly and the kids all to ourselves. We already have plans for them to stay here at the house while you're gone. You know, do the whole slumber party thing." Levi laughed and stood. His dad joined him, and the two men exchanged a hug. "Not another word, I promise. Listen, let me get back to Carly and let her know about the hog meat. She'll be excited to work with Mom in the kitchen. I really do wish our houses were closer to each other." "I know, son. It just made more sense for you to occupy the old Brett place. It was in our family a long time ago. Yep, now it's back with the Boones where it belongs." Chapter 19. Riverfront Farms, Southeast Indiana. Squire was up at dawn the next morning, not unlike any of the other days of the year. He didn't carry a watch except when they went to church on Sundays. His great-great-grandfather had purchased a South Bend pocket watch in the late 1800s. It had been passed down through the generations, designated to be willed to the member of the Boone family who managed the operations of the farm. Squire carried it on Sundays, and one day Levi would be honored with that duty. Both Christie and Chapman had made it known early on that they would find their way elsewhere. Some kids were cut out for farm living, others were not. In a way, though, they went to college to pursue degrees that were related to the operation of riverfront farms, veterinary medicine, and meteorology. On a few occasions, Christie had helped her dad and Levi birth a calf. In recent years, Chapman tried to advise his family about the change in weather patterns affecting the Midwest. The signs of a prolonged drought had actually begun to show themselves years prior, and Chapman used the science to caution Squire against acquiring the Brett farm at a somewhat high price tag. He took in Chapman's advice, but proceeded with his plans anyway. Squire wanted to reclaim the Boone family properties from years of losses during the Great Depression. He didn't think he could buy them all back in his lifetime, but he'd set the stage for Levi to do so if he chose. Now, almost 5 years later, the drought that Chapman had warned him about had come to fruition. It was so devastating that it was referred to in the media as Dust Bowl 2. Squire walked alone through the cornfields that were barely producing. The harvest of field corn was still a month away, but Squire could tell this year was going to be a bust, and worse than the prior year. 2 years ago, he'd given up on planting sweet corn, opting instead to grow field corn to be sold to livestock, poultry, and dairy farmers in Harrison County. Riverfront Farms didn't raise livestock and kept about 50 chickens for their own use. Eggs were a staple in the family's diet. Squire knelt down in the middle of a corn row and reached for a handful of dirt. His hands were worn and wrinkled from years of working the farm. His face had a permanent tan with wrinkles created by squinting in the sun. Now they were supplemented with worry lines. When he was feeling forlorn about the financial difficulties he faced, he made up an excuse to be alone. He didn't have a particular reason to walk the cornfields on this day other than the need to think. His mind was consumed by the hefty note payment he was facing come November, when the harvest of soybean, corn, and apples had been completed and sold. Years ago, when he'd bought the adjacent farm, on paper, everything seemed to make sense. Their production was more than sufficient to make the annual principal and interest payments. He set up the loan on a 5-year balloon, so he wouldn't be facing a large debt as he approached his 70s. Squire didn't often focus on mortality. He was very healthy and received glowing praise from his doctors during his annual checkups. However, he was keenly aware that life included the prospect of death, and he didn't want to leave Sarah and Levi in a pickle if he were to be taken by a sudden illness. Then the drought took a turn for the worse 18 months after he purchased the Brett farm. Indiana farmers didn't make the same mistakes that were made in 1931 and 32. They didn't overwork their fields as the second summer of dry weather hit them. Back in the 30s, the Midwestern and Southern Plains states experienced what was known as black blizzards. Dust from the overplowed and overgrazed farms began to blow. The dust storms began to increase in numbers, and farms began to fail. The situation became so dire that Congress stepped in to create the Emergency Farm Mortgage Act, allocating $200 million for refinancing mortgages to help farmers facing foreclosure. Now, nearly 100 years later, history was repeating itself. Many Indiana farmers were in dire straits. The abrupt climate change they'd experienced over the last several years had taken its toll. As the old farming adage went, a successful corn crop was usually knee-high by the 4th of July. In 2019, Indiana farmers were lucky to get their seed in the ground by then. Rain was so heavy and plentiful that the continuous soaking farms received made for an uncommonly wet planting season. Now, a decade later, the pendulum had swung widely in the other direction. Extraordinary heat and a lack of rain had dried the soil, and farmers were suffering. Many were going belly up, including the Brett farm that Squire had purchased. Had it not been for the extensive irrigation system Squire had invested in decades ago, which drew water from the Ohio River and nearby Indian Creek, his apple orchards would be suffering as well. He didn't, however, irrigate the cornfields or the former Brett farm. As a result, his cash flow had diminished considerably each of the past 2 harvests. The average U.S. farm was in debt $1.3 million, mostly from their cost of operations. Riverfront farms operated lean and mean, using Squire and Levi to oversee operations, which alleviated the need for foremen. The workers, some of whom were seasonal, stayed in small log cabins that dotted the farm. They'd work for 2 months in the spring to prepare the soil and plant seeds. Then they'd return in mid-August to work through Halloween harvesting their crops. Squire stood and allowed the dusty soil to sift through his hands. He walked out of the cornfield and made his way toward the river, where a container barge made its way west to the Mississippi. Just as he exited the cornfields, Sarah showed up on a 4-wheeler. "Hey, mister, can I give you a lift?" "Take me to the river, please, ma'am," replied Squire as he climbed on the seat behind her. He wrapped his arms around her waist and nuzzled her neck. Then he closed his eyes as he thought about how much he loved his wife and family. It's gonna be all right. Chapter 20. Nantucket Sound, Massachusetts. It was a glorious, warm day off the coast of Nantucket Island, 30 miles south of Cape Cod in Massachusetts. Tourism was bustling all along the Cape, from Seagull Beach to Hyannis Port. Whale watchers had flocked to the regions, as several finback whales measuring 70 feet long had been spotted in Nantucket Sound, and as far west as Vineyard Sound, which separated Martha's Vineyard from the mainland. Generally, the best whale watching during the summer months was farther off the coast, out in the Atlantic Ocean around Stellwagen Bank, a national marine sanctuary located at the mouth of Massachusetts Bay to the north of Cape Cod. Lately, however, both finback whales and their slightly smaller counterpart, the humpback whale, had been seen frequenting the southern coastline of the Cape, in the waters separating the mainland from Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. These 2 types of whales enjoy feeding off mackerel. The greatest concentration of mackerel was generally found from Cape Cod Bay northward up the coast to Maine and Canada. It was only on rare occasion that the mackerel made their way into the warmer waters of Vineyard and Nantucket Sounds. Also, mackerel were mostly found in 40 to 70 feet of water. While parts of Nantucket Sound reached 80 feet, most of the depths were less than 40. Nonetheless, an abundance of mackerel had invaded the main channel of Nantucket Sound, and with food came predators, the finback and humpback whales. Cape Cod Eco Tours operated 3 vessels out of Hyannis Port and Barnstable. Ordinarily, they circled the end of the Cape and took their passengers north up the coast toward the waters more frequented by the whales. With the unusual influx of mackerel that summer, the whales ventured into Nantucket Sound, to the joy and delight of onlookers. The company tasked their 2 larger vessels with ferrying passengers northward for the longer ride along the coast. They added a 26-foot glass-bottom pontoon boat to handle the shorter, 2-hour cruises in Nantucket Sound. That afternoon, a group of a dozen teenagers were on board the pontoon boat as part of a high school science class assignment. The kids had been given the option of taking a written test or writing an essay on the whales and their unusual presence in the Sound. Half the class opted for the whale tour, namely the ones who looked for any excuse to get out of the classroom. In the van on the way over to the dock in Barnstable, they all agreed to share their notes and collaborate on their essays, changing them just enough to pass muster with their teacher. Their focus was to make sure they could smuggle 4 pints of vodka on board to be mixed with the Gatorade provided by the tour. Glass was prohibited on the boat, so methods of smuggling the liquor were discussed and agreed upon. They intended to turn the eco tour into a party boat. After the group was loaded onto the pontoon boat, the sole operator fired the twin Yamaha outboard engines, and they slowly made their way into the main channel. While the employee focused on the other boats in the area and his appointed destination, the teens passed the bottle, alternating swigs of vodka with the Gatorade chaser. Once the pontoon boat had reached the main channel where the water was the deepest, the operator slowed and began to brief the students on what they could expect to see. A few of them paid attention, or at least those who were tasked with remembering what they saw. The rest focused on getting drunk and making out at the back of the boat. The tour guide began. Nantucket Sound has been home to several pods of humpback and finback whales this summer, as they feed on massive schools of mackerel that have taken up residency here for some reason. They've become a big boon to our local economy, as tourists have flocked here from around the world to see them. I don't see any, mumbled one of the teenage boys, loud enough for the operator to hear. Are you sure we're in the right place? He laughed at himself, and several of his friends gave him high fives for his sarcasm. The man was not amused, but continued nonetheless. He saw that one of the girls was recording his presentation, and he didn't want to get in trouble with his boss. Look! Exclaimed one of the girls. I see a fin about 100 feet ahead of you. The boat operator fell for the ruse and turned around to search for the sighting. He grabbed his binoculars and began to scan the slightly choppy waters. While he did so, the teens quickly passed the bottles of vodka around, which were rapidly emptying into their young bellies. He turned and scowled before continuing. We've had equal numbers of humpback and finback whales. The humpbacks range from 35 to 55 feet long. The finbacks range from 45 to 70 feet long. The finbacks are much faster, which is why we call them the greyhounds of the sea. One of the boys interrupted him and adopted a Boris Karloff, Dracula-sounding voice. Do they enjoy the taste of human flesh? The group of teens burst into laughter. The alcohol had taken the desired effect. Many of them were drunk or in such a giddy mood that they exaggerated their reaction. The boat operator rolled his eyes and considered saying yes, followed by inadvertently throwing the insolent teenager overboard to gauge his reaction. But he pursed his lips and bit his tongue. There have been recorded instances of whales preying on usually terrestrial species, such as a moose swimming between the small islands off the coast of Maine, but to my knowledge, there have been no fatal attacks on humans in the wild. Accidents have happened with whales in captivity, but it was simply a matter of the handler being in the way of a whale. The operator never finished his sentence. On each side of the pontoon boat, 2 massive finbacks sprang out of the water in unison, an extremely rare event, as fin whales rarely breach the surface. The teens were in awe momentarily, until they felt the impact of the finbacks falling back to the water. The waves created by their 80-ton bodies roared toward the pontoon boat, which was no match for the impact. They struck the port and starboard sides at nearly the same moment, propelling the boat upward and out of the water. When it came crashing back down, 2 of the kids at the rear fell overboard into the Sound. The group recovered from the unusual activity, and the 2 teens were fished back on board. After a few minutes, the operator insisted that the kids secure their life jackets tightly, and he suggested they move to another area. He started the engines again, and then looked ahead. Directly in his path, an enormous humpback, the size of a school bus, breached the water with an awe-inspiring acrobatic move. He kicked his tail to lift himself a little higher, defying gravity as he held himself high in the air. The humpback was inspecting the pontoon boat. He was a big bull, probably the leader of the pod. His broad and rounded head was covered with knobs called tubercles, each one containing stiff hair that was thought to be used as motion detectors. His massive underbelly was marked with spots of black and white, and it came into extremely close view as the humpback found its way back into the water with an incredible splash. This time, the wave created by the massive beast was far more devastating to the pontoon boat. The water forced the bow upward into the sky to the point it was almost standing on its own. The suddenness caught everyone on board unprepared, and they were thrown off the back end toward the water being churned by the propellers. The water turned red as several of the teens got their limbs caught in the props, severing arms, legs, and cutting open one boy's scalp. And this was just the beginning. Completely out of character, the finbacks reemerged and charged toward the passengers, who were flailing in the water. Finbacks, or humpback whales, are considered baleen, meaning they don't have teeth. Rather, they have hundreds of fringed, overlapping plates made of keratin hanging down from their upper jaws, the same thing human nails are made of. Unlike sharks, they don't bite. They consume. The two finbacks and the bull humpback began to consume their prey. The frantic teenagers and the boat operator. The kids scattered about, most opting to swim back towards shore, while others tried to make their way to the pontoon boat, which was now idling away from them. Several took off their shoes and the life vest to enable them to swim faster, but it didn't matter. The whales eat prey by taking in large gulps of water. Just below their mouth, 2 to 3 dozen throat grooves expand to hold the water, which is later expelled through their blowholes. Their prey remains in their mouth until it's swallowed whole. One by one, the 3 whales began to devour the teens. They were soon joined by others, who created a frenzy that would put a Shark Week video to shame. When the feeding was done, all that remained was the pontoon boat heading out to sea, and a myriad of unidentifiable body parts that were too small for the massive whales to trifle with. The seagulls, however, were more than delighted to pick at the leftovers. Chapter 21. Iceland Air Flight, Seattle, Washington to Nuuk, Greenland. The next night, after a couple of follow-up reports on the weather conditions that gave rise to the 2 waterspouts, Chapman boarded an Iceland Air flight for a 7-hour nonstop to Reykjavik, Iceland, where he would catch a connecting flight to Nuuk, Greenland. His executive producers at the Weather Channel in Atlanta offered to give him a few days off before he went to Greenland to report on the extraordinary ice melt that had taken place, but Chapman insisted he was fine. He was, in fact, just fine. Better than fine. He felt an exhilaration that he hadn't experienced since his days of chasing tornadoes or flying into the eyes of hurricanes. Those days had passed after he made a name for himself and became a more valuable commodity for the network. He'd arrived at the airport early for the international flight, and just as another severe thunderstorm warning had been issued for SeaTac, the Seattle-Tacoma airport located equidistant between the 2 cities. At the airport, all the seats were taken in the departure area, filled to capacity with tourists hightailing it out of town. Nerves were still raw from yesterday's carnage, and the new round of storms put everyone on edge. The air buzzed with fear and nervous apprehension. The travelers looked scared and even confused, as if they were unsure whether to postpone their trips. As he was standing by the window at the gate, Chapman studied the skies and the various weather satellite apps installed on his iPhone. Looking out across the runway, he surveyed the orange and white windsocks, which indicated the orientation and strength of the wind. The wind's direction was the opposite of the direction in which the windsock was pointing. For SeaTac, the dominant wind tendencies were from the south, therefore the windsock should be pointed north. That was not the case today. The wind was considerable, probably 25 miles per hour, and it was coming from the northwest. Chapman recognized that the severe weather could have an impact on the wind's velocity and direction, but this was a region normally devoid of the types of severe thunderstorms found in more southern climates. He checked his watch and wandered over to the Iceland Air podium, where last-minute arrivals were checking in. The flight was still set for a 7:40 departure. There was some confusion at the check-in counter as a passenger was being told she was unable to bring her comfort animal on board the aircraft. In recent years, the FAA had cracked down on the practice of allowing emotional support animals on flights, known as ESAs. By 2017, 1 million service animals were allowed to accompany travelers with disabilities on board a flight. As is often the case, people pushed the limits of laws to see what they could get away with. Over time, the number of ESAs increased 150% and began to include pigs, small horses, and even chickens. Chapman had watched a report recently about a passenger attempting to bring a peacock on board, while another tried to claim a squirrel as an ESA. The practice had gotten out of hand, but today a new issue had been raised. Chapman overheard the discussion, civil at first, but one that grew increasingly hostile as the Iceland Air passenger began to realize he would not be allowed to bring his 50-pound pit bull on board. The day before, a pit bull, designated an ESA, had attacked a German shepherd, which was a seeing eye dog for a disabled veteran. The pit bull growled and barked at the other service animal. When a female flight attendant attempted to intervene, the pit bull bit off 3 of her fingers. The dog then turned on its owner and mauled him while he was trapped in a window seat. Fortunately, the attack took place while the flight was still on the tarmac. The Iceland Air passenger pitched a fit, agitated his dog, and that was the end of that. Airport security was quickly summoned to the gate, and the man was arrested. His dog was tranquilized, an act that surprised Chapman. He couldn't imagine that airport security would keep animal tranquilizer guns in its arsenal. He shrugged it off, and within an hour they were wheels up and heading for Reykjavik. He settled into his first-class seat, an upgrade made possible courtesy of his executive producers. He was pleased that the flight attendants were able to serve him his favorite adult beverage. Knob Creek was a Kentucky bourbon whiskey distilled in Claremont, Kentucky, about an hour east of Riverfront Farms. Knob Creek was a small distillery launched by Jim Beam 30-some years prior. Its bourbon had a distinctive nutty aroma with an almost fruity taste. It was a favorite of his dad's on special occasions and had been adopted by the 2 oldest Boone siblings when they went off to college. He downed the bourbon, and when the flight attendant began servicing the first-class cabin, he requested another. The 7-hour flight enabled him to have a few drinks and then sleep them off before he started another day. Chapman sat in silence, mindlessly staring into the sky as the flight lifted off and immediately banked left to adopt a flight path that took them over Canada toward Iceland. Things were changing right in front of his eyes. Whatever this phenomenon was that had created these unusual weather events, it was spreading. It was the same jittery feeling of an oncoming crisis, not dissimilar to how he felt when a hurricane was barreling toward the coast. Amid the hottest month in recorded history, Chapman found certain records being set to be absolutely jaw-dropping. According to data released by NOAA, in the month of July that had just ended 3 weeks ago, a weather station in Sweden located north of the Arctic Circle hit 94.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Standing alone, Chapman might have considered the reading an aberration, but coupled with more data ranging from the melting of sea ice in Greenland and the extreme cold weather being experienced in Siberia, it put an exclamation point on the words, "Something's wrong." The heat wave that hit the Arctic Circle had had a profound effect on Greenland, hence the reason for his assignment to Nuuk, Greenland's capital, and then northward to a remote weather research facility. He was going to investigate the impact this warming trend had on the sea ice, and one of the scientists at the research facility was prepared to disclose to Chapman exclusively his hypothesis for what might be the root cause. And the scientist had promised in his email to Chapman, "It's not what you might think." Intrigued, Chapman pitched the story to the executive producers, and now he was on his way to the land of the Greenlanders. Chapter 22. Brookfield Zoo, Chicago, Illinois. Christy Boone had an interesting day ahead of her. She was co-hosting, along with other animal ambassadors at Brookfield Zoo, the annual Zoo Brew, hosted by Blue Moon Brewery. It was an event designed to create a party-like atmosphere while raising donations for the Chicago Zoological Society. A VIP beer garden was ground zero for the festivities, but many of the high-end donors would be given behind-the-scenes tours of the zoo. Christy, who was a highly sought-after speaker around Chicago, would be working with the most generous of donors. She patted the bar stool with the palm of her hand, encouraging Knight to take a seat. Christy had worked late into the evening the night before to get a handle on her regular duties, as she'd be occupied by the Zoo Brew event the entire day. "Okay, Knight, this is your big day," she began with a chuckle. "I'll be exploiting you for financial gain and the greater good." He moved his hands and gave Christy a disapproving look. "Sign, please." She laughed and responded in sign language, "I am sorry. Party today." Knight understood party to mean something extra special, other than the occasional apple or pear from the employee cafeteria. Parties meant cake and ice cream. He was all in. He jumped off the chair and began spinning around, waving his arms over his head like he was at a rock concert. He clapped his hands and then offered one for a high five, which Christy promptly gave him. Then she signed the bad news. Yes, a party. Adult party. Knight frowned. He knew the difference. His kind of party involved laughing, tickling, wrestling, and sweet treats. Adult party meant he had to mind his manners. Not quite as fun. He provided a slight pout and returned to his bar stool, where Christy provided him a paper plate of fruit. Last night, after dinner, he'd surprisingly threw his cafeteria plate to the tile floor, breaking it into several pieces. Christy hadn't seen the actual act and assumed it was an accident. Knight knew what he'd done, sort of. There was a gentle tapping at the half-open door to her office. It swung open slightly, and a man in khaki pants and a white polo shirt appeared in her doorway. Knight assessed the newcomer with his eyes and sense of smell. Christy studied him from head to toe. He was younger than her, and not hard on the eyes. His arms bulged out of the polo shirt sleeves, and his tan gave away his love of the outdoors. "Are you Dr. Charles?" he asked, pointing at the nameplate on her door. Christy was immediately flustered by his presence, something she hadn't felt in a long time. Hang on," she stuttered her reply. She pulled open several desk drawers and rummaged through their contents. She eventually found what she was looking for and hustled to the door where the man stood. She ripped off a strip of masking tape and covered the word Charles, leaving only Dr. Christy Boone exposed. She looked up at his chiseled jaw and then found his steely blue eyes. She gulped and finally found her voice. "There, that's better. I'm Dr. Christy Boone. Charles is a thing of the past." The man laughed. "I get it. My apologies, Dr. Boone. But—" He hesitated and pointed at her chest. Her white lab coat still read Dr. Charles. Frustrated, she tore off another piece of masking tape and slapped it hard against her jacket to obscure the old name. Then she reached into her coat pocket and retrieved a black Sharpie. She tried to scribble her name sideways, but it simply made a hot mess of chicken scratch. "Damn it!" She ripped off the tape and tried again. It was also an epic fail. Finally, she gave up. She pulled off the lab coat and angrily crumpled it, emblematic of her failed marriage, and tossed it into the corner of her office. Thinking this was some kind of game, Knight hopped off the bar stool and retrieved her lab coat. He ran his arms through the sleeves, but it was backwards, giving the appearance he was in a straitjacket. This amused the chimp greatly, who let out a series of hoots and hollers. "Well, Dr. Boone, now we match," said the man as he pointed at her white polo shirt and matching khakis. They looked like a couple who decided to go to the mall and wear matching clothes, or mixed doubles tennis partners from the 1930s. Christy turned several shades of red and managed to smile. "Is there any chance we can start this over?" "What? Sure." She carefully touched his muscular chest and pushed him backwards out of her office. She shut the door and stood back next to Knight, who was both intrigued and amused by the interaction. "Okay, let's start over," she said in a raised voice. She waited for the man to knock and re-enter her office. Nothing. "Okay, come on in," she said a little louder. Still nothing. "What the hell?" She mumbled and marched toward the door. The man was standing on the walkway, laughing. He'd intentionally stood his ground just to aggravate her. Christy had a cross look on her face, so he quickly apologized to her back as she spun and marched inside. "I'm sorry, Dr. Boone. I just thought it would be funny if you thought I'd left." "Not funny," she said, staring at her whiteboard, which acted as a daily and weekly planner. "Okay, please, my apologies." He is trying. "Who are you?" she asked without turning around. "I'm Thomas Bannon from Wisconsin-Madison. I'm your new assistant." Christy smiled. Now it was her turn. She crossed her arms and stared at the whiteboard. "No, you're not. You're fired." She smiled, but otherwise managed to contain herself as her body wanted to burst out laughing. She didn't expect her new assistant on the job until next week, and she certainly was not expecting an incredible hunk. At first, Thomas didn't reply. He glanced over at Knight, seeking encouragement, but only received a curious look in return. "Dr. Boone, I'm sorry. Can we please—" She cut him off. Her grin widened and she said, "Groveling is good. I think we're going to get along just fine." She turned to reveal her smiling face and extended her hand. "Welcome to my world, Thomas." Chapter 23. Brookfield Zoo, Chicago, Illinois. "Please take a seat. I had a late night of research, and today is going to be one of those dog and pony events that is a welcome change of pace, but exhausting." Christy tried to explain her odd behavior. "Hey, I get it," he said as he took a seat in front of her desk. He glanced to his left to gauge Knight's interest, who was keeping a wary eye on the new arrival. "Is this good-looking young man part of your research, or did you turn your ex into a toad or chimp or something like that?" Christy chuckled. "Okay, that was funny. My ex-husband turned himself into a toad many years before I signed the papers ending the charade of a marriage. We were two different people with two different sets of interests. Certainly, my one-year research sabbatical in the Congo didn't help. In my defense, the marriage was loveless by that point anyway." "The Congo? Wow, that's any zoologist's dream." Christy fumbled through her desk drawers again, looking for his resume. She'd had a chance to review all of the applicants, but much to her chagrin, the actual personal interviews were handled by the Human Resources Department at Brookfield. They felt they were better qualified to make those personnel decisions because it was possible that someone like Thomas Bannon could be moved out of Christie's department to a more suitable position without her consent. Rhonda, her prior assistant, had been with her since her return from the Congo, but she'd moved on to greener pastures. "My undergrad study at Ohio State was in zoology," said Christy. You'll have to forgive me, Thomas, but I can't recall the details of your resume. Where did you go to school?" "Sure, of course. First, please call me Tommy. My dad was Thomas Bannon Sr., technically speaking, and I was a junior. He was Tom, and I'm Tommy." "Was?" "Yeah," replied Tommy with a bit of sadness. "He and my mom were killed in London during the terrorist attacks at Trafalgar Square in 2020. They were celebrating their anniversary and were taking pictures by the fountains when the terrorists descended upon the square with machetes. It was barbaric." "I remember," said Christy with a grimace. "The people were helpless. So sad. I'm sorry, Thomas. Tommy. It's okay. Time has healed most of the sadness, but I think about them often. They loved animals and were very proud when I got accepted into the Department of Integrative Biology at UW-Madison. It's a great school and was on my list, too. Ohio State won the day because I could get a doctorate in veterinary medicine all under one roof, so to speak. What was your specialization during school?" "Behavioral sciences and ecology," he replied. "Good. You can help me figure that one out." Christy pointed toward Knight, who was waiting patiently to be acknowledged. He liked being the center of attention. "He seems a bit standoffish," said Tommy. He hasn't been himself lately. At first, I wanted to blame it on my foul mood associated with the divorce. You know, I've never been married," he interjected. "Lucky you. Be happy with your girlfriend and enjoy life. I don't have one of those either." Christy gulped. "You're gay?" Tommy began to laugh. "Nope, not that either. Committed, dedicated, workaholic." Christy was intrigued at the male version of herself. "Asexual?" Tommy laughed and shrugged. "I suppose if I don't find someone to date soon, I will be." Oddly, Knight laughed at that statement. He seemed to be enjoying the playful interaction between the humans. Christy stood and motioned for Knight to join her next to the desk. He threw off the backwards lab coat and walked on two legs in that chimp waddle motion, using his arms outstretched for balance. Christy signed to Knight. "Say hello to Tommy." Christy used finger spelling to spell Tommy. Knight looked to Tommy and signed hello. Then he signed again to Christy, who repeated the finger spelling method of creating Tommy's name. Knight repeated his greeting, this time signing, "Hello, Tommy. I am Knight." Much to Knight's delight, Tommy signed his response. "It is nice to meet you, Knight." Knight became extremely animated, letting out hoots and hollers while bouncing on all fours. He suddenly calmed down and became serious. He pointed to Christy and then to Tommy. "Friend. You friend." Tommy smiled and replied, "Yes, 3 friends." Knight offered his hand to high-five Christy, and he did the same to Tommy. The 3 of them immediately became a trio. After the introductions, Christy told Tommy a little bit about what was expected of him. She explained the details of today's activities, and they discussed how he could help. Mainly, she needed him to shadow her for a while until she could begin to assign him specific tasks. She asked a little more about his background. "So you decided against veterinary medicine?" she asked. "Yeah, partly because of finances, but mostly because I was anxious to get started on my career. I've always loved animals, and as a zoologist, I would not only have the opportunity to interact with them, but also focus on research related to their behavior." She was beginning to remember his resume and why she'd become enamored with him as an assistant. Her strengths were physiology and health issues. His were behavioral and studying animals in their natural environments. "You were at the Lincoln Park Zoo, am I right?" she asked. "Yes, and the people there were great to work with, but frankly, they were limited in their opportunities and resources. Brookfield isn't Africa, but it's the next best thing. I really have an opportunity to make a difference here." Christy nodded and leaned back in her chair. She studied her new assistant, or, as Knight called him, friend. She needed to make sure he understood the risks of her work. "You're a smart guy, so I don't need to try to sugarcoat what I do here. I'm very hands-on. I don't assign tasks to interns or park staff. I'm right there in the pen with the apes and the tigers and any other ferocious exotics we have at Brookfield. If you get too close or startle the animals, you can die. If you fail to use the proper amount of anesthetic when performing a procedure, you can die. You happen to have a run of bad luck, you could die. You understand this, right?" He smiled and replied with conviction, "I wouldn't be here if I didn't." "And there's zoonosis," she continued. Zoonosis were infectious diseases humans could contract from animals, caused by parasites, bacteria, and viruses. Zoologists were more likely to be at risk from them due to their increased exposure to the animals. Whether by direct interaction or during your handling of test materials, you can be exposed to diseases if you're not careful. I understand Brookfield is a gateway for animals as they are brought in from the wild or rescued from private zoos," said Tommy. "That's correct, so we don't always know what we're getting. They're supposed to be pre-screened before being brought to us, but I don't trust something of that seriousness to a stranger. Would you?" "No, ma'am. I think we're on the same page. Safety first, but calculated risks are generally accepted." Christy laughed and stood. "We're going to get along just fine, Tommy. Now, gentlemen, let's go find the Blue Moon Beer Garden. I think I'm going to love this place," quipped Tommy as he reached for Knight's hand to follow their leader. Chapter 24. Greenland Climate Research Center, Nuuk, Greenland. Greenland was a massive island located largely above the Arctic Circle, between Canada's Northwestern Passage and Norway. The outlying territory of Denmark was mostly covered in ice, with only a small population living along the ice-free southwestern coast, courtesy of the Gulf Stream's warmer waters. It was a preferred destination of travelers and scientists studying natural phenomena such as the summer's midnight sun and winter's northern lights. Chapman arrived at the airport in Nuuk, Greenland's capital, where he was greeted by a media liaison from the Greenland Climate Research Center. Dr. Michael Winding had begun his career studying climate change at Cal Berkeley before taking a position in Nuuk. "Greetings, Dr. Chapman," the liaison mistakenly said to Chapman. Slightly annoyed, Chapman shook the man's hand and gave it a slight squeeze. "Chapman Boone, chief meteorologist with the Weather Channel. I don't have a doctoral degree." "Oh, my apologies," the man said as he glanced down at his cell phone. The text message was inaccurate." "No problem." Chapman shrugged it off. "I appreciate your picking me up and assisting me out to the research center. I've been to Nuuk several times on assignment, but I've never been in the Northeast." Dr. Winding led Chapman through the small airport to an awaiting van bearing the GCRC's circular logo on the doors. As they drove to the main facility, he provided Chapman some background. "At the research center, we try to create knowledge about Greenland to be shared with the world. This is a unique ecosystem that has been studied for a century, but now with a much greater sense of urgency." "I'm aware of NASA's recent warning," interjected Chapman. Dr. Winding stared out the van window and rested his elbow on the door as he spoke. He was contemplative. "This summer, NASA scientists have been crisscrossing Greenland on a mission to track our melting ice. Their aerial photographs were astonishing, but, frankly, confirmed what our data has revealed. We've just recorded Greenland's largest ice melt since 2019, and even larger than the preceding record in 2012. In the last 9 weeks, teams of scientists and engineers from around the globe have descended upon Greenland, planting probes into the ice to quantify the melt. The Arctic's melting season starts each year in June and ends by late August. During the month of July alone, one of the hottest on record, the ice sheet poured 212 billion tons of water into the North Atlantic." "I've heard," said Chapman, who was taking in the sights. He was familiar with the data, but allowed his host to continue. The conclusion he was getting from his contacts at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California was that the massive melt-off was an anomaly for Greenland, caused by the record-high temperatures being recorded from Greenland to Europe. It was this unusual heat wave that would take him to Paris in the coming days. Dr. Winding continued. "When one thinks of Greenland, images of an ice-bound, harsh, and forbidding landscape probably come to mind. What you will see as we venture to the research station is a land of ice pocked with melt ponds and streams that have been transformed into raging rivers. We've even had wildfires. After the unusual 2019 melt-off, didn't the ice cap grow back?" "Well, yes, of course, as it always does as the cold weather sets in. The Arctic is harsh, fragile, and resilient at the same time." Chapman allowed the liaison to continue. He'd done his research on what was happening in Greenland before he left Atlanta for Seattle several days ago. There had been an expansive area of high pressure enveloping all of Greenland, bringing temperatures to 20 degrees above average. It was the same weather system that had brought drought conditions to the Midwest, including Indiana. This high pressure wreaked havoc throughout Europe as well. All of the above, at least to Chapman, made perfect sense. It was easily explained away as an unusual weather anomaly. He believed in studying long-term trends, not isolated occurrences, when trying to reach a conclusion about the weather. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but the weather patterns from Alaska to the Nordics and Northern Europe were shifting. His contact at Caltech suggested he speak to a geologist working at the Zackenberg Station in Northeast Greenland National Park for his theories on the cause of the abnormal weather. "Here we are," said Dr. Winding, breaking Chapman out of a trance. He hadn't been to the new GCRC facility since it opened, and his eyes grew wide as he marveled at the architecture. It looked like a piece of granite had jutted out of the earth during a shift of her tectonic plates. The two men entered the building through a garage, and Chapman was greeted with a deluge of activity. Scientists and climatologists from all over the world scurried about. The different languages and ethnicities reminded him of his only trip to the United Nations to report on a climate change accord when he first started with the Weather Channel. Dr. Winding noticed Chapman's reaction. "Do you see what the ice melt has brought upon our ordinarily quiet island? First, your country tried to purchase us, and then this happens. There are nearly as many reporters here as there are climatologists." Nearly a decade prior, the president floated the idea of purchasing Greenland from Denmark in order to relieve it of its $700 million annual outlay to maintain the island. The offer was rejected. Chapman shook his head in disbelief. The scene was chaotic. While I'd love to chat with all of these people, when can we go to the research station? The plane is waiting. Do you need a rest after your long flight? A bathroom would be nice. I'd like to change clothes, wash my face, things like that. Of course. The two men gently pushed their way through the throngs of people, who were casually chatting at times and arguing with one another as well. The subject of climate change had fostered animosity among people for decades. The concept of global warming had become front-page news in the late 1980s. Chapman wasn't even a twinkle in his parents' eyes, as they'd just been married, but he was fascinated by the subject, so he conducted his own research. In June of 1988, Dr. James Hansen, the director of NASA's Institute for Space Studies, stated that global warming had reached ever-increasing levels. NASA's scientists had concluded that there was a cause and effect relationship between the greenhouse effect and rising temperatures. He affirmatively stated that the greenhouse effect had been detected and it is changing the world's climate. The result was a New York Times front-page story declaring global warming has begun. The debate began to rage from there. The debate soon turned to political rancor and even violence in the streets. Several mass shootings occurred in the prior decade in the name of eco-fascism, the theory that an individual might sacrifice their own interests for the organic whole of nature. Killers in El Paso, Texas, and Christchurch, New Zealand, used this excuse to target those of another race in the name of the environment. Chapman didn't profess to understand the minds of sadistic killers, but he did know from the raised voices at the GCRC that the axiom, agree to disagree, didn't seem to apply anymore. He was a believer in finding answers for himself, and at times he used his position with the Weather Channel to do so. That was the real reason he'd pitched doing a story in Greenland, not because of the ice melt, but because of the radical theories of an aging geologist known for wandering the Arctic alone. Chapter 25. Greenland Climate Research Center, Nuuk, Greenland. Dr. Winding did not accompany Chapman north. A helicopter was chartered for him via Air Greenland. The bright red Eurocopter AS-350 awaited him after he changed clothes into his weather gear. Despite the extraordinary warmth surrounding southern Greenland, parts of the north were still quite chilly for August. He boarded the 5-passenger helicopter, which was used for everything from scientific research missions to heli-skiing. There were numerous mountains dotting the Greenland landscape that provided adventurous skiers plenty of virgin powder. Instead of using a traditional ski lift found at resorts, these daredevils would bring their skis and snowboards to the mountain peaks via an Air Greenland helicopter. The two pilots introduced themselves, and Chapman immediately noticed they were carrying sidearms. Next to their seats, rifles with tranquilizers were mounted for easy access. "You boys expecting trouble?" he asked. "Standard protocol," one of them responded. "With the ice cap melting this summer, wildlife has access to a much larger domain than normal. They've encroached onto settlements, and that's resulted in a couple of incidents." The other pilot finished his cockpit checklist and fired the rotors of the chopper. Chapman was curious about the animal activity, especially since he didn't have the benefit of a weapon. "What kind of incidents?" "Well, it was weird, actually," the pilot began. A herd of musk oxen went on a rampage in a village near Disco Island. Chapman interrupted him. Musk oxen? Yes, a musk ox resembles a dark-colored sheep, but it has sharp horns curved like a goat. Some, however, are the size of a cow. We've had all of those back on our farm in Indiana throughout the years. They're not known to cause trouble, especially get violent or out of control, unless they're startled. There was no explanation for what set them off. They entered the village at full speed, using their curved horns to target anyone they could find. Both the musk ox bulls and the less dominant females rushed and butted anything that moved. Several people died from being gored in vital organs. Chapman looked out of the helicopter down to the beautiful landscape of Greenland as the rocky terrain began to change to snow-covered plains. He was told the trip to the research outpost would take an hour and a half, so he popped open his laptop and reviewed the notes he'd made on the work of Dr. Harry Pruitt of the Geological Survey of Canada. Every year, Dr. Pruitt goes hunting. He dons his gloves, a parka, and a fancy compass, hops on a plane or helicopter, and flies across the Arctic. His prey? The always moving, shifting, and often elusive magnetic North Pole. In the past, Dr. Pruitt would only venture out once every few years. That changed in the last decade. He found himself spending most of his time in the field studying the location of the pole. He published a research paper a year ago on the subject and addressed a conference of the American Geophysical Union on the possibility that the Earth's magnetic field was collapsing. His research and data were sound, but the mistake he made, in this era of disagreement and rancor, was to make the outlandish claim that Earth's changing climate might be related to the Earth's magnetic field flipping. He'd pointed out, and Chapman confirmed by his own research, that the North and South Poles have swapped places many times in the history of the planet. These reversals, recorded by geologists in the magnetism of ancient rocks, were unpredictable and occurred at irregular intervals, averaging 300,000 years, but had certainly shifted more often. Dr. Pruitt attempted to point out to the American Geophysical Union that the last known reversal took place 780,000 years ago. He argued that the planet was long overdue, and that the weather anomalies of the last several decades could be a direct result of the shift. This assertion led to an uproar in the scientific community, and eventually Dr. Pruitt was shouted down. He stopped publishing his data and making public appearances, opting instead to become a full-time resident of the Zackenberg station. Using a letter of introduction from his friend at NASA's JPL, Chapman secured an exclusive interview with Dr. Pruitt under the proviso that he would not appear on camera or be recorded. Chapman's executive producer allowed him the trip to Zackenberg, but he was expected back the next day to conduct live on-air reports from Nuuk on the impending climate disaster brought on by the melting ice sheet. Chapman finished reviewing his notes and closed his laptop to take in the scenery. Northeast Greenland National Park, which encompassed a third of the territory, was considered the world's largest national park. In fact, the park was larger than all but 29 countries in the world. It was desolate. There was no permanent human population living in the park except at the smattering of outposts near Daneborg, the headquarters of the park policing agency, and 5 other communities that handled Danish military activities or scientific research. The Zackenberg Ecological Research Operation, also known as ZERO, was originally established as a summer-only outpost consisting of 10 modular buildings powered by generators. As the winter weather set in, the facility would be abandoned until late spring. Several years ago, a new cutting-edge facility was designed to beat the Arctic freeze and allow for year-round inhabitants in one of the most extreme environments on Earth. The chopper touched down, and Chapman marveled at the complex, yet remarkably simple, 8-module structure that sat atop hydraulic legs with skids. The legs were designed to raise the modules to keep them above the perpetual snow buildup that started falling in September. Also, depending on the circumstances, the modules could be moved to safer locations to avoid avalanches, or, in the case of this summer's unusual heat, a melting of the ice, resulting in it sinking. The pilot gave the co-pilot a thumbs up, and he unstrapped himself from his seat harnesses. He turned to Chapman while the pilot got settled into his seat with his flight charts and a clipboard. "We're going to Daneborg to refuel, and we'll return at 9 p.m. local time to pick you up. Dusk is at 10:30, so we'll have plenty of time to get you back to Nuke before dark. Is that okay with you?" Chapman considered that more than enough time. He wasn't remotely tired after sleeping on the plane, and he relished the opportunity to speak at length with Dr. Pruitt. "Sounds good. Okay, I'll escort you inside, and then we'll be on our way." "I'm sure I can," began Chapman before being cut off. "Yes, sir, but it's protocol issued by Sirius Patrol. They're responsible for policing the Northeast." "Understood. I'll grab my gear." Chapman stuffed his backpack and slung it over his right shoulder. The co-pilot opened the chopper door, and a blast of cold air bit into the exposed skin on Chapman's face. As he exited the plane, his boots crunched over the tightly compacted ice and snow surrounding the helicopter. Zero was located in a valley in which the winds whipped through the mountains at incredible speeds. The flags of Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark rippled violently. 100 yards away were the light blue-colored modules that made up the outpost. Each was adorned with the flags of their host nation. Small porthole windows could be seen, but they were iced over, even in the summer. "This way, sir," said the co-pilot, taking Chapman by the arm. "No welcoming committee?" he asked with a chuckle. The co-pilot laughed. "Are you bringing research grant money?" "No. There's your answer," he said sarcastically. "The building to the far right is their maintenance facility and de facto welcome center. It's full of snowmobiles and scientific equipment that looks like it belongs on the moon." The two men pressed forward, leaning into the gale force winds carrying Arctic air. Chapman continued to survey his surroundings. He'd been on trips to remote parts of Canada and Alaska where research operations like this one were tucked away. Usually, especially in the summer, there was a flurry of activity around the outpost as scientists went about their business. Thus far, he hadn't seen evidence of another living soul. As they got closer and noticed the doors to the maintenance module were wide open, a strange feeling began to roil in his gut. He found himself walking a little slower, allowing the co-pilot to take the lead. When his escort placed his right hand on his sidearm, Chapman took a deep breath and held it, steeling his nerves for what was to come. Chapter 26. Zero. Zackenberg Station, Northeast Greenland. They slowly entered the maintenance module, and the co-pilot drew his weapon. Professionally trained, he carefully entered the darkened space with his head on a swivel, frequently turning his shoulders back and forth as the barrel of his gun led the way. "Should I go back and get the other pilot?" whispered Chapman, who remained a few paces behind the co-pilot. He scanned the storage space in search of anything he could use as a weapon, like a shovel or a pickaxe. "Stay close," the man whispered as he approached a porthole door that took them into the climate-controlled main module. The lights were on, but there was no sign of movement. He inched the door open and slowly stuck his head inside to announce their arrival. "Hello? Hello? Anybody here?" He paused and looked back to Chapman, who'd found an ice auger lying on the seat of a snowmobile. He'd dropped his backpack and picked up the 48-inch device that was typically used for ice fishing. The sharp carbon steel blades could do some damage to an attacker. Chapman returned his glance and shrugged. "Shit," the co-pilot muttered under his breath. This time he yelled, "Hello! Everybody okay?" He edged inside the first module. It was spacious and modern, and warm. Chapman immediately welcomed the thaw and the respite from the cold wind. The co-pilot raised his left arm, indicating they should stop. He knelt down and picked up 2 bullet casings. "Be ready and stay behind me." Chapman didn't argue. The co-pilot took a few more steps forward and swung his weapon around the room. His wet boots slid on the floor, which was made of diamond plate steel. At the far end of the space was another hallway that led deeper into the multi-pronged modular complex. The only light that bled into the hallway came from this entry space. The interior furnishings appeared to be straight out of an IKEA catalog, with white and light shades of blue dominating the room. There were no electronics in this module, as it was partly storage, partly waiting area, as the scientists prepared to conduct research for the day. Several lockers lined the wall, but all the doors were shut. After clearing this module, the co-pilot continued through the room and into the hallway. The two men lowered themselves into a crouch as they slowly crept through the 12-foot-wide fiberglass-encased tube. The co-pilot stopped to point out another bullet casing and set his jaw. As they approached the next hatch, tensions were high between the men. The co-pilot no longer announced his presence, and he appeared more and more concerned over the lack of human contact. The bright, white, sterile environment was not that different from what the inhabitants of Zero probably experienced during the wintertime. The space appeared clean, yet it smelled musty, almost metallic, and somehow wet at the same time. Chapman's senses were on high alert as his level of awareness shot through the roof. The co-pilot reached the end of the hallway and stepped into the next module. He'd barely entered the much larger space when he gasped. Chapman's nose wrinkled at a ghastly smell emanating from the module, and he quickly covered his nose and mouth. "My God!" "What?" Chapman demanded. He reached the doorway and stuck his head inside. He immediately turned back into the hallway, coughing, retching, and suppressing his flight response. He'd seen death before, but not slaughter. The normally white module that housed the nerve center of Zero with its computer stations and research work was covered in dark red sticky blood and mauled body parts. "Jesus," muttered the co-pilot as he walked around the room, minding his step to avoid slipping in the wet goo or tripping over a disfigured corpse. "I've never seen anything like this." Chapman recovered and entered the module. He blinked several times in an effort to clear his brain of the gory scene straight out of a horror movie. "Their bodies are, shredded, and not by a knife," Chapman added, before pointing to the bank of computer consoles. "Look." The co-pilot turned to see the body of a clean-shaven young man draped over a computer desk. The young man couldn't have been older than 20. The claw marks that tore open his face and ripped away his back, exposing his spine, made it clear an animal had done this. "Polar bear," said the co-pilot. "Has to be. But inside the building is unheard of." "They never had a chance," said Chapman. "They couldn't even call for help. It must have happened so fast." The co-pilot moved to holster his weapon, and Chapman reached out to him. "Wait, what are you doing?" "This happened a while ago," he replied, pointing to the blood on the computer desk, which was beginning to harden. "The bear that did this is probably long gone. I think this facility had 9 or 10 people working in it. I only count 5 bodies, I think." He looked around the room and wiped the perspiration off his brow. "Okay, but maybe we should get the other pilot," insisted Chapman. "You guys also have rifles. I'd feel better with them around, too." "Fine, you do that. I'm gonna go bring the others out of hiding and let them know it's safe." The co-pilot picked one of the 3 hallways that led out of this center module, and Chapman quickly retreated toward the exit. He hadn't gotten 10 steps when he heard a blood-curdling yell coming from within the other module. He rushed back inside and shouted for the co-pilot. He didn't answer. Chapman tried again. "Hey! Can you hear me?" "In here," he finally responded. "You'll never believe this." Chapman looked back toward the exit and considered ignoring the co-pilot. He wanted to be away from the stench of death and the possibility that a vicious polar bear was roaming around Zero. Nonetheless, his curiosity was strong, and he really thought it was a bad idea for the 2 men to split up. He hustled through the main pod and made his way down the last hallway, noticing the bloody paw prints of the polar bear as he went. He placed his boot next to a print to gauge their size. They appeared to be at least 14 inches long and nearly as wide. He ducked his head and entered the next pod, which was filled with bunk beds. The scene was similar to the main pod, except for one notable exception. A massive, dead polar bear lay on top of a woman in the middle of the floor. "Is it dead?" Chapman asked hopefully. "Yeah." Gauging from the height of the woman, who was most likely around 5'6", the polar bear was easily 8 feet tall and probably weighed 800 pounds. "Look, she shot it while she was being attacked," the co-pilot said as he picked up a handgun. He examined it and then dropped the magazine into his other hand. "Sig Sauer P320 and 9mm, standard issue for the Royal Danish Army. Looks like she got off 5 rounds. He jammed the magazine back into the pistol, knelt down next to the dead animal, and grabbed the back of its head by the fur. A gaping bullet wound was revealed under its snout, and the bullet must have embedded in its brain, because there was no exit wound. "We need to call for help," said Chapman. "There might be another one." "I doubt it," he said as he stood. He stuffed the woman's sidearm in his belt. "I'm amazed this one ventured inside the buildings, especially this deep. Polar bears are not stealthy animals. If there was another one, we'd know about it." Chapman set the auger on an empty bed and took in the scene. The victims were trapped in the module. Once the bear attacked the central module of Zero, it moved down the hallway, most likely following the scent or screams of the others. The module revealed the slaughter, and with the lack of moving air, it was nauseating too. "Come on," said the pilot, slapping Chapman on the back. "Let's get you some fresh air, and I'll alert my partner. He'll radio Sirius, and quite possibly Thule Air Base on the far west end of the island. They're equipped with rescue and recovery teams to handle something like this." Chapman picked up the auger, just in case, and the two men made their way back through the modules. When they reached the outside, the co-pilot asked Chapman to stay there while he quickly crossed through the crunchy snow toward the chopper. When he was halfway across, the pilot emerged from the helicopter and shouted to him, "What's the deal? We're gonna be late for—" He never finished his sentence. A male polar bear raced around the back of the helicopter and swatted the pilot's head with its massive paw. His helmet deflected the blow, saving the pilot's life for the moment. Knocked to the snow-packed ground, the pilot attempted to push away from the polar bear, to no avail. Within seconds, the beast pounced on him and began to pound his face. His scalp was ripped open, and the bear sensed a kill. Right, left, right, left. Blow after blow, the snow-white creature pummeled the pilot, shredding his face to the bone. Despite the fact he was killed by the second crushing slap to the temple, the polar bear was maniacal in its assault. Shots rang out as the co-pilot fired wildly in the direction of the polar bear, their sound muted by the howling Arctic wind. He failed miserably in his efforts, missing the large target because his adrenaline had spiked and blown his fine motor skills. His poor aim resulted in one round embedding in the chopper's airframe and the other shattering the front window. The bear was furious at the interruption and stood on its hind legs while raising its paws high into the air. The growl it let out caused the hair to stand up on the back of Chapman's neck. He'd confronted brown bears that roamed out of the nearby woods at the farm from time to time, but nothing like this. With the more common brown or black bears that inhabited the woods of Indiana, you could simply clap your hands and shout at them, and they'd wander back into the forest. Polar bears didn't give a damn about yelling, or how tall you tried to make yourself, or whether you had a weapon. Not these guys, anyway. Chapter 27. Zero, Zackenberg Station, Northeast Greenland. The co-pilot tried to steady his aim, but the combination of nervousness and fright, coupled with seeing his pilot's face mauled, made it difficult. He fired several more rounds, and 2 slugs found their target, one grazing the right ear of the bear, and the other went through and through the left shoulder of the massive animal. Standing nearly 10 feet tall, the creature made for a larger target, but the co-pilot wasn't capable of putting him down. Shocked, he fired his weapon 3 more times, but the bullets sailed well over the bear's head into the wind. As a result, the polar bear dropped to all fours, and rather than running away because of its injuries, it charged toward the co-pilot. He lumbered through the packed snow, his powerful paws and claws kicking up bits of ice as he closed the gap at 30 feet per second. The co-pilot turned to run, but lost his footing. He crawled onto his feet again and fired at the fast-approaching bear until his magazine emptied. He let out a guttural scream at the creature in a last-ditch attempt to frighten it off. That didn't work, nor did the feeble attempt to hurl his handgun at the bear. He turned and raced back to the module, toward Chapman, who felt helpless with nothing more than an ice auger in his hands. The polar bear would likely snatch it from him and use it to skewer his carcass like a shish kebab. The co-pilot was losing ground, but he was getting closer. Then Chapman remembered. He shouted at the frantic man, "The other gun! Use the other gun!" The co-pilot continued to run toward Zero in a slipping motion that caused him to wave his arms. He fumbled at his belt until he pulled the weapon. First, he fired a single round over his shoulder in yet another attempt to frighten the bear away. It didn't work. "He's still coming!" shouted Chapman. The co-pilot decided to turn and fire, but it was too late. The impact of the polar bear crashing into the man's side was something worthy of an NFL highlight reel. Chapman could hear the man's ribs crack on impact, and his head snapped back and forth just before his body slammed to the ice. Enraged, the now bloody polar bear didn't pause for a moment. It immediately began to level blow after blow to the man's head and chest. Pieces of uniform and bloody flesh flew through the air. The man was screaming for his life as the bear failed to deliver the final death blow. Perhaps on purpose, Chapman wondered. Chapman saw the gun lying in the snow off to the left. It had been jarred out of the co-pilot's hand when he was struck in the side and tackled. Chapman dropped his backpack and ran towards it. With the bear distracted, he thought he could make it to the gun and then end the attack. He was only partially right. The attack on the co-pilot ended because his head was badly mangled, and the polar bear sought a new quarry, Chapman. He did make it to the gun. He ran and dove for the weapon, sliding the last several feet on the packed snow and scooping it up in his right hand. The bear's growl was close, so Chapman didn't hesitate. He rolled over and over until he could jump to his feet. The 50-mile-an-hour Arctic winds crashed against his body, causing him to lose his balance and stumble awkwardly to the left. This likely saved his life. The bear had lunged at him, and the sudden move to the side caught the beast off guard. His paw barely caught Chapman's pant leg, tearing 3 rips in the material and drawing blood out of his thigh. Chapman spun when he realized how close the bear had come to ripping him open. The bear quickly recovered and lunged toward Chapman, letting out a mighty roar to instill fear in its prey. His mind raced. He tightened his grip on the pistol, wishing he had a larger gun, like a bazooka. In those milliseconds, he debated whether he should blindly empty the magazine into the bear in the hopes that he hit a vital organ sufficient to bring it down. However, the bear had already been shot 2 or 3 times and still showed no signs of succumbing to the bullet wounds. Should I crouch, drawing it closer, so I can get the kind of shot the dead scientist managed to bring down the bear inside? The operative word was dead. Sure, I got you. You got me. Fair trade. The time for debate and analysis was over. He decided to do both, as neither option seemed especially promising. Without slowing, he turned sideways and fired 3 rounds in the general direction of the bear, striking him once, or at least he thought. He wasn't sure because the bear didn't scare easily, if at all. Unlike most animals, polar bears don't usually get spooked by loud noises. They live in the Arctic, where they hear thunderous noises, from avalanches to shattering glaciers to Russian missile tests. Regardless, there was nothing usual about this polar bear or the dead one inside Zero. They were fearless and on a mission. Kill every human they could find. It didn't matter that Chapman was in the wrong place at the wrong time. This monster wanted him dead, and now he was pissed off more than ever. The polar bear reared up on its hind legs and let out a mighty roar. Chapman took a chance. He dropped to his knees only 8 feet away from the imposing animal and fired. One round after another hit the bear in the upper chest, and then the neck, and finally through the bottom of his snout. A mist of hot blood sprayed his face as the bullets tore through the behemoth's neck and face. It stopped moving instantly, as if it were a rock'em sock'em robot whose spring had been sprung. Then, in a moment in which Chapman was sure he was about to die, the 10-foot-tall, 1,000-pound beast, with its massive jaw open, bearing long, sharp teeth, fell forward on top of him, landing next to his ear. With Chapman covered by the entire weight of the polar bear, he felt the animal's final hot breath escape its lungs as it died. Several seconds passed as Chapman was afraid to move. He was sure his bladder released as warm fluid filled his pant leg. Then he remembered the claws ripping through his pants. He freaked out. He frantically tried to escape the weight of the dead animal in an attempt to free his hands. He was concerned that the beast had ripped open his thigh and severed his femoral artery. He'd bleed out within minutes if he didn't apply pressure and a tourniquet. He took a deep breath and shoved himself away from the bear slightly. He squirmed in the snow that had melted from the bear's loss of blood. He continued to wriggle his weight out from under the carcass until he was free. Without regard to modesty or the cold wind, he pulled his pants off to inspect his leg. A sense of relief washed over Chapman as he saw that his wounds were superficial and that he'd simply peed himself out of fright. As he pulled them back up, he chuckled as he looked around to confirm that neither man nor beast saw what he'd done. He supposed if there was ever a time that the great American white male was to be given a pass for pissing his pants, this was one of them. Chapter 28. Zero. Zackenberg Station, Northeast Greenland. Chapman re-entered Zero carrying the handgun with its spent magazine. He hoped he wouldn't encounter a third polar bear, but he planned on finding a spare magazine as soon as he bandaged up his leg. He steeled his nerves to re-enter the slaughterhouse. Seeing the carnage was not any easier the second time than it was the first. After entering the center command module, he veered off to the right this time. First, he inspected the connecting tubular hallway for evidence of bloody prints, paws, or shoes. Satisfied that this section hadn't been compromised, he moved with more confidence and found himself in a common area consisting of a place to fix meals, relax, and play video games. He rummaged through the cabinets until he found a first aid kit. He stripped off his bloody pants and used gauze to dry the wound. 3 puncture wounds, followed by rips on the inside of his thigh, showed how close the bear came to both his femoral artery and his ability to give Squire and Sarah more grandkids. At least he wouldn't have had to use the "I haven't found the right girl" excuse anymore. He applied polysporin antibiotic ointment, covered the wound with sterile gauze, and wrapped it tight with an ace bandage. After procuring a bottle of water from the refrigerator and quickly downing it, he located a telephone hanging on the wall and lifted the receiver. The phone was dead. Chapman furrowed his brow. Can polar bears disable phone lines before attacking? He'd have to ask Christy. He made his way back to the center module and looked around for another phone. He carefully walked around the space, avoiding the mauled bodies. He discovered the reason the phone line appeared to be dead. The last person attempting to use it was. The phone was off the hook, still held by a young woman whose arm dangled from her body by gnarled tendons. Chapman held his breath and bent down over the woman and pried the phone's handset from her cold, dead hand. Then, out of respect, he closed her eyes with his fingers and said a brief prayer. Apprehensive, He lifted the receiver and was relieved to hear a dial tone. A phone directory was taped to the desk, so he wiped the blood away and found the emergency number for Squire, pausing to chuckle at the irony. He explained what had happened, and they immediately dispatched their snowmobile patrols to his location, together with the rescue units from Thule Air Force Base. Unfortunately, the cavalry would take an hour or so to arrive. Chapman needed fresh air. He exited Zero, cautiously sticking his head outside before he ventured onto the snowpack. He breathed in and out rapidly to the point of hyperventilation until he finally calmed his nerves. The exhilaration he'd felt chasing storms was nothing compared to the genuine fear of dying at the hands, or paws, of a vicious polar bear. But, like the thrill of the storm hunt, once it was over, the thought of cheating death made him want to do it all over again. Rejuvenated, and with his head cleared, Chapman sought out his backpack and went back into Zero. This time, he was on a mission. He'd come to Greenland on assignment, but his primary motivation had been to speak to Dr. Pruitt. Chapman recalled the body of an older man in the sleeping module as being the famed geologist. If Dr. Pruitt couldn't answer Chapman's questions or reveal his findings before his death, perhaps there was a way his legacy could be carried on post-mortem. With a new sense of purpose, Chapman marched through the modules, disregarding the death that surrounded him. He found his way to the bunks and cubicles of the sleeping module and located Dr. Pruitt's locker. It was unlocked. Feeling somewhat guilty, he hesitated. He looked around the room, which contained the bodies of 4 dedicated scientists who simply wanted to make the planet a better place to live through their research. He, too, was a researcher, hoping to convey his knowledge to others with the desire to help his fellow man in a small way. Chapman was certain that Dr. Pruitt, eccentric as he was, had stumbled upon a theory, one that had been cast aside as the rantings of an old man. He was going to do his part to honor the geologist's life by studying his theories, and, if they could be corroborated, bringing them to the scientific world for further study. He began to empty the man's locker, setting aside neatly folded clothing and personal mementos. The locker's contents were dwindling quickly, and Chapman was coming up empty-handed. He searched the man's personal locker in the bathroom facility, and when that yielded nothing, he went back to the Central Command module. He tried to locate Dr. Pruitt's work cubicle, hoping to find anything that resembled a journal. He tried to power up the man's computer, but it was password protected. Frustrated, Chapman stood with his hands on his hips. In the distance, he could hear the steady thumping of approaching helicopters. Help was on its way, and the ordeal was over. Yet he was not satisfied. He closed his eyes and visualized the images he had of Dr. Pruitt, taken by National Geographic and Nature magazines. He was old school, as in Indiana Jones, leather hat-wearing, satchel-over-the-shoulder old school. "That's it!" Chapman exclaimed as he raced back to the sleeping module. He located Dr. Pruitt's bunk and tore through his sheets and pillowcase. Then he lifted the mattress and thrust his hand underneath. Yes! He flipped the mattress on its side and pulled out 3 leather-bound journals that were tied together with a strip of leather. Chapman smiled as he thought of his great-great-uncle Daniel carrying something like this as he blazed the wilderness trail. Dr. Pruitt was a trailblazing pioneer of another sort. Like the Boone family of lore, he was vilified for his discoveries. But Chapman, like his ancestors, didn't give a rat's ass what people thought of him. He shoved the journals into his backpack and made his way outside to greet his rescuers. Chapter 29. Capital Feed and Farm, Corydon, Indiana. When Indiana became a state in December of 1816, Corydon officially became its first capital. At the time, Corydon was a small frontier village consisting of a handful of log homes and a few masonry buildings. But when treaties were entered into with the Miami tribal leaders in central Indiana that brought peace, the vast majority of the state had become a safer place to live, resulting in the capital being moved to Indianapolis. Corydon continued as an important central market town in southern Indiana, supporting agricultural and livestock operations. However, the introduction of interstates and state highways took much of that business to larger nearby cities, including Louisville, Kentucky, and, of course, Indianapolis. Now the town consisted of about 3,000 people who relied heavily upon tourism dollars. Levi made a trip into Capital Feed and Farm to stock up on supplies for riverfront farms before he left on his hunting trip. He needed ammunition for his hunting rifles and picked up extra for the weapons they kept on the farm. After the experience with the crazed wild pig, he and Squire agreed that everyone should carry holsters and sidearms while working the farm. As he entered the store, he noticed there was a large group of local farmers having a conversation around the checkout counter. He glanced over and gave a tip of his cowboy hat to the life-size poster of actor James Best, who was raised in Corydon. He was best known for his role as Sheriff Roscoe P. Coltrane on The Dukes of Hazzard. "Howdy, Sheriff," he said with a chuckle as he grabbed a shopping cart and prepared to make his rounds. He pulled a list out of his pocket and planned on picking up his mother's requests first so he didn't forget. Sarah, Carly, and Rachel were in charge of the chicken coop, and the Boone ladies insisted on rewarding their chickens with happy hen treats. "How about you, Levi?" one of the men shouted toward him. "Y'all had any trouble over at your place?" Levi pushed the empty basket to the side and joined the conversation. Half a dozen local farmers and ranchers were gathered around the display cases, talking with the proprietor of Capital Feed and Farm. "What kind of trouble?" He answered the question with a question. "Animal trouble," the rancher replied. "And I ain't talking about a sick calf or the strangles." Strangles was the name used for an infectious horse disease caused by the Streptococcus bacterium. It resulted in potentially deadly abscesses in the lymph tissue of a horse's respiratory tract. "Yeah, well, I don't know. We had a wild pig come chasing after Carly the other day. I had to beat it down with a shovel before I stuck it with my buoy. Hank had a mule try to kick him in the head, didn't you, Hank?" "Sure enough did," he replied. Levi, who knew the only black farmer in Harrison County well because he used to work at Riverfront Farms, couldn't resist the opportunity to needle the old man who'd taught him so much. "Well, Hank, maybe you shouldn't have been sniffing that ass's ass." The crowd, including old Hank, exploded in laughter. After the hilarity and some additional playful ribbing died down, the men began to exchange their stories with Levi. Most of the instances had to do with their dogs, hunting dogs, many of which had been raised by these farmers since they were pups, had suddenly acted rabid. They would snarl and growl at their owners and one another. Several said they had to put their dogs down out of fear for the kids on their farm and themselves. "Tell him about the birds, Charlie," said one of the ranchers. "I gotta tell you, Levi, it was dang near apocalyptic. Book of Revelation looking. Me and the ranch hands counted over 5,000 birds that just fell out of the sky. I mean, one second they're flying in one direction, and then they'd change to another, like they were lost and confused, and then all of a sudden, they just dropped out of the sky. All of them. Red-winged blackbirds, starlings, even grackles and them brown-headed cowbirds." Levi furrowed his brow. "They were all flying together?" "It appears so," the rancher replied. Levi had heard of events like these in the past. Oftentimes they were associated with fireworks or other loud noises. "Were y'all blasting rock or hunting, anything like that?" "Nope, we were running some cross-fencing, just me and the boys. They didn't even have the radio on. We noticed them fly up over our heads, and then they started flying all crazy like." "Power lines?" asked Hank. "No, sir." "Lightning?" asked the store owner. The ranch owner shook his head and rolled his eyes. "Come on, it ain't rained in weeks, not a cloud in the sky. I'm telling y'all, something ain't right. The animals are always the first to know." Levi stepped away from the conversation and began to digest all of their stories. The men continued to talk about the problems they were experiencing with their animals, and didn't notice when William Clark entered the feed store. Levi knew Clark well from stories his older brother had told him over the years. All of the Boone kids had attended Corydon Central High School. In high school, Clark, who went by Billy at the time, was known as Bully Billy. He was always a husky kid who enjoyed throwing his weight around. His dad was the president and majority shareholder of the local bank that had been a part of Harrison County since 1891. The Clarks and the Boones had history dating back to the turn of the 20th century. The bad blood began with the Boones' acquisition of the land along Indian Creek, running toward the Clarks' property near Corydon. Without notice, the Clarks built a dam to create a lake for their cattle. When the water dried up downstream, Squire's grandfather and some of his friends used dynamite to blow the dam apart. The water was flowing freely again, but the blast caused several of the Clarks' cattle to die from shock. The Clark boys responded in kind by killing off a few of the Boones' horses, and matters escalated from there. Eventually, with the passage of time and the birth of new generations into both families, the violence subsided, but the animosity continued to simmer. "Well, Boone, the women having you do their shopping for them?" asked Clark as he marched up to Levi, who was pushing his cart toward the chicken feed. Levi ignored the question, but Clark, who was much older, persisted. He was wearing his customary Tom James suit, red power tie, and shiny wingtip shoes. His belly protruded over his belt, creating a big white bulge that pushed his tie out. "Hey, Boone, you deaf?" "Busy." Levi threw 2 bags of chicken scratch into the buggy, intentionally allowing them to drop to create a loud thud. "Well, I hope you enjoy feeding those chickens, because one day I'll own your place and you'll be working for me, and you'll be lucky to share that feed with the dirty birds y'all raise." Clark laughed so loud it caused the conversation at the counter to abruptly come to a halt. Now all eyes were on Levi and Bully Billy, who continued to live up to his reputation. "Thanks for the heads up, Billy," said Levi sarcastically. "You know, your daddy is way over his head on the note with my bank, Boone. There are no extensions beyond the due date. Debts will be paid. You cannot pass go. You cannot collect $200. If it were up to me, the lot of y'all would go directly to jail." Levi inhaled and gripped the cart to the point his knuckles turned white. He'd love to lay into this asshole and give him the beatdown he deserved, but that wasn't an option. You see, Billy's brother was the Harrison County sheriff. Some of Harrison County's pioneers moved on. Others, like the Boones, continued their old-school ways. And then others, like the Clarks, became judges and sheriffs and bankers so they could exert their peon power over their neighbors. Bully Billy wanted Levi to pop him a good one. Busted jaws and bruised egos would heal, but a lengthy jail term, courtesy of the Clark family, would have a lasting effect. That said, Levi wasn't afraid of bullies. He swung around and balled his fists, getting right up in the face of the larger, older Clark. "Listen up, fat ass. You and I both know that I could knock all 300 pounds of you out the door, but I won't give you that satisfaction. You make no mistake, there will come a day that I shut those jowls of yours. Maybe a wired-up jaw will help you lose some of that lard hanging over your belt. I know it'll keep us from having to listen to you." Bully Billy took a few steps backwards, and then noticed the confrontation had drawn a crowd. "Well, aren't you a little fussy today, Boone? I tell you what, you look into some anger management, because the next time we see one another will be in November when that balloon note comes due. Have a nice day, and remember, a penny saved is a penny earned." Clark waddled out of the store without making eye contact with anyone. Levi sighed and rolled his head around his neck. He was keenly aware of how much money his family owed the bank. What puzzled him was the words Clark used. Balloon note. Levi wasn't a financial whiz, but he knew the difference between a principal and interest payment and a balloon. Balloons pop when they're burst. In the banking world, a popping balloon meant foreclosure. Chapter 30. The Atlantic Ocean, 1,900 miles east of Venezuela. The Arabian Beauty was a bizarre name for a massive cargo ship that was more beast than beauty. Despite an alluring name that suggested an exotic, dark-haired, stunning female, the Arabian Beauty was a steel eyesore cutting through the waves of the magnificent Atlantic Ocean. The Maltese-flagged freighter was all American except for its crew. It was one of a new generation of ocean-going vessels built in U.S. shipyards and designed for speed and seaworthiness. A collaborative effort between designers in San Diego and shipbuilders in Biloxi, Mississippi, the 800-foot-long freighter had the capacity to hold 2,000 containers. Captain Sensu Adami was a seasoned veteran of ocean travel. He'd traversed the Atlantic more times than he could count, usually taking a triangular route between Miami, Dakar, Senegal in northwest Africa, and Caracas, Venezuela. The massive ship was controlled from a 7-story tall superstructure on its aft deck that housed the crew and the electronics necessary to navigate the open ocean. The 90-foot-wide deckhouse was state-of-the-art, resembling a mixed-use condominium on the inside. Crew quarters, cafeterias, cargo offices, and even a trauma center filled the superstructure as the Arabian Beauty sailed nearly every day of the year when not being loaded and unloaded. It had been a relaxing trip since they passed the Cape Verde Islands. A tropical disturbance had been detected by their state-of-the-art onboard weather center, so Captain Adami altered their route on a more southerly course. It would add 2 days of travel time to Caracas, but these trips always had 7 days built into them for inclement weather. He walked along the bridge, admiring the many 30-inch touchscreen monitors that were manned by his crew. The spacious center of operations reflected the most modern methods of ship design, focusing on information and comfort. It also reminded him of his beloved Dragonara casino located at the Westin Resort in Malta. On those rare occasions that he had several weeks off to stay at his waterfront home on St. George's Bay, his evenings were spent at the casino, drinking and carousing. While at the helm, however, Captain Adami was all business. He relied upon the computers and the information displayed on the monitors to navigate the ship. He trusted his crew, but he was keenly aware that everyone on board and the multi-million-dollar cargo carried on the ship were his responsibility. He was old school in many respects, including his constant use of binoculars. He still trusted his eyes to survey the horizon as the Arabian Beauty cut through the waves, in addition to the electronic gadgetry. From his vantage point on the bridge, he had a panoramic view of the Atlantic. He saw the clouds developing ahead, and immediately had his crew provide him an updated weather report. "Captain, we avoided the tropical wave that is steadily making its way well north of our current course. However, the radar does show a thunderstorm developing in our path. We have no further data as to whether it's a rain event, what the winds might be, etc. I will contact NOAA for guidance." "Yes, please. Thank you." The calm demeanor rubbed off on his crew. They'd been through far worse storm events than the darkening clouds on the horizon. The Arabian Beauty had encountered gale-force winds that kicked up waves the size of a 2-story house. He'd been amazed at her ability to cut through towering waves in an incredible display of power that seemed to give him an almost euphoric thrill. Absent a warning from NOAA, Captain Adami intended to press on. He'd already lost 2 days due to his course change. He wasn't going to let a pop-up thunderstorm delay him further. He was confident that the storm was well within the capabilities of the Arabian Beauty. The ship continued on its course. Oddly, NOAA had no information about a storm of any kind in their path. There was an unusual weather disturbance nearly 200 miles to their south that they were monitoring, but the Arabian Beauty was nowhere near that location. Or at least, that was what they thought. The storm picked up steam as the ship approached. Gale-force winds began to pummel the freighter, and Adami ordered his crew to take steps to secure the decks. They were a professional crew and knew all of the protocols. This storm was no match for their capabilities. Adami found his binoculars and tried to see through the sheets of rain that now engulfed the freighter. He suddenly stiffened and seemed to lean into the lenses to get a better look. He lowered the binoculars and wiped his eyes to clear his vision. After using his sleeve to remove the sweat that began to pour out of his forehead, he took another look. Lowering his binoculars again, he shook his head and muttered in his native Maltese, "Impossible." He motioned for his first officer to join him and handed the binoculars to the much younger man. "There, Look at this portion of the ocean. Barely 1 o'clock off the bow. What do you see?" Following his captain's instructions, the first officer slowly scanned the ocean in front of the bow until he was roughly 45 degrees off the starboard side of the ship. He vocalized what he saw. "Captain, I see gray water and heavy rains." Wait. I see a white line of foam stretching." His voice trailed off. "Eva, I saw it too," said the captain, agreeing with his first officer. He grabbed the microphone affixed to the console and flipped a switch that connected the bridge with the entire ship. "All hands, this is the captain. This is not a drill. Get to a secure location away from anything not tied down. Prepare for tsunami impact. I repeat, prepare for a severe impact by incoming tsunami." "Instructions, sir?" asked the helmsman. Adami knew the Arabian Beauty could handle the wave if she was turned into it. The bow would stand the best chance of cutting through the rogue wave by reducing the area of impact. Then he advised the communications officer to immediately issue an SOS. If they rode through the tsunami unscathed, they could always cancel the mayday. "Sir, where did this come from?" asked the first officer. "I don't know, but there it is. Hold on." The dark, white-veined wave was only half a mile away now. The first officer saw it first, as well as something else. "Sir, look at that! Do you see the lightning?" The sky lit up with a series of brilliant flashes. As the wave got closer, Adami was puzzled. A tsunami was more of a series of rolling waves, usually caused by the displacement of large bodies of water, such as a meteor striking the ocean. Sometimes underwater seismic disturbances like earthquakes can generate tsunamis that devastate everything in their paths. But this was unlike anything he'd ever seen. It was more wall than wave, and it was getting taller. Then something happened that had never been experienced by any human. As the captain and crew of the freighter prepared for impact, a massive void opened up in the water between the ship and the oncoming tsunami. "All engines, halt! Reverse! Reverse!" The captain had maintained the ship under power to blast through the tsunami waves, but now he faced a threat far greater. A giant whirlpool capable of swallowing the Arabian Beauty. The call to halt engines was too late. The ship's momentum carried it into the void until the bow was buried in the ocean. The captain and crew were slammed into the windows of the deckhouse. The tsunami wave, rather than striking the ship's bow head-on, landed on top of it, burying it in thousands of tons of water. The windows of the superstructure imploded under the pressure as the Atlantic Ocean blasted everyone on board with the pressure of 1,000 water cannons. Bodies were mangled and electronics were destroyed. Adami had wedged himself under the console and held his breath through the onslaught. After the wave passed over them, the void created by the whirlpool filled and thrust the ship back into the air, or at least what was left of it. The bow was missing, and the ship was listing to port. All of the lifeboats were ripped from their davits, and most of the cargo had been swept overboard. In an odd way, Adami imagined the ship looked somewhat like a drunken hippo trying to find its way home from a night of drinking. Only a man who'd survived this ordeal could manage to find humor in it. The ship's hull plating had been breached, and the ship began to take on water. As it started to tilt on its side, the captain scrambled to look for survivors. There were none. He frantically searched for a life vest, but when the windows had imploded, the seawaters flushed out everything that wasn't firmly affixed to the ship. Adami began to tear his chair apart, hoping to remove the seat cushion to provide himself a flotation device. The ship was now sinking. He ripped the cushion loose and made his way to the starboard side of the ship, looking for the highest point so he could stay afloat for as long as possible. He prayed for help, and he fought for his life. He had to hold on until help arrived. The first rescue aircraft arrived from Venezuela and French Guiana an hour later. They were soon joined by other planes from Brazil, as well as rescue ships that routinely patrolled the shipping routes. They spread out in a search pattern, establishing a grid that would cover a 100-square-mile area from the point the SOS was issued. They found nothing. When the search was called off 2 days later, it was determined that the Arabian Beauty had vanished, taken by the sea. But that was not the case. Captain Adami and 3 other crew members held on for dear life, encouraging one another and asking God to spare their lives. After a week, dehydration took hold and their bodies began to break down. Then the sharks came and ate them, one by one. The distress signal sent by the Arabian Beauty was accurate as far as rescuers could determine, only they were 200 miles off course. And they were directly over the top of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, an underwater mountain system formed by tectonic plates that were beginning to pull apart, ever so slightly, for now. Chapter 31. Central Park, New York City. New York City had seen its share of tragedy over the last century. It had been targeted by terrorists, infectious diseases, political discourse, and mafia wars. As the most well-known city on Earth, the Big Apple had been the subject of countless books, movies, and songs. People have entered America from all over the world to seek fortune and a better life. Many had met and fallen in love in this city full of life, excitement, and, well, just as the lyrics sung by Alicia Keys go, New York, the concrete jungles where dreams are made. A slight drizzle fell across the city, but that didn't deter Bart Patterson from itching to take his Labrador for a run through Central Park. The chocolate lab, which had been the Pattersons' family pet for 6 years, was a rescue that they'd readily adopted. Most of the residents in the posh 455 Central Park West condominium development overlooking the Great Hill in Central Park, the sprawling urban park surrounded by skyscrapers, owned what Bart called a foo-foo dog. Breeds like poodles, terriers, and pugs were the norm. 70-pound labs were not. But then pugs and poodles couldn't keep up with Bart and his love of running. He donned his wet weather gear, consisting of an ultra-lightweight, rain-resistant jacket and matching pants. Then he affixed the harness to Godiva, who'd been down in the dumps lately. The normally amiable dog had grown despondent of late, even to the point that Bart took him to the veterinarian for blood work. His panel came back clean, and the vet chalked up his behavior to the unusually hot weather. Bart hadn't been able to take Godiva on a run for several weeks, as cooler temps had eluded the city and rainfall had been practically non-existent. Today's drizzle gave him an opportunity to exercise his pup, and even allow him some playtime in one of the off-leash play areas designated for dogs. "Okay, you guys, I'm going to get out of here with Godiva for a while," announced Bart as he made his way toward the condo's entry hall. "Are you crazy?" his sister barked. "It's raining." "So?" He really didn't like his older sister. She'd made it her life's work to boss her baby brother around. She was home from college for the summer, and she was on a mission to drive him nuts. Plus, she was a nosy body of the highest order. "Tell Jesse we said hi," she shouted after him with a hint of snark. "Whatevs," responded Bart, somewhat chagrined by her constant digs. "Let's go, Godiva." The two running mates made their way down the 14th-floor elevator, and after a brief conversation with the doorman, they pushed through the revolving door and walked onto the sidewalk. They were immediately overwhelmed by the scent of wet grass and overflowing drain water sewers that hadn't seen any action since early July. And the noise. The city that never sleeps was also the city that was never quiet. A never-ending supply of taxicabs, tourist buses, and emergency vehicles created a cacophony of sounds that would make anyone batshit crazy if there wasn't a means of escaping it. Central Park had always been one of those places for Bart to get away from the madness. That was where he'd met Jesse. Bart was 17 and readying for his senior year in high school. He was a good-looking teen, mature, and acted much older than he was. He was not quite an adult, as his birthday was next month. But the widow, Mrs. Jessie Santori, was an adult. She, too, enjoyed Central Park. It had been her escape outlet from an obnoxious, overbearing husband and a mistake of a relationship. While he pounded vodka martinis and caroused with his young secretaries, she remained a prisoner of an intolerable marriage in their condo located on the 7th floor of 455 Central Park West. Then, one day, by accident, fate, act of God, or divine intervention, her husband had the big one, a massive heart attack that took his life right on the living room floor of their condo. Jessie watched in horror, lie, as her husband fought for his life. She immediately called 911, also a lie. It took several hours and a bottle of Moet for the piece of crap to die. When the paramedics finally fought through the city traffic to lend assistance, her dearly departed, lie, had passed. Mrs. Jessie Santori fought back the tears during the wake and funeral, lie. In the estate attorney's office, she cried tears of remorse, lie, as she accepted the millions of dollars and the condo that he left her in his will. She vowed to remain true to her husband and forsake all others until she too departed this earth. A whopper of a lie. Jessie took up jogging. Central Park was alive with interesting people of all ages. They were fit, energetic, and new. Everything the so-called dearly departed was not. Starved for love, the widow Jessie Santori became a sexual predator of sorts. She wanted to relive her glory days of high school, when everything was still in all the right places and teenage boys hungered for the opportunity to have a go at her. She wanted to experience that lust, passion, and excitement that a sexual tryst could give her. One day several weeks ago, Jessie took up running in Central Park. As she replayed in her head a sexy scene from a novel she'd been reading, she spied the long, muscular legs of Bart Patterson off in the distance. She picked up the pace as her adrenaline kicked in. She studied his gait and admired him from behind as he ran effortlessly in front of her. Her heart raced, and her feet moved faster so she could catch her mark. He would be her first. That day, the two of them ran and laughed and talked and did all the things that she could never do with her deceased husband, including, well, those things. After the run, they walked back to the condos together, and she invited him in for a protein shake. The next thing she knew, her world was shaken with a 17-year-old boy, just like the novel said it would. The two of them enjoyed the summer together, and whenever possible, without the prying eyes of Bart's parents scrutinizing his activities, or the nosy sister, they hooked up. Today was one of those days. Under the tree-lined canopy of the asphalt trail that meandered around the perimeter of Central Park, they found one another and enjoyed a passionate kiss. Jessie spent a moment engaging Godiva, but as had been the case from the beginning, the usually amiable chocolate Labrador had no interest in being her friend. On this day, he seemed inordinately hostile. The trio made the loop, and before they returned to their condo, they stopped near the north woods of Central Park to drop Godiva off to play with the other dogs. This was Jessie and Bart's favorite part of their exercise together. This was their spot. For several minutes, they watched Godiva's interaction with the other dogs. As soon as they were comfortable, and he was occupied, they slipped off to a maintenance shed nearby. It was a time for their sweaty bodies to become reacquainted. It was invigorating and risky. The prospect of getting caught naked together made the sex that much more desirable for the widow Jessie Santori and her 20-year younger conquest. While they were tucked away, oblivious to the outside world, coupling, something was changing in Central Park. You see, dogs were man's best friend until they weren't. Chapter 32. Central Park, New York City. While Bart and Jessie leaned against a workbench, enjoying their after-sex moment, a surreptitious crowd was gathering outside the maintenance shed. The sounds of drizzle on the tin roof of the structure turned to the occasional droplets falling off the oak trees that surrounded it. The clouds gave way to sun, and the humidity immediately turned the windowless shed into a sauna. Sweat produced by their jog, and, doubled by their romp in the shed, now poured out of them as the heat became stifling. Bart didn't bother putting his rain gear back on, opting instead to emerge first from the shed in his gym shorts and tank top. His intention was to give a quick look around, as he'd done in the past, and then relay to Jessie that the proverbial coast was clear for her to leave as well. This time, the coast was anything but clear. Greeting him outside the shed was Godiva and his pals from the park. Now, to be sure, the chocolate lab was the sweetest, most loving companion a family could want. Around the condo, he didn't walk, but rather he moseyed around the residence in a playful swagger, one that indicated his level of happiness since being rescued years ago. Always curious and attentive when his human family was around, his ears would prick up, his brown eyes would brighten, and he would gently nuzzle anyone interested in the attention. Now Godiva stared at Bart, teeth bared and murder in his eyes that were staring down the couple as they stood holding one another. "What's wrong with Godiva?" she whispered as she squeezed his sweaty arms. "I don't know," he replied. Bart moved Jessie behind him and stepped toward Godiva. The lab's lips snarled further, exposing gums and all of his teeth. "Godiva, come here, please." Bart knelt down and smiled, his shiny white teeth meant to exude friendship to Godiva. It had the opposite effect. Godiva lunged in his direction and began to bark relentlessly. Bart pushed backwards and fell down, frightened by the dog's reaction. Godiva sensed weakness. He lunged again and then bolted toward Bart, who curled up in a ball and wrapped his arms around his head for protection. It was unnecessary, for the moment. Godiva leapt over her master and sank his jaws into Jessie's forearm. She and the maniacal dog rolled backwards before crashing into the shed. Jessie tried to scream for help, but only silence was emitted from her mouth. Eyes wide, she saw Godiva's powerful jaws close on her throat and latch on. His sharp canines performed as intended, reflecting their meat-eating evolutionary history. With the first bite, he broke the skin and drew blood. Then he drew back to examine his work and lunged at her again, severing her carotid artery. Jessie was still alive as he bit off her chin. Bart was frozen in shock, unable to help his lover escape the deadly attack from the lab that slept with him in bed at night. Finally, he found his voice. "Godiva, no! Help! Anyone!" Help arrived, but it wasn't what Bart expected. It was more of the dogs, as large as a Rottweiler and as small as the foo-foo dogs he ridiculed. All of them joined in the festivities. Godiva never turned around as he continued snapping, growling, and tearing at Jessie's lifeless body. Bart was now surrounded by a canine attack squad who stared hungrily at his wet flesh. His mouth was agape as he tried to count the dogs that were easing their way toward him. He looked into their eyes, glazed over with anger. Weird in a Cujo sort of way. In unison, they began to growl. Their jowls flapped against their teeth, spittle percolating in the back of their throats, and long strands of drool dripping toward the ground. First, the 110-pound Rottweiler crouched, coiled back, the fur bristling high and stiff as steel wool on the back of his neck. He joined the chorus of growls, his deep, gravelly voice distinct from the others. Evil, menacing, primal. Bart was in denial. What in the hell? This can't be happening. It happened. The Rottweiler shuddered slightly, curled into his hind legs, and let out a string of blood-curdling, threatening barks. He sounded like the junkyard guard dogs that were fed raw meat and the occasional intruder to survive. In a rage, the Rottweiler launched himself into the air, unleashing a rapid succession of loud, throaty barks that sounded like, "War! War! War! War!" Perhaps it was. War, that is. But this battle was over in seconds. Like his companion and new best friend Godiva, the Rottweiler went straight for the jugular, as his ancestors' DNA taught him to do. Bart never had a chance. The rest of Godiva's army joined the fray. They gnashed and gnawed until the two lovers' bodies were unrecognizable. Even the sirens of approaching NYPD cops and animal control didn't stop the feeding frenzy. The last words any of the animals could comprehend, if in their supernatural crazed state they could even hear, were the words of the head of the K-9 unit at the Central Park precinct who'd arrived on the scene. "Blast them to kibbles and bits!" It took nearly 100 rounds from the shotgun-certified officers' Mossberg 590s to stop the carnage. For now, anyway. Chapter 33. Iceland Air Flight 542, Reykjavik to Paris. Chapman settled into the spacious first-class seat of the Boeing 757-300 winglet aircraft as it lifted off from Reykjavik, Iceland, for the 3.5-hour non-stop flight to Paris. He would arrive at Charles de Gaulle Airport around midnight, giving him another night of sleep before attending the World Climate Change Conference the next day. He'd recovered emotionally from yesterday's ordeal at Zero. Within minutes after the choppers set down from Thule Air Base, the snowmobile patrol arrived from Squire. Both teams of responders had medics who checked his wounds and administered antibiotics to prevent an infection. After several reminders of how lucky he was to be alive, and a gentle questioning about the events, he was escorted back to Nuuk, where he gave another recap of the events to the administrative team at the Greenland Climate Research Center. The troubling aspect of his last night in Greenland was the nightmares. At first, he tossed and turned, replaying every moment of his trip to Zero. Sometimes the attack took place in slow motion, every single detail playing out over and over. This was when he slept. However, when he awoke with night sweats, the entire hour of his time on the ground at Zero swept through his mind in lightning-fast speed. His mind exhibited evidence of post-traumatic stress. He chose to self-medicate at 3 a.m, raiding the minibar for 2 mini bottles of Jack Daniels and a bottle of Icelandic glacial water. The bourbon, while not his preferred Knob Creek, calmed him, and then he slept hard until his wake-up call. After taking a short flight from Nuuk to Reykjavik, he prepared for the longer trek across the North Atlantic to Paris on Iceland Air. The flight attendant offered him a drink, and he generously accepted. He was anxious to get settled into his window seat and dive into Dr. Pruitt's journals. He'd resisted the urge the night before, knowing that once he got started, he was likely to stay up all night. He'd argued twice with his executive producer, both yesterday evening and this morning while he waited in Reykjavik for his connecting flight. Certainly, they were concerned for his well-being and offered to send someone else to cover the climatology conference. Chapman, as was typical, downplayed his injuries and the emotional impact the attack had on him. After vehemently insisting that he was mentally and physically capable of continuing his trip, they gave him the green light and once again upgraded him to first class. He was beginning to sense a pattern with the Weather Channel. If he put himself in mortal danger, he could score a seat upgrade. It was a button he didn't want to push too often. The plane kicked its heels and took off, zipping out over the North Atlantic as it ascended to its cruising altitude. Chapman ordered another drink and retrieved the journals from his backpack. Before he opened them, he felt the well-worn leather. Dr. Pruitt had dedicated his life to his work, and he obviously cherished these journals. He could only imagine where they'd been and how often they'd been opened for him to make an entry. He took a deep breath and got started. The first one dated back to 1989, nearly 40 years ago. The first few entries related to Dr. James Hansen's comments before Congress on the subject of man-made global warming. Dr. Pruitt's handwriting was a combination of scrawled penmanship and printed text. His technique of making notes was unique. His thoughts were written in cursive, his to-do checklist was written in block text, and question marks dotted every page. Chapman pulled out his laptop and began a new entry in his own electronic journal, marked Pruitt. As he examined the journals, he created a set of questions and to-do list items, also in the block text italics format. Subconsciously, he was channeling Dr. Pruitt. Almost 3 hours later, his head was spinning at Dr. Pruitt's hypothesis and the scientific revelations upon which they were based. Chapman rolled his head and neck around his shoulders to relieve some tension. He'd unknowingly typed a dozen pages of notes as he furiously flipped through the journal's pages, during which time he'd hardly come up for air. He leaned back against the first-class seat, allowing the leather to envelop him. High above the clouds, Chapman noticed a bright, luminous glow entering the cabin from the east. Other passengers began to press their faces against the 757's porthole-sized windows. The onboard chatter rose to a crescendo as a dragon-like aurora revealed itself above the clouds laid out beneath it like a bed of cotton. The beautiful hues of blue and green, intermixed with a white glow, dominated the sky as the flight banked to the south toward Paris. The ghostly glow swayed left and then slowly to the right, undulating above the clouds to create the shape of a dragon rising. Chapman hadn't taken the time to check sunspot activity because the sun had been in a prolonged minimum for nearly a decade. A solar minimum was a period of low solar activity that usually ran around 11 years. During this time, sunspots and sun flares diminished and often didn't occur for weeks at a time. Solar cycles still occurred during these minimums, but at a lower intensity than usual. The sun was a seething mass of activity until it wasn't. That didn't mean the sun became dull or uneventful during this period of relative calm. It meant the solar activity simply changed its form. During solar minimums, the coronal holes, vast regions in the sun's atmosphere where the sun's magnetic field opens up and allows streams of solar particles to escape as fast solar wind, actually become more long-lived. Streams of solar wind flowing from these massive coronal holes can have a significant impact on Earth's magnetic field. These effects include disturbances in the Earth's magnetosphere, the area surrounding the planet that protects the atmosphere from this damaging solar wind. Without the magnetic field, the Earth would look like Mars, dead. When the solar particles interact with the Earth's magnetosphere, a geomagnetic storm, or geostorm, can occur. The solar wind shock wave interacts with the Earth's magnetic field and, depending upon the size and intensity, spreads across vast regions of the planet. Geostorms can cause elaborate aurora to form in the northern latitudes and have a profound impact on electronics. Chapman was deep in thought. He'd realized things were developing quickly, just like Dr. Pruitt's notes revealed in his journals. This phenomenon, a scientific aberration, was real, taking hold, and catching the world off guard. The more Chapman learned, the more concerned he became. But there were still far more questions than answers. He closed his laptop and tapped his thumb on the top, trying to make sense of it all. His thoughts were interrupted by a conversation he overheard in the seat row behind him. "The color is magical. What is that, Dad?" asked a young girl of maybe 7 or 8 years old. Her father was quick to respond. "Honey, those are the northern lights." Chapman closed his eyes and sighed. There's just one problem. They're looking due east. Chapter 34. Paris, France. It had been years since Chapman had traveled to Paris. Charles de Gaulle Airport was as manic as ever, and the taxi drivers were surly toward Americans, just as always. He was glad to see that nothing had changed. At least he knew what to expect, unlike his previous stops in Seattle and Greenland. It was well after midnight, and when Chapman stepped out of the airport to hail a cab, he was shocked by a chill in the air. He'd been sent to Paris to report on the unusual heat wave, with a secondary story on the climate conference. The chilled air was certainly unexpected, but perhaps there might be a story in the abrupt drop in temperatures. In the taxi, he asked the driver about the sudden chill. He looked into the rearview mirror and shrugged. "C'est la vie, c'est le temps." He made no attempt to respond in English. Chapman understood the first phrase, which commonly meant, "What you gonna do?" back on the farm. He assumed "temps" referred to the weather. The Weather Channel's in-house travel agent had booked him a room at a hotel that was walking distance from the Paris-Le Bourget Conference Center. It was pedestrian, but clean and quiet. Just what the doctor would have ordered, had he seen one. The day of the conference, Chapman woke up refreshed, but sore from head to toe. Wrestling a polar bear on a sheet of ice will do that to you. After showering, he redressed the wound on his leg and then ironed his pinpoint Oxford dress shirt. In order to comply with the conference's dress code, he couldn't wear his customary khaki pants and Land's End ensemble. He put on a light gray suit, but no tie, and made his way outside. Like the night before, he was greeted with a slight chill in the air. It was totally opposite of what he expected, and what he was tasked with reporting on. But the events of the last week had resulted in a dramatic shift in his journalist mindset. There was a bigger story to report besides heavy rain in Seattle, ice melting in Greenland, or excessive heat in Paris. The story was not what was happening, it was why. The crisp air invigorated him, but he still took a moment to duck into a pharmacy across from the hotel to purchase some Advil and antibiotics. France had followed the Swiss net care system that gave pharmacists some latitude in providing certain prescription medications after a brief interview of the patient. Antibiotics for simple infections was one of the medications that French doctors and pharmacists agreed upon for non-prescription dispersal. Armed with the pain-numbing Advil and his amoxicillin, Chapman joined dozens of other well-dressed attendees of the conference walking down the sidewalk to the Paris-Le Bourget Conference Center. This venue had hosted another important conference in 2015. The United Nations hosted its annual climate change conference here that was attended by representatives of every country in the world. According to the organizing committee of COP21, an acronym for Conference of the Parties' 21st yearly session, the goal of the session was to reach an agreement to limit global warming to below pre-industrialization levels. This was an ambitious target, requiring the agreeing parties to limit the temperature increases in such a drastic fashion that a zero emissions level would be necessary between 2030 and 2050. Signed by 186 nations on Earth Day in 2016, the Paris Agreement was criticized as being overbearing by those who objected to it, and ineffective due to the lack of a binding enforcement mechanism by those who supported it. In fact, James Hansen, the former NASA scientist who'd raised awareness on the issue of global warming before Congress, was angry that the Paris Agreement was full of empty promises and not firm commitments. In 2017, the United States withdrew from the Paris Agreement, stating that it put the nation at a distinct, permanent economic disadvantage. Against that backdrop, Chapman entered the conference center knowing that these events were often highly politicized and full of disagreements. Even among scientists who advocated reducing greenhouse gas emissions, there were arguments about how much was required and by when. Unlike most of his colleagues, Chapman had no interest in the politics of the environment. He'd always focused his efforts on the planet itself. He was fascinated by how the Earth was formed, how it had evolved over time, and, in the present, how its weather impacted everyday lives. Once he cleared security and obtained his attendee badge, he took a moment to take in the massive complex. The Paris-Le Bourget had been built on land belonging to the Paris Airport Authority. The site's design had been inspired by airplane hangars, hence the vast interior spaces with soaring ceilings and polished concrete floors. The conference center had 6 multifaceted exhibition halls. Each had a different purpose. One was designed for vendors who pushed alternative energy sources. Another was set up strictly for specialized agencies of the United Nations, including the UN Environment Program, the UN Human Settlements Program, UNICEF, and the International Monetary Fund. A third hall was divided up into private conference rooms, and a fourth was set up for small presentation rooms in which attendees could listen to lectures on particular subjects of interest. Finally, the large exhibition halls were saved for the most noteworthy presenters, those who were considered highly respected by their peers in the climatology realm. Chapman looked through his packet of material and studied the schedule to make sure it hadn't changed from when he'd pre-registered for the conference. To fulfill his obligations to the network, he planned on listening to a lecture that was to occur that afternoon on the recent heat wave in Europe and the melting of Arctic ice caps. He spent the day wandering through the various halls, listening in on a variety of topics and making notes to prepare for his several live broadcasts set for the next day. The day passed quickly, and he made his way to Hall 6, the largest exhibition space in the complex. It was standing room only, and Chapman, whose leg was starting to cause him some discomfort, instantly wished he'd arrived early to get a seat. He also wished he'd grabbed the popcorn, because he was about to witness a bare-knuckle brawl. Chapter 35. Brookfield Zoo, Chicago, Illinois. Tropic World at the Brookfield Zoo was bustling with activity, sans humans. It was 3 in the morning when the chimpanzees and capuchin monkeys gathered around the locked chain-link gate that was the primary entrance for the zookeepers to come and go into the primate habitat. There were other exits, but they led directly into cages at the rear of the enclosure. These primates had no interest in going back there, as they'd witnessed too many of their kind leave that way and never return. This gate was different. This was the gate that Christie and Knight used, that uppity chimp who thought he was smarter than they, the ordinary monkeys of Tropic World, were. The so-called commoners. Only this group was smart and observant, too. Over time, they'd adopted their own form of sign language in order to communicate beyond the usual combination of gesturing and vocalizations. They studied the interaction and subsequent reactions between Christie and Knight. They could now both give and take orders from one another. And when the confusion began to well up inside them, a feeling that none of them could comprehend or begin to understand, they became determined to do something to change their surroundings. The chimps determined that the key to exiting the primate enclosure was to open the padlock that was affixed to the gate's U-shaped handle. Through careful manipulation, one of the nimble-fingered capuchin monkeys, who had once been an organ grinder in the circus, moved the padlock between the galvanized steel poles to the inside of the enclosure. Then the largest of the chimps, an older male that had resided at Tropic World the longest, found the perfect piece of chiseled granite that had been partially buried in the soil as backfill for a retaining wall. Working together, half a dozen chimps excavated around the 100-pound rock until it was freed. This male, whose arms resembled those of his gorilla cousins, hoisted the rock high above his head and slammed it hard against the padlock. The 24 or so chimps and capuchin monkeys roared their disapproval when the rock crashed against the lock, but didn't break it open. After some back and forth, the old male was encouraged to try it again. And again. And again. For 20 minutes, he pounded away at the keyed master lock, taking care to hit it just right where the shackle entered the lock's body, its point of weakness. He'd seen it separate with the turn of a key. He was persistent in his efforts, never seeming to tire or grow bored with the plan. Then, finally, after half an hour, the lock succumbed to the brutal beatdown. When it flung open, the previously vocal chimpanzees grew suddenly quiet. It was as if reality had set in. They were a few steps away from freedom. None of them had entered through this gate, so they didn't really know what to expect on the other side. All they knew was they'd seen Knight return from the outside with apples, bananas, and juicy starfruit. They wanted a taste of what Knight tasted. The old male sauntered up to the gate, grabbed the lock, and nonchalantly dropped it to the ground. With one final look at the enclosure, which had held him for nearly all his life, he gently pushed the gate open and walked upright, like Knight, onto the asphalt walkway. He thought he was free. He dropped to his knuckles and ran to the right, the same way that Knight always returned from his outings, followed by most of his fellow chimps, He raced through a tunnel while the Capuchins and several chimps took to the trees and overgrowth to sail over the short enclosure. The group met up on the other side, where they found themselves stymied once again by another locked gate. This time, however, there was no padlock, but rather an integrated locking system that was impervious to their lock-picking techniques using the granite. Angered by the turn of events, the old male chimp rattled the gate and let out a series of hoots that echoed throughout the Tropic World exhibit. It was so loud that the gorillas joined in. Off in the distance, elephants heard his primal fits of frustration, and soon the Brookfield Zoo sounded like the Congo. The ruckus stirred all the animals, including Knight, who was asleep in his cage located in Christie's office. He slapped his head several times as if to force himself awake. In reality, he was trying to fight the demons that had been plaguing him for weeks. When Christie was around, he could block out the confusion that he was experiencing. But tonight, the sounds of the jungle animals housed at Brookfield Zoo prompted him to pursue one thought: escape. While Knight considered his options, the old male rallied his troops. They followed him as he knuckle-walked along the 8-foot-tall brick-and-mortar enclosure wall that surrounded the Tropic World exhibit. The designers of the zoo had been careful to keep landscape material away from the wall, and maintenance workers kept a constant vigil to ensure no overhanging branches found their way toward the 12-inch-wide concrete cap at the top. Certainly, nobody at Brookfield Zoo ever expected a jailbreak of the primate population, but it was obviously on somebody's mind when the perimeter was designed this way. It would have been physically impossible, not to mention aesthetically displeasing, to cover the entire exhibit with netting or fencing. The old male chimp lumbered around the perimeter for several hundred feet, looking for a means of escape. He stopped at one point, looked up at the top of the wall, and let out a woot. Then he suddenly plopped down in the middle of the mulch-covered path. The entire troop of chimpanzees and their friends, the Capuchins, gathered around him. They conversed with one another in hushed tones, being respectful of their leader as he sought a solution. He studied the oak trees that were predominant throughout the enclosure. The prolonged drought and abundant sunlight had sucked the chlorophyll out of the leaves, resulting in several of them dropping before they changed into their normally brilliant fall color. Most humans don't understand how temperature, sunlight, and soil moisture play a role in how leaves look in the fall. Chimpanzees, like the old male, were one with nature. They understood the relationships between weather and plant life. The old male sensed that some of these oak trees might be weak as a result of the drought. He jumped onto all fours and took off into the woods surrounding the primate enclosure. The other monkeys, unsure of his intentions, were relegated to playing follow the leader. They chased after him, using ground and limbs to travel quickly through the wooded area until suddenly they found the old male standing alone under a tree that had already begun to shed its leaves. The scene was surreal as he used his analytic capabilities to assess the tree's structure and viability for what he had in mind. He calmly turned to his troop and motioned for them to sit, using the sign language they'd all learned from watching Christie interact with Knight. He deftly scurried up the tree and gingerly, at first, climbed out onto a 10-foot-long tree limb. Then he tested its strength by bouncing on it. Slowly at first, and then, using his powerful leg muscles, he jumped a little harder until the branch began to bounce up and down. The other chimps became excited, thinking it was some kind of new game to play. The old male had other ideas. He motioned for them to join him, and a dozen raced up the tree and out onto the limb. Some stood on their legs, others swung by their arms, but all worked in unison to move the tree limb up and down like a popsicle stick being thrummed up and down in a 6-year-old's mouth. Crack! The limb split from its trunk, and several of the monkeys fell to the ground, adeptly rolling into a tumbling position and landing on their feet unharmed. The rest let out hoots and hollers, excited about the damage they'd caused. The old male encouraged them to continue until finally, with one last powerful thrust of his legs, the limb ripped from the tree trunk and all of the chimps sailed downward. After a moment of celebrating their accomplishment, despite not knowing what they had in fact accomplished, the old male chimp enlisted the taller, stronger members of his troop to pull the tree limb loose from its trunk. Then, without assistance, he dragged the limb out of the woodsy area and over to the perimeter wall. The upper branches still had leaves on it, so he began to tear them off. The rest joined in the fun until the branches were bare. Monkey see, monkey do. It was time for him to test his newly created ingenious tool. Again, with the help of the stronger males, he stood the broken limb against the wall to create a ladder. Then he motioned for the smaller capuchin monkeys to climb up the branches to the top. At first, they didn't understand, so the old male showed them. With trepidation at first, and then with more confidence, he scaled the wall and made his way to the top, where he waved his arms over his head triumphantly. Monkey see, monkey do. The rest of the troop and the capuchin monkeys followed suit, and within a matter of minutes, more than 24 imprisoned primates escaped from Tropic World of the Brookfield Zoo into Chicago. Chapter 36. Lou's Late Night Mix-Up Lounge, LaGrange Park, Illinois. A heavy-set Hispanic man in rumpled, grease-stained janitor overalls wandered out of Lou's Late Night Mix-Up Lounge on 31st Street in LaGrange Park, just west of the Brookfield Zoo. He was employed in the bowels of a local funeral home, working the graveyard shift, literally speaking. His job was quite simple: clean up the mess left by the embalmers. It wasn't clean work, nor was it pleasing, but it paid the bills and kept his fridge stocked with beer. Every evening for 8 years since he took the job, the janitor stopped by Lou's for a nightcap. He'd enjoy a few beers, share a few stories about the dead with others seated at the bar, and then order a roadie, a 24-ounce oil can-sized Modelo Especial. He always timed his departure from Lou's to coincide with the hourly Chicago Transit Authority bus that would carry him to Pilsen on Chicago's southwest side. He settled onto the bench at the bus stop and pulled his Cubs hat down over his eyes to block the annoying street lamp overhead. He checked his watch. The bus would arrive in 10 minutes. He checked his beer by giving the can a shake. Yep, 10 minutes worth of beer left. The timing was perfect, as it was on most nights. The man settled in and began to whistle his own special version of La Bamba as the additional beer moved him into a euphoric state of inebriation. His eyes were still closed when he heard a clamor on the thin metal roof of the bus stop lean-to. He glanced upward, but his view was obscured by the bill of his Cubs hat. Curious, he began to rise to his feet, when suddenly a chimpanzee jumped off the roof and landed at his feet. It was the old male, the de facto leader of the troop. Yeah! The chimp yelled at him. The old man's response was not unexpected from someone who was 3 sheets to the wind. He laughed at the chimp. Then he tried to talk with him. Hola, mono! Del zoológico? Hello, monkey. From the zoo? The old male chimp scurried around the bus stop enclosure, hairy limbs, feet, and fingers working in concert to propel him faster than the Hispanic man's head could turn to follow. He spun around and peered around the corner of the bus stop. ¿Dónde está? Where are you? He didn't get an answer, so he walked around to the back of the bus stop and was greeted by the old male chimp and some of his friends. Fear immediately came over the man. He contemplated taking another swig of the beer, but then he thought maybe his drunken state was causing him to hallucinate. He knew he shouldn't have been sniffing the sweet but sickly smell of the cavity fluid to get that extra special kind of high. He raised the can to his mouth, but before he could take a swig, another chimp jumped off the bus stop roof and knocked it out of his hand. Then another one clapped both of the man's ears with his hands, knocking his Cubs hat to the ground. The man reached down to pick up the hat, but the old male chimp snatched it away. They began to play a mean-spirited game of keep-away, commonly known as monkey in the middle. He grabbed for his hat, but the old male chimp threw it past him to another male chimp. Estupido! Shouted the Hispanic man, cursing the not-so-playful chimps. The game went on for a minute, as more of the chimps joined in the activity. The Hispanic man, still drunk and now angry, was determined to get his beloved Cubs hat back. He was now in the middle of a box set up by 4 chimps, each tossing the hat to the other to the point where the man was beginning to stumble. Around and around and around he spun in pursuit of his hat, in a game of monkey in the middle in which he was clearly the amateur. Then, with one final toss of the hat, the old male chimp heaved the hat onto the middle of 31st Street, where the drunken man chased after it, just as the Pace suburban bus roared by and crushed him under its 20 tons of weight. Game over. Cubs win. Cubs win. The monkey in the middle, however, lost. The night was not over for the old male chimp and his troop. The Capuchin monkeys, who were not inclined to hang out with the rabble-rousing chimpanzees, opted instead to make their way along the nearby Des Plaines River, northward toward Riverside Golf Club, where the next day they'd terrorize the ladies' 9-hole league. The wail of sirens filled the air as the chimps scattered along Salt Creek, passing through the Brookfield woods and north toward the neighborhoods. They took to the trees, chattering and letting out hoots and hollers as they swung along the creek toward the west. The old male chimp had no idea where he was leading his troop, only that it was away from captivity. After an hour of following the creek through the wooded areas, he suddenly stopped their advance when they came to Interstate 294, also known as the Tri-State Tollway. He gathered the troop in the trees overlooking the interstate that, despite the pre-dawn hour, was already full of vehicles traveling both north and south along its 8 lanes. The old male was confused. He felt compelled to continue in this direction, away from the zoo and certain captivity, but he was in awe of the vehicles traveling in front of them. He'd never seen a car or truck before, only the occasional utility vehicle that drove around the sidewalks of Tropic World, gathering trash out of the receptacles. Those carts moved slowly and were much smaller. These were fast, and some were as big as a building. He studied the traffic, and then determined that once in a while there was a lull, a delay, in which no cars came his way. He wasn't sure about anything at this point, but he knew they had to make a decision, as he could sense sunrise coming. Daylight would not help them hide from their captors. The elder statesman looked around at the youngest of his troop, the ones that were faster and fearless. He picked 2 of them out and led them to the guardrail while the others waited in trees to watch. He stood on the top of a concrete barrier so he could get a better view down the interstate. Then he waited. It took several minutes, but the headlights lessened, and he saw an opportunity to send these 2 chimps across. He jumped off the barrier, and through a series of whoots and arm motions, he instructed them to get ready to cross. It was time. "Yeehaw! Yeehaw! Woo woo!" He encouraged them to go. He even ran onto the freeway to show them the way. At first, they hesitated, and then they took off across the concrete pavement. They disregarded the pain coming from their bloodied knuckles as they quickly crossed the 4 lanes. Then they easily scaled the concrete barrier and continued across the other side, directly into the oncoming traffic. The old male chimp stood on the shoulder of the interstate and watched his 2 charges get pulverized by a tanker truck speeding along at 70 miles an hour. The driver of the rig slammed on the brakes and tried to swerve to avoid the 2 chimps. He couldn't. What happened next would result in a dozen human lives lost. The tanker crashed into the side of a delivery van, jackknifed, and turned over on its side, leaving a trail of gasoline behind it. As many as 40 cars crashed into one another as they were unable to stop. The sparks from steel melting steel ignited the spilled fuel, generating a massive explosion that shattered windows in the surrounding homes and sent a fireball into the air that was detected by the International Space Station. The northbound traffic wasn't spared from the havoc. As vehicles attempted to avoid the fireball that exploded across the concrete highway divider, they ran into each other, sending vehicles spinning in all directions. Several crashed into the guardrails, flipped, and landed in the trees, killing several of the onlooking monkeys. Others swerved to avoid the ghostly aberration that appeared on the shoulder of the freeway, which was, in actuality, the old male chimp who was experiencing for the first time life outside the primate habitat at the Brookfield Zoo. Sometimes there's no place like home. Chapter 37. Paris, France. We have caused the Earth to wobble, and it's getting worse. Dr. Lucas Trussell, a glaciologist at the University of Oxford in England, started his presentation with a provocative statement. It certainly grabbed the attention of those in attendance who expected him to speak on the overall topic of global temperatures and his projections for the coming decades. A murmur swept through the crowd in anticipation of what he meant by wobble. He continued, "What is happening today in Greenland is well beyond the range of what any of us might expect to happen naturally. It should be abundantly clear to us all that the human fingerprint, no, the weight of our heavy footprint, is the direct, unequivocal cause of Greenland melting today. To put it simply, Greenland is gradually disappearing due to climate change, and all it will take is a little bit of a nudge, a brief period of extraordinary warming, and the world will bear witness to an enormous melting that will change the face of the planet." The attendees continued to chatter among themselves, so Dr. Trussell raised his hands to get their attention. "There's more, and I will make you this promise. I've been allocated an hour to speak to you, but what I have to say will take less than half that time. I have been given permission to open up the floor for questions, so if you will please bear with me." The whispering died down, and he cleared his throat before continuing. "Several recently published studies have warned that ice at both ends of the Earth is melting far faster and oceans are warming at a more rapid pace than previously thought. Ladies and gentlemen, the scientific estimates of a warming planet have been too conservative. As water warms, it expands. As it expands, not only does it have an impact on the Earth's weather, but it causes an expansion of the oceans. Our projections show that if the planet warms by just 2 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial levels, the average sea levels will rise by more than 2 feet. Anywhere from 40 to 80 million people will be exposed to coastal flooding as a result." For the next several minutes, Dr. Trussell continued to cite facts and figures, resulting in a series of stern warnings that provided fodder for the audience and sound bites for the media. Chapman recalled the thoughts of Dr. Pruitt he'd discerned from his journals. Dr. Trussell's initial statement about wobble was intriguing to Chapman, and he was puzzled why the speaker didn't come back to the initial premise. He seemed to get caught up, as was so often the case, with what rather than the why. Dr. Trussell finally opened the floor for questions. They began with the usual platitudes that one might expect in a gathering like this. "I've read your books, and I couldn't agree more." "It's an honor to hear you speak." "Your work on blah 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 was unparalleled." The questions became fewer and far between, so Chapman stepped away from the wall that he was leaning against and raised his hand. He was immediately called upon by Dr. Trussell. "Chapman Boone, the Weather Channel?" "Well, Mr. Boone, I see that you survived your reporting in Seattle. I believe many of us watched your heroism." A smattering of applause greeted Chapman, who was slightly embarrassed, but appreciative of the recognition. "Thank you, Dr. Trussell. It was an interesting day, to say the least." Chapman paused to clear his throat and then asked, "May I ask about your opening statement? You used the word wobble. Can you expound upon that?" Chapman heard several attendees seated in front of where he stood say yes and please do. He was glad his question wasn't out of line. "Yes, of course," began the glaciologist. "Naturally, the Earth spins on its axis, but it doesn't always spin evenly. The reason for this is quite simple. The mountains, oceans, and other geographic landmarks across the planet are not evenly distributed. As a result, the Earth naturally wobbles a bit when it spins. However, for millions of years, that wobble, as I call it, has been consistent. That is now changing. Our studies indicate that the wobble of the planet is increasing significantly. Certainly, changes in the Earth's mantle, whether through volcanic activity, shifts in the tectonic plates, or simple evolutionary geologic adjustments, is one explanation. Another, more likely reason, in our opinion, has been the series of ice melts and glacial rebounds in the last several decades. While most of us are aware that the melting ice caps are impacting sea levels across the planet, it also appears to be impacting the overall wobble. Chapman issued a follow-up question. What are the long-term effects of this increased wobble? As the ice melt continues its present trend and the glacial rebounds are lessened due to global warming, the potential for the wobble will increase. This will have a major impact on the planet's ecosystems, sea levels, and even volcanic activity. The attendees began to talk among themselves, and the murmur became louder. Suddenly, a woman stood in the center aisle and walked toward the podium until she stood 20 rows away from the speaker. She was sharply dressed and very attractive. There is another explanation. Her French accent was heavy. Chapman was intrigued. Your name? Bristled Dr. Trussell. Dr. Isabella Dubois, INSU, Paris. The INSU, the National Institute for Earth Sciences and Astronomy, located in Paris, was world-renowned for its research in the fields of geologic, ocean, atmospheric, and space sciences. Well, Dr. Dubois, we're all open-minded here. I'm sure everyone would be interested in a counter-opinion. A few grumbles could be heard after Dr. Trussell's statement. Chapman got the distinct impression that the group was not as open-minded as the speaker suggested. He would soon find out. I cannot disagree that the Earth is wobbling, nor will I disagree that the polar ice caps are melting. I do have an alternative theory that should be considered. The room erupted into a chorus of hisses and subtle hints that she should take a seat, or better yet, get the hell out. This is not the time. Ask for your own lecture hall. How dare you challenge our esteemed colleague? Chapman was amazed at the hostility shown to this woman. She hadn't begun to present her theories, and she was already being silenced. Dr. Trussell raised his arms again and motioned for Dr. Dubois to continue. Thank you, Dr. Trussell. My research has shown a pattern that has spanned several decades, dating back to the 1980s. I have solid evidence that our planet is experiencing a fast polar shift, one that will occur within our lifetime and may very well be the cause of the climactic events that many have been blaming on our fellow man for years. Boom! Dr. Dubois had dropped a nuke inside Hall 6 of the Paris-Le Bourget Conference Center. Even Chapman gasped at the statement, not because it was outlandish and far-fetched. He knew of at least one deceased geologist who agreed, and a certain former storm chaser who was buying into the theory as well. The whistles and boos rose to a crescendo. Blasphemy! Denier! Flat earther! The name-calling began in earnest and could be heard above the uproar. To her credit, Dr. Dubois held her ground and didn't cower under the peer pressure. Dr. Trussell walked away from the podium, thrust his hands in the pockets of his tweed jacket, complete with leather elbow patches, and provided Dr. Dubois a condescending smile. After a moment, the uproar began to die down, and he returned to the podium. Please, everyone, I asked for an open forum today for a reason. There are naysayers out there, and Dr. Dubois has been kind enough to reveal herself, which takes great courage. Now, I hope she is well versed in her theories, as I would like the two of us to have an honest intellectual discussion, which should, once and for all, put to rest any notion that our planet is warming due to something other than man's activities. So, please, Dr. Dubois, continue. Chapter 38. Paris, France. Chapman was enamored with the young Frenchwoman's poise and confidence. He was rooting for her, and he hoped she was knowledgeable enough to back up her challenge of the speaker's theories. He leaned against the wall and listened as she began.
For decades, the World Magnetic Model and the data analysis from the World Data Center for Geomagnetism in Kyoto, Japan, has revealed a progressive shift of Earth's north magnetic pole from Canada to Siberia at the rate of 50 kilometers per year. In the last decade, the speed has increased exponentially, and based upon our study, we believe the WMM will show the erratic movement has now taken magnetic north closer to Russia's border with Kazakhstan. This pole shift is impacting weather worldwide, which is a plausible explanation for warming temperatures, the corresponding rising seas, and extraordinary geological transformations around the Earth.
She paused to allow yet another wave of vocal protests from the attendees to subside. Before she got a chance to continue, Dr. Trussell broke in with a response. Dr. Dubois, we are all familiar with the concept of wandering poles. Over the last century, the North Magnetic Pole has made a haphazard trek across the international dateline into Siberia. Likewise, the South Magnetic Pole now sits a few hundred kilometers off the coast of Antarctica, just inside the Australian Economic Zone. However, the reason for the wandering is because the Earth's magnetic field isn't based around a perfect bar magnet stuck through the planet's core. Instead, it's created by a layer of molten iron in the outer core that is constantly moving. Plus, these poles do not necessarily move in concert. They do so independently of each other, which, as we all know, means that the North and South poles aren't directly opposite each other. Now, to my point, we know the magnetic fields have completely reversed many times in the planet's 4.5 billion year lifetime. These reversals take 1,000 years or more to complete. So, decade to decade, you get variations in the poles, as you might in the weather from a given day to another. I will use the weather in Paris over the last several days as Exhibit A. Record heat a week ago has given way to cooler air today. That is hardly cataclysmic, nor should it equate to the kind of climate change that is destroying our planet. Some members of the audience applauded Dr. Trussell's statement as if he'd won a point at the French Open tennis tournament. Dr. Dubois was undeterred.
My research shows we are in the midst of a fast polar reversal, one that will be completed during our lifetime. The evidence shows...
He cut her off. The last reversal took place 770,000 years ago, and recent geologic studies indicate it took at least 22,000 years to complete. That's several times longer than previously thought, and clearly debunks the notion some reversals could occur within a human lifetime. Chapman had read about this in Dr. Pruitt's journals. The new analysis, based on advances in measurement capabilities and a global survey of lava flows, ocean sediments, and ice core samples from the poles, provided a detailed look at the turbulent times the Earth faced during the shift. Over the millennia, the magnetic field weakened, partially shifted, stabilized again, and then finally reversed to the present orientation. Dr. Dubois was ready with her response.
In geology, as in the weather, no two events are alike. Plus, there is a distinct difference between a geomagnetic reversal, the change in the magnetic field where the North Pole shifts to the South Pole, and vice versa, and a true polar shift that doesn't occur very often. The shift in the magnetic poles can happen in the period of a human lifetime, as my research has shown. I have evidence of a magnetic reversal that took place 786,000 years ago and occurred in less than 100 years. A team of geologists from Cal Berkeley took me to the Sulmona Basin in central Italy, where we studied volcanic ash interbedded with lake sediments. There was a specific layer of sediment we analyzed during the time the magnetic reversal occurred. Their analysis points to a 100-year time frame, that I maintain began in the late 1970s. We are already in the midst of the shift in the magnetic poles, and my current research into the drop in the intensity of the Earth's magnetic field at 10 times faster than normal proves the fast shift theory.
The speaker didn't have a response to her assertions, so he chose to stare at her as if he was now bored with the exchange. After an awkward few seconds, she responded with a final statement.
Ignore my warnings at your peril, for this shift will change the face of our planet in unimaginable ways, and by a means exceeding anything man or his machines can do to it.
With that statement, the debate was cut off. Not by Dr. Trussell, but rather by the attendees, who didn't want to hear any alternative theories to what was happening around the world. The boos and hisses of earlier were replaced with profanities in a dozen languages, hurled insults, and name-calling that clearly upset the previously stoic Dr. Dubois. She stood for a moment, hoping that the uproar would subside, or that the speaker would step in to calm down the hostility, but neither occurred. With a sigh, she turned and strode up the aisle toward the exits. Chapman pushed his way through the other standing room-only attendees so that he could catch up to Dr. Dubois before she left. He wanted to hear more of her theory, and he really wanted to meet her. Chapter 39. Paris, France. Chapman made his way to the exit where Dr. Dubois had escaped only seconds earlier. One of the attendees standing at the back of the room held the door open and continued to berate her in a language that Chapman couldn't discern. The man's tone of voice was obviously hostile. The man blocked the exit, holding the door open to continue his barrage of insults, until Chapman grabbed him by the right shoulder and pulled him backwards. "Shut up!" he forcefully hissed at the man, which startled and frightened the rude attendee. Chapman rushed into the hallway, which was empty compared to earlier in the day. The presentation by Dr. Trussell was the last formal event of the afternoon before the cocktail parties began. A few people were hovering around the bars in the carpeted hallway, oblivious to the reasons the French scientist had exited Hall 6 quickly. He saw her standing near a plate glass window overlooking a courtyard where another group had gathered to smoke cigarettes. He caught his breath and calmed his nerves as he approached her. "Dr. Dubois?" he began before she spun around.
"Quoi? What?"
she snapped, clearly in no mood to talk. He loved her accent. This exquisite French woman somehow made being annoyed seem sexy. He looked at her up close for the first time. She was slender and undeniably beautiful. Her olive skin, coal black hair, sharp blue eyes, and high, distinct cheekbones could have easily described a Dior model walking the runway at Paris Fashion Week. Her beauty certainly didn't fit Chapman's stereotype of a climate scientist. "I'm sorry to interrupt," began Chapman. He stuttered out of nervousness. "I just thought you could use a friend. They weren't very kind in there." Her nerves were still raw.
"They will not listen to anything that challenges their narrative. Even if I showed them my data, my findings, they will create their own study that wholly contradicts what I can prove. This is the way of the world. Dissent is silenced."
"But you might be onto something."
"Yes, of course I am. I would not have exposed myself to their ridicule if I was not certain in my theories. I had no intention of speaking out until someone asked a question about wobble. Wobble is a childish word. The correct term is, as you say, vacillate or oscillate."
Chapman didn't admit he was the one who asked the question, which in turn prompted the French woman to enter the fray. She still seemed a little heated, and his goal was to help her calm down, not get inflamed again. "Yes, I understand," he added.
"No, I am not sure you do. Neither do they. The shift involves much more than adjusting a compass or a global positioning device. As the magnetic field weakens for any length of time, the planet will be less protected from the high-energy particles emitted from the sun. We will be exposed to higher levels of radiation that will increase cancer, raise global temperatures, and..."
She stopped, shook her head, and turned to stare out the window again. She rubbed her temples as she tried to regain her composure. Chapman took a chance. "Are you familiar with the work of Dr. Harry Pruitt? He's a geologist who had a theory." Her curiosity was piqued, so she turned to face Chapman. He noticed a slight smudge of her makeup where she'd shed a few tears.
"Yes, I know of him. He is very controversial, but his work has helped me in my research. He is quite the recluse."
"He's dead."
"Oh, I am sorry to hear that. I was unaware."
Chapman took a deep breath. "It just happened a few days ago, in Greenland. I was there. Well, not when he was killed, but soon thereafter."
"Killed? Murdered?"
"Yes, no, he was killed by—" Chapman was about to explain when Hall 6 began to empty as Dr. Trussell's presentation ended. He immediately became protective of Dr. Dubois and positioned his body to shield her from the view of the departing attendees. He felt better when he saw them race each other to the bars that were spread equidistant throughout the exhibition hall corridors.
"They are thirsty, no?"
she asked. Chapman was now standing very close to her, close enough to smell her enticing perfume. He lowered his voice. "Yeah, so am I." She allowed herself a smile, one that melted Chapman.
"Let us start over. I am Dr. Isabella Dubois from Paris."
She extended her hand to shake. Chapman gently grasped it, and in a split second, he vowed never to let it go. "I am Chapman Boone, an American in Paris." Isabella laughed at the obvious reference to the beloved orchestral composition by famed composer George Gershwin for the musical An American in Paris. Then she furrowed her brow.
"Wait, you are the man who asked about the warbell, yes?"
Chapman playfully raised his arms. "Guilty as charged, but I didn't know it would end up in an argument."
"No matter, Monsieur Boone. It was an argument that needed to happen."
Chapman felt like a young boy going through puberty talking to the senior prom queen. With every word she uttered, he wanted to melt. Maybe you have the time to discuss this further? May I buy you a glass of wine? I'm staying right down the street at the hotel—" She cut him off.
"No, Monsieur Boone. You may not buy me a glass of wine at the budget hotels of Paris-Le Bourget. I will send a car for you. We will drink and talk in the city. But not wine, please. I drink American whiskey."
Chapman was officially in love. Chapter 40. Riverfront Farms, Southeast Indiana. For the most part, human beings acted in a rational manner. When confronted with the unexplainable, or a controversial topic they couldn't fully grasp, they would find ways to understand the event. In psychology and logic, rationalization was the process of taking something they didn't fully grasp or have an explanation for, and apply their learned experiences to create a plausible, simplified interpretation. Squire and Sarah Boone had been operating riverfront farms for decades. They'd seen weather patterns change for the better, and now for the worse. There were times when it rained so much that Squire wondered if he'd ever get his seeds in the ground. Now, due to extreme drought, he prayed for any type of moisture to save his crops. Even animals had been prone to engage in abnormal behavior over the years, but no more so than that summer. The wild hog incident that frightened their daughter-in-law, Carly, was only one example. There had been days when the horses were so agitated that nobody was willing to go near them, much less ride them, or, God forbid, clean their hooves afterwards. The other day, 2 donkeys, the picture of docile creatures, brayed and stomped and eventually began to kick the barn boards off their enclosure. And now, in a first during their lifetimes, the hens stopped laying eggs. Certainly there had been times in which some of the chickens had been stressed out while a coyote came around late at night, or that time some idiot in Louisville had the bright idea to have speedboat races on the Ohio River in front of the farm. However, on those rare occasions, only some of the hens were affected. Not all of them, as had been the case for the last 3 days. Squire watched the news and learned that a total solar eclipse was taking place over Far East Russia, Alaska, and parts of northern Canada. He brought his information to Sarah, and they wondered whether that might explain the odd behavior of the hens. They decided that the solar eclipse was too far away, since it was set to pass over the Arctic and wouldn't reach this far south. Nonetheless, they stepped out onto the porch and looked toward a cloudless sky, which had become the norm. The sun was blazing in all its glory, baking the increasingly dried-out soil on their farm. Then, suddenly, the sky began to darken as the moon unexpectedly began to cross in front of the sun. The Boones quickly averted their eyes, heeding the warnings they learned as children to not look directly at the sun without eye protection. The two of them had experienced the total eclipse of 2017, known as the Great American Solar Eclipse. They recalled the last time that occurred, which was in 1776. To think another one was happening just a decade or so later was astonishing, and not predicted by anyone. After it was over, Sarah opined that the total eclipse might be affecting their hens. Squire pointed out that the last solar eclipse didn't, but then he admitted he couldn't really remember. The two shrugged it off, agreeing the seemingly unconnected occurrences to be happenstance. The fact was, the events were connected, but not in a way Squire and Sarah understood. Chapman and Christie would soon begin to connect the dots. Chapter 41. Paris, France. Filled with nervous excitement, Chapman scampered back to the hotel and showered. He hadn't been on a date in years. To be sure, the casual invitation to have a drink with a new acquaintance might not officially qualify as a date, but for a guy who was married to his career, it was a momentous occasion. He then stood in front of the small closet in the hotel room and stared at the few hanging clothes he'd packed. He discarded his winter gear that had been mauled and bloodied by his encounter with the polar bear. He'd brought the one suit and dress shirt that he'd worn all day. All he had left was a pair of crumpled khakis and a light blue seersucker shirt. After a quick ironing of his pants, he got dressed. Chapman checked his watch, and then he checked himself in the mirror. He wasn't a bad-looking guy as he advanced into his late 30s. He'd abandoned his Indiana farm boy clothing years ago when he quit chasing tornadoes through Oklahoma and Iowa. He did not, however, let his fame as a television personality go to his head when it came to how he dressed. He was still grounded in that respect. The sun was setting as Chapman stepped outside the entrance to the hotel. It was truly shameful that he'd traveled all the way to Paris only to stay in the French equivalent of a budget inn. He was at the mercy of the Weather Channel travel scheduler, and he was only expected to be there 2 nights before returning to Atlanta. The driver of a white Citroën, the French-made automobile now owned by Peugeot, beeped its horn as he pulled up to the curb. He rolled down the window and shouted, "Monsieur Boone?" "Yes." "Professor Dubois has sent me. You may ride in the front seat if you wish." Chapman piled in the smallish vehicle that was made for navigating the busy streets of Paris. The cool evening air whipped through the open rear windows of the car as the driver zipped toward the city on the Autoroute du Nord. Traffic was light, as was the conversation. From time to time, the driver would direct Chapman's attention to certain points of interest, acting as an unofficial tour guide for the visitor. Traffic slowed as a rugby match was being held at the Stade de France, the national stadium of the Western European nation. Their route took them across the Seine, a 500-mile river that meandered across France, through the heart of Paris, and into the English Channel. Once they entered the heart of Paris, their progress slowed considerably. The driver pointed out historic churches and directed Chapman's attention to the famous Eiffel Tower in the distance. He chatted up Chapman, obviously proud of his fluent English. "We call Paris the city of love and romance. Paris and romance go together like champagne and caviar, café and croissants. Paris has an unparalleled beauty with its grand architecture.
It also has charm with cobble streets and buildings that are not too tall. I have been to the concrete jungle of New York with its buildings towering over you. It is easy to get lost there. Not so in Paris. Here you have history and architecture and people who are saying Je t'aime.
Je t'aime? Chapman was unfamiliar with the phrase.
Oui, monsieur. It means I love you. It is a phrase you must learn.
Chapman cocked his head and then nodded as he took in the scenery. Then, with a strong hint of irony, he drove past the Place de la Concorde, a major public square at the end of the Champs-Élysées, one of the most well-known streets in all of Paris. The Place de la Concorde was famous for the Luxor obelisk, a 3,300-year-old Egyptian obelisk moved to the square in the early 1800s, and the massive 200-foot-tall Ferris wheel known as the Rue de Paris. After Seattle, Chapman could have gone a while before seeing another Ferris wheel. The final turn of the Citroën took him down the Rue de Rivoli, a street lined with high-end shopping that borders the north side of the Tuileries Garden, a beautiful open space that had graced Paris since 1564.
Here is your destination, Monsieur Boone,
the driver announced as he stopped the car in the middle of the street.
Café Rivoli Park is one of Professor Dubois' favorites.
Are you going to pick her up now? Asked Chapman.
No, monsieur. She lives nearby. Enjoy your evening.
Chapman had barely closed the door when the driver sped off into traffic. He stepped onto the sidewalk and took a deep breath. The sunset was incredible, casting an orangish glow off the exquisite architecture of old Paris. When he entered the restaurant, he was relieved to see that it was casual dining. He hadn't known what to expect, as Isabella had simply said she'd send a car for him. The bar was lively, and the food appeared to be a mix of American fare with local French favorites. The restaurant was full, so Chapman began to push his way toward the bar in search of Isabella. He did a double take when he spotted her sitting alone and talking on her cell phone. Her white Prada bag was settled on a bar stool next to her, an obvious "this seat is taken" signal to anyone who attempted to join her. Chapman caught his breath as he took in her beauty. Earlier, she had been professionally dressed in a suit that exuded confidence. Tonight, she was in a simple pale yellow dress that showed off her natural beauty. Chapman had never met a woman as stunning as Isabella, nor could he remember ever being this happy to see someone, especially since they'd just met. Besides her obvious attractiveness, he couldn't get over her toughness, the dogged determination she showed when going toe-to-toe with the speaker earlier in the day. Having drinks with her would help him push the events of Seattle and Greenland out of his mind, at least for now. She was just disconnecting her call when Chapman appeared by her side. "Bonjour, mademoiselle," he greeted her with his best two-dimpled smile. He was proud of his effort to address her in French. Her adorable laugh in response was well worth the effort.
Bienvenue dans mon Paris, Monsieur Boone. Welcome to my Paris.
She stood and hugged him, supplying a soft kiss to each of his cheeks. Chapman had never been so warmly greeted by another human being in his life. He fought to stand as his knees became weak and his face flushed. She motioned for him to sit. It was a good thing, as he was about to collapse. He'd been struck by a thunderbolt. Chapter 42. Paris, France. Eventually, Chapman suppressed his love-struck feelings and settled into an interesting conversation with Isabella. The two exchanged pleasantries, talking first about their careers and then sharing information about their families. It was relaxing, and the two strangers eventually began to act like a couple. He'd make her laugh, then she'd return the favor while gently touching his arm. They were oblivious to the fact that the restaurant was emptying out except for them. Eventually, the conversation turned to her interaction with Dr. Trussell at the conference earlier that day.
As I said earlier, they are not interested in alternative theories to their climate change narrative,
said Isabella.
The thought that the world is changing on its own is not an option. What bothers me the most is that historical scientific evidence is ignored, and anyone who tries to challenge current thought is shouted down.
Chapman disclosed what he learned from Dr. Pruitt's journals. He focused his efforts on the drift of the North Pole. He points out that the magnetic poles frequently don't line up with the pole as defined by the axis of the Earth's rotation. His findings definitely point to a large change in the motion of the magnetic North Pole, which has taken a great leap from the Canadian side of the geographic North Pole well into Siberia. It is now approaching Kazakhstan. Isabella picked up on his point.
The data I have supports this hypothesis. The geologic record shows hundreds of pole reversals have occurred throughout our planet's history. Patches of iron atoms in Earth's liquid outer core become reverse-aligned, like tiny magnets oriented in the opposite direction from those around them. When the reversed patches grow to the point they dominate the rest of the core, Earth's overall magnetic field flips.
So you're saying that the wobble referenced by Dr. Trussell may be real, but it's not caused by the melting of the polar ice caps or the extraordinary thaw in Greenland. Am I right?
Yes, Chapman, exactly. The Earth isn't wobbling, as he says, due to the melt-off. The melt-off is occurring due to the wobble, or shift in the poles. They have it backwards.
Chapman chuckled. No wonder they shouted you down. Isabella grimaced and sipped the last of her bourbon.
It was not unexpected, but rude nonetheless.
Dr. Trussell pointed out that the shift takes many centuries to occur. You said that this one is different. Why?
The science supports it. A study in your state of Nevada at Battle Mountain discovered magnetic minerals in 15-million-year-old rocks. The geologist found that the minerals preserved a geomagnetic field reversal that occurred within 100 years or less. This was the second study of its kind, with the other being at Steens Mountain, Oregon.
Why wasn't this more widely reported?
Neither of the findings gained acceptance in the paleomagnetism community. Part of the reason, again, in my opinion, is because it runs contrary to the climate change narrative. I'm trying to make the case that we now have several studies that indicate a super-fast magnetic change occurred in the past, and therefore it could happen again.
Like now?
Oui.
Isabella, how fast is fast? I mean, how do those studies compare to what's happening now? The bartender approached them and asked if they'd like another round. Isabella checked her watch and declined. Chapman asked for the check and paid for the drinks and appetizers while she answered.
The geologic data at Steens Mountain indicated a change of 6 degrees per day. That rate was so high that paleontologists immediately attempted to debunk the findings. They argued that the liquid outer core couldn't generate magnetic field changes that quickly. Those who disagreed with the study also argued that even if a rapid shift happened, they wouldn't be observable at the planet's surface. Yet, a second study confirmed the 6-degree shift. Based upon my data, and I would appreciate the opportunity to look at Dr. Pruitt's journals, the present shift is currently at 1 degree per day.
Much less, added Chapman.
Yes, but the normal shift period is 30 miles per year, less than 1 degree. At the present rate of shift, the magnetic field will reverse within a year or less.
And what happens as it does? Asked Chapman. Isabella hesitated, checked her watch again, and then smiled.
Would you like to accompany me to my loft for, as you Americans say, a nightcap? I will show you my research.
Chapman bolted off the bar stool, embarrassed by his awkward eagerness. He tried to contain his excitement as he responded, Oui. Chapter 43, Paris, France. Chapman and Isabella walked arm in arm through the streets of Paris until they reached her 2-story loft. They shared another drink, talked about his schedule for the next day, touched on her research, and then they fell into bed together. The chemistry and then the passion was undeniable between the two of them. If it were possible for two strangers from different worlds to find love in a day, it could happen in Paris. The next morning, the sun shining through the loft's 18-foot-tall ceiling-to-floor windows woke Chapman from a deep sleep. It took him a moment to get his bearings, as the 6 or 7 bourbons from the night before weighed heavy on his head. As his eyes adjusted to the sudden bright light, he felt the other side of the bed for Isabella, but she wasn't there. He immediately assumed the worst. Did she have regrets? Did the bourbon-induced tryst embarrass her? His mind flashed to scenes from movies he'd seen in the past, where one sexual partner or the other questioned whether they'd made a mistake the night before, and then a note was found on a pillow that read, "Show yourself to the door." But all of his fears were assuaged when he propped himself up against the ornate padded headboard and found her across the room, sitting in front of a computer. He took a moment to spy on her, hungering to catch a glimpse into her life. He wondered if what had happened between them, the drinks, the laughter, and then the invitation to her loft, was normal, or was he somehow special for her, like she was for him? She stood and wandered toward the other end of the spacious loft, wearing nothing but a barely there blouse. He admired her beauty and lack of modesty, the latter prompting him to look around for his own clothing. After a moment of searching, he saw them lying in a heap near a bistro table and a couple of chairs. This enabled him to replay the night's events in his mind, which led to his full recollection of how they'd ended up in her bed together. A smile came over his face as he wondered if he had the courage to walk across her loft naked, not only for her to see, but also for anyone who might be staring in her windows from afar. While she fixed her coffee, Chapman shrugged and chuckled before muttering, "What the hell? When in Paris, as they say. Or was it Rome?" He didn't want to startle her, so as he made his way toward the open kitchen, he greeted her. "Good morning." "Bonjour," she replied. Her soft voice and that glorious French accent immediately reminded him of why he was infatuated with her. It also caused him to quickly change course to retrieve his khakis off the floor before he embarrassed himself. Now it was time for that the morning after the night before awkwardness that some couples experience. Only it didn't happen with them. "Yes, bonjour. Did you sleep well?" She didn't answer, but instead she approached him, allowed her blouse to fall open, and she hugged him. She whispered into his ear, "Never better, mon amour." "My love." Chapman beamed as the words flowed like silk out of her mouth. He kissed her and accepted the mug of coffee that was adorned with a sketched drawing of the Louvre Museum on it. "Same. I hope that you're okay with, well, you know." Isabella let out her infectious, soft laugh. "It was my idea, or do you not recall?" "Oh, I recall. All of it, in fact. I just wanted—" She put her index finger up to his lips. "Shh, you think too much." Then she kissed him gently on the lips. "Come with me. Something has happened." She led him by the hand to the computer and motioned for him to pull up a side chair that sat next to the plaster interior wall. "What is it?" asked Chapman as he slid the chair adjacent to hers. She squeezed his hand for a moment, and then navigated the computer's mouse to open up a window with a news report from West France, a daily newspaper. "Dozens of pilot whales beached themselves off the western coast of France as the Bay of Biscay." Chapman was somewhat familiar with whales. He'd covered a story years ago on St. Simon's Island in Georgia. Due to a hurricane that had skirted the Atlantic coast from Jacksonville to Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, a pod of pilot whales found themselves swimming too close to shore and ran aground. "I've seen this before in the States. Is this unusual for France?
According to the story, scientists are mystified as to why such a large number should get stranded at one time, especially in the Bay of Biscay. These whales do not inhabit this deeply inverted bay. They remain well off the coast, traveling from Morocco to Iceland as part of their migratory pattern.
Did something force them into the bay? An offshore storm, perhaps? Isabella scrolled through the article and then switched to another screen to scan the contents.
No, nothing like that. One ocean biologist suggested that they may have followed a school of herring into the bay, but they are known to stay in the North Atlantic and the Baltic Sea, not off the coast of France.
She pushed away from the desk and pulled her blouse closed. Chapman tried to be respectful and averted his eyes. Her lack of modesty was one thing, but he didn't want to seem like a creep, constantly trying to catch a glimpse of her naked body. I sense that you have a theory, he said as he took a sip of coffee.
Yes, the change in the magnetic field, the shift, confuses the animals. Man has to adjust his GPS devices. Animals, naturally, adjust their internal compass.
Chapman furrowed his brow, took a deep breath, and exhaled. They thought the west coast of France was north. Isabella spun her chair on its pedestal and pointed toward the east, where the sun was now streaming in through all of the windows.
Because they think north is that way.
Chapman stood for a moment and wandered toward the windows. He was there to report on excessive heat that had been replaced by cooler than normal temperatures. Now he felt like he had a bigger story. He needed to call his executive producers to pitch the idea, but he wanted to call his sister first and get her thoughts on the animal behavior. Isabella snuck behind him and reached around his waist.
You are so serious.
I need to make a couple of calls, and then I think we should go to the coast. She nibbled at his neck and whispered,
Not just yet.
Chapter 44. Brookfield Zoo, Chicago. Christie had just completed a meeting with her staff regarding the escaped chimpanzees and capuchin monkeys. The horrendous accident on the interstate was breaking news around the country, and soon would become worldwide headlines. She and Tommy had spent the morning preparing for a press conference to be held by zoo officials. She was sure she'd be called upon to answer some difficult questions. Tommy did his best to anticipate any inquiries regarding the monkeys' behavior. Despite the unsettling events, Christie was in a remarkably good mood. Almost all of the chimps had been recaptured, except for those who died on the freeway or as a result of the cars crashing over the guardrail. The capuchin monkeys were still at large. They were smaller and expert at evading any predators. They'd made their way north of the Brookfield Zoo into the suburbs, where the hiding places were plentiful. Her staff was up to the task of bringing them back to the zoo, which lifted a heavy burden off her shoulders. Her cell phone rang, and the display indicated it was Chapman. Tommy excused himself, leaving her alone with an increasingly tense night.
Hey, Chapman, I guess you've seen the news.
Hey, sis, is it about the whales?
Wait, what whales?
Oh, you mean the polar bear thing? Christie scowled and leaned forward in her chair. She immediately navigated to Google News to search polar bear incident and then whale incident.
I have no idea about either one of those things,
she said after a brief pause. She heard Chapman sigh before he spoke again. Sis, this has to be between you and me, not anyone else.
You found a girlfriend, and she's a polar bear.
Shut up, he shot back playfully. No.
Dang it, sis.
Maybe, but that's not why I called. Chapman proceeded to explain the events in Greenland, and as he spoke, she found the news report on the BBC website from London. He finished explaining what had happened before she gave an opinion.
Listen, I'm glad you're okay, but I wouldn't see too much in this. With the massive ice melt in Greenland, the polar bears have likely been driven inland in search of food.
People? Sis, it was a massacre.
They were hungry.
They attacked me. Well, what did you do to piss them off? Chapman paused before responding. So you're saying what happened in Greenland was normal? Not necessarily normal, but certainly plausible and with a reasonable explanation due to the unusual warmth. What's this about whales? We woke up this morning and learned about... She cut him off. Hold up, Buster. Who's we? It's this girl I met in Paris. She got a news alert about pilot whales. Again, Christie interrupted his statement. Paris? As in Tennessee or Texas? It was a logical assumption because both small towns were in an area of high tornadic activity. France. Paris, France. Anyway, his big sister was now fully prepared to interrogate him. You didn't answer the we part. Who's we? Did you meet someone? Yes, she's a climatologist and a professor here in Paris. She? Do tell me more, Chapman Boone. Damn it, sis, I'm trying to be serious here. The sides of Christie's mouth turned upward into an evil grin that Chapman couldn't see, but was thoroughly familiar with. Quid pro quo, bro. Tell me about your girlfriend, and I'll tell you about the whales and the dogs. What dogs? Spill the tea, she teasingly shouted. First of all, she's not my girlfriend. I met her at the World Climate Conference yesterday. She began to pepper Chapman with questions. Is she cute? Come on, he responded. What's her name? Dr. Isabella Dubois. Christie burst out laughing, uncontrollably snorting as she did. Oh my God, you found a French hottie! You go, boy! As she forced herself to stop laughing, she could hear Isabella through the phone. Chapman, do you want a croissant with your latte? Yes, please, replied Chapman. This exchange nearly knocked Christie out of her chair. She laughed so hard that she had to take the phone away from her mouth to press it against her chest. When she returned the phone to her ear, she heard Chapman whisper to her, Would you calm down? I hate you. So is that sexy French kitten a professor? Yes. Let me say hello. Hell no, not gonna happen. Isabella could be heard again. What is not going to happen? Christie was aware that Chapman had cupped the phone with his hand because he spoke to Isabella, and all she could hear was his muffled voice saying something about his executive producer giving him a hard time. He then returned to the call. Christie, stop it. This is serious. What about the whales? She decided to give him a break. The last time he'd called her by her name was when their dad had been thrown from a horse and broke his wrist. Okay, fine. I'm looking at the story now. Pilot whales, west coast of France, right? That's it. She went on to explain the same plausible reasons that the scientists gave in the news article. Then Chapman asked about whether the shift of the poles could impact the whales' migratory routes. She thought for a few seconds before responding. You know, I can't answer that for sure, but I have a new member of my staff who probably can. I would kinda equate it to salmon. They use their internal compass to find their way to feeding grounds using the Earth's magnetic field. Lots of migratory animals use the magnetic field to orient themselves, including turtles, whales, and birds. Chapman changed the subject. You said something about dogs, too. Yeah, a horribly gross story out of New York's Central Park. It seems a pack of crazed dogs, and let me add, these weren't rabid strays. They were pets, domesticated, allowed to play in an off-leash area of the park. Anyway, they attacked a couple of joggers, tore them apart before the cops killed them all. Even the shotgun blasts didn't warn them off. Jesus, muttered Chapman. Yeah. Everything okay with you? He asked. Yeah, we've had our own drama at the zoo. I've been out chasing monkeys that escaped from the primate center. How'd that happen? Christie ran her fingers through her hair. She was still coming to grips with the events herself. Well, I'm still looking for answers, but from what I can tell, they used a large piece of granite to break the lock to the enclosure. Then they broke off a tree limb to climb over the wall and escape. You're kidding. No, not at all. It was what happened after that seems straight out of a Planet of the Apes movie. You hate those movies, interjected Chapman. Well, after the last day of excitement, I may have to go back and watch them again. Chapman could be heard eating his croissant. Then he asked, "First, they managed to break the lock with granite, and then they found a way to scale a block wall with a tree branch. Where did they learn that?" "I don't know." "So, sis, you said my polar bear attack and the beached whales were both plausible. Is the Central Park dog attack plausible?" "Sort of. Well, not likely, considering the dogs were domesticated pets." "And what about your monkey escape? Think hard. Do you consider that plausible?" The question dangled in the air, and it never got answered.
You're now listening to a story from Afterworld Audio, where each audiobook immerses you in richly detailed post-apocalyptic landscapes. Let the narration guide you through abandoned cities, dangerous wastelands, and the lives of those who dare to survive. Sit back, relax, and let the story unfold around you.
Chapter 45, African Safariland, Orlando, Florida. Two of the more ornery, ill-tempered members of the animal kingdom with dangerous dispositions are the crocodile and the hippopotamus. Yet they were known to frequent the same bodies of water and live together in harmony. They also collaborate to scare off intruders who unwarily venture into their territory and who, because of these creatures' outwardly docile nature, were unaware of their ability to kill. There had been reports of crocs and hippos turning on one another. Years ago, a Czechoslovakian photographer had captured a stunning image of a crocodile sunbathing atop several dozen hippos who were casually lounging in the Grumeti River in the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania. It was a peaceful scene until suddenly and violently the hippo bathers were no longer so welcoming of their crocodile friend. The croc got too close to a female who had calves, and the entire bloat turned on their fair-weather friend. The island of hippos suddenly erupted with their wide-open, toothy jaws. The crocodile and its armor-plated body was crushed in seconds. Rhonda Medina had left the Brookfield Zoo as Christy Chapman's assistant with great sadness, as the two had worked closely together for years. But Rhonda was interested in advancing her career, and when she was told of an opening at Africa Safariland in Orlando, she jumped at the opportunity to pad her resume at one of the biggest media and entertainment companies in the world. At first, her duties were similar to those she'd performed at Brookfield. As a zoologist with experience handling the exotic animals of Africa, she was a perfect fit at Africa Safariland. Within just a few weeks, her outgoing personality and infectious smile caught the attention of her supervisors. When another opportunity presented itself in which Rhonda could host backlot tours of the world-renowned zoological theme park, she was both flattered and excited. The park encompassed over 400 acres, divided between rides, shopping, and animal exhibits. She would continue to work with the 1,500 animals representing over 200 different species. However, her additional duties as a backlot tour director not only paid her more, but it gave her an opportunity to shine in front of the theme park's executives. It was a beautiful, sunshiny day in Central Florida, as most days were. The park was filled with visitors, many of whom came for the rides, shopping, and dining, but others were truly interested in learning about the animals. Today, Rhonda was hosting a 3-hour private backlot tour for a group of family members of the theme park's sister company in Tokyo. Rhonda did not speak Japanese, and the Safariland team member who did called in sick that day. She assured her supervisor she could handle the backlot tour if the guests didn't mind helping her with interpretation. Fortunately, several members of the group were fluent in English, and after some playful banter between them, the group decided to move forward with the tour. The mood was jovial as they began the first leg of their journey into the theme park version of the Congo River Valley, the man-made habitat that closely resembled the environs of the exotic animals. They walked along a grassy path, and when they crossed a rope bridge, the tour was officially underway. The path wound its way through the aviary, where Rhonda pointed out the unusual birds and their myriad colors. Next, she introduced the group to the smallest of the mammals on the tour, the naked mole rats. Also known as a sand puppy, the burrowing rodent's hairless, tubular, wrinkled body made it appear to be a minuscule version of a walrus, or as Rhonda put it, a bratwurst with teeth. Even with the humorous insights and anecdotes, Rhonda sensed her guests were getting antsy. The language barrier prevented her from understanding the whispered comments about when the real animal tour would begin. She disregarded her guests' concerns, as she knew the real fun was about to begin. She led the group up a hill through a palm tree-covered canopy, which gave them the feeling of being in the jungle. After the brief trail walk, she led them to an overlook that extended over the hippopotamus pool. She could sense the excitement, especially among the children, as the giant beasts bathed barely 20 feet below the overlook. "Okay, everyone," began Rhonda. "This is one of the highlights of our tour today. You're about to experience something that very few people in the world have seen: a mother hippo with her twin calves." Her Japanese guests spread the word, and their excitement began to build. Rhonda continued. "A mother hippopotamus has only given birth to twin calves one time in captivity. That happened at the Emmen Zoo in the Netherlands 20 years ago. Now, here at Africa Safariland, we are proud to say that it has happened again. This proud mother of twins is the second such occurrence. The newborn twin hippos have stabilized after their birth, and this week marks the first time they've been released into the hippo pool with the others." One of the guests pointed out the two adult crocodiles sunning on the bank to their right. "Are you concerned that the crocodiles will eat the baby hippos?" "No, not at all. This group of animals has cohabitated here in the hippo pool for many years. They're like family to one another. Besides, if the crocodiles come anywhere near the calves, the rest of the hippos will quickly circle around the mother and her babies to protect them." The group of 7 women and 5 children pushed against the railing of the overlook to get a better look. The hippos, however, had wandered away from the overlook and nearly out of sight of the group. Rhonda furrowed her brow and assessed the weights and ages of the group. None of them were excessively overweight, so her plan to give them a closer look was not out of the question. She glanced down at the disappointed faces of the children. They were pointing in the direction the hippos went. "I have an idea," announced Rhonda. She knelt down and opened her arms to gather the children close to her. As she spoke, one of the moms interpreted. "Normally, this additional part of the tour is designed only for adults, but you guys look big and strong. Would you like a closer look at the hippos?" They all screamed in joy, so loud that, unbeknownst to Rhonda, who had her back turned to the hippo pool, the crocodiles were startled off their bank and into the water, quickly disappearing into its murky depths. "Alrighty then, let me get you outfitted in these harnesses, and then we'll get a closer look." Rhonda quickly and efficiently sized up her guests for their safety gear. Each was supplied a harness and a vest that fit snugly around their legs and torso. Once they were properly outfitted, Rhonda punched a 3-digit code into a biometric lock that led to a walkway surrounding the outer edge of the hippo pool. One by one, she clipped their harnesses to a railing and a shock cord made of elastic cords wrapped in cotton to prevent them from falling into the hippo pool should they slip. The hippopotamus is the 3rd largest living land mammal, after elephants and the white rhinoceros. I'm sure that many of you are concerned about what hippos eat. It is only on rare occasions that they eat meat or insects. They are considered to be omnivores, but their main diet consists of grasses, vegetation, and fruit. "Look, I see the babies!" shouted one of the children in Japanese. Rhonda looked to her left to see the mother and the twin calves making their way through the water up ahead. She glanced behind her, where she saw the crocodiles had surfaced, barely sticking their menacing, piercing eyes above the waterline. Animals sense danger in a way man cannot understand. Tens of thousands of years of life's experiences became ingrained in their DNA, passed on from one generation to another. Quietly but methodically, several of the large female hippos began to wander toward the mother and her young. While Rhonda counted their numbers, she lost track of the Japanese children, who darted ahead toward the new family of hippos. When she heard their voices well down the path from where she was standing, she panicked. "Hey, wait! Wait for me!" She tried to jog and catch up, but her safety tether kept getting caught on the railing's posts. Now her panic set in, and the children were separated from their parents, who were behind her on the rail and couldn't get past. Rhonda unlatched her tether and chased after the kids. The women followed her lead, and soon 6 adults were running down the path under the canopy of tropical foliage. Then one of the women tripped on the root of a kapok tree. She stumbled forward and tried to use another one of the guests to break her fall. The result was a tangled wreck of limbs and bodies falling over one another, sliding down the embankment toward the hippo pool. "No!" yelled Rhonda. The women were crying and screaming for help as they slowly slid down the muddy embankment toward the dirty water. They were clawing at the ground, grasping for anything that resembled a tree root. But they were unsuccessful. Rhonda turned to the other women and began to take their security tethers. Some gave them up, others ignored her request and raced forward after the children. Rhonda clipped the ropes to hers until they stretched 20 feet, just long enough for her to reach the pool and help the women. Meanwhile, the children and the other women were chattering away in Japanese. Their excited tone of voice was indicative of their fear and concern for the women who had now reached the pool. "They're coming back!" shouted one of the women at the railing next to Rhonda, who was frantically connecting the ropes in preparation for descending the slope to rescue the women. She assumed the woman was referring to the rest of the group. Well, you know what they say about assumptions. Rhonda ducked under the rail and slid on her backside down the slope, using the heels of her feet to avoid falling too quickly. She'd almost reached the edge when she heard the loud splashing of water to her right. "Quick! Hurry! Come to me!" The women screamed and responded in Japanese. Frightened, they unlatched their tethers and waded through the water, at times slipping on the muddy bottom. Rhonda scooted down to the edge as far as her tether would allow. "Come back!" she encouraged the women closer. "Come on, you can do it!" Then the mother hippo and her twin calves picked up speed in Rhonda's direction, and they were surrounded by the bloat of hippos. The stampeding behemoths approached the two women, who panicked and began to run away from Rhonda's outstretched arms. "No, you can't!" Rhonda's sentence was drowned out by the carnage. The two women never had a chance. Countless tons of hippopotami plowed through them, crunching their fragile bodies, and trampled them under the weight of the enormous animals. The women were knocked under the water, only to emerge to let out blood-curdling pleas for help before being swarmed under again. For them, it was over in just seconds. As the bloat swept by, their badly battered, lifeless bodies bobbed up to the surface, face down. Rhonda buried her face in her hands and began to sob. Sobs turned to wails as the women and children on the path joined in. Distraught and in shock, Rhonda had difficulty bringing herself back to reality. The crocodiles did that for her. The first bite of the prehistoric creature's jaws ripped off the bottom half of her left leg. The agonizing pain was so great that Rhonda's attempts to scream resulted in nothing coming out of her mouth except air. Her eyes grew wide as the other crocodile snapped at her right foot, ripping off the boot and foot at her ankle bone. Now Rhonda found her voice. "Arg!" The agonized howl caught the attention of the women, who yelled to her and one another in Japanese. Then they tried to help. Rhonda rolled onto her belly and tried to crawl up the bank. Her muscle memory and instincts forgot that half her left leg was missing. The motion in her hips and thighs was futile, as she was unable to dig into the mud. Flailing like an earthworm on a hook, she caught the attention of the first croc, which scrambled part of the way up the bank and promptly bit off another hunk of her left leg. The second croc joined in and latched onto her right knee, engaging in a tug of war with the women, who were trying to pull Rhonda up the embankment. They pulled, and the croc tugged, and then Rhonda's body tore apart again. With the change in momentum, the croc, mouth full of leg, slid awkwardly down the muddy slope. The women, who'd pulled mightily to save Rhonda, fell backwards in a heap. Rhonda's body slid down the embankment once again. The loss of blood and pain was causing her to lose consciousness. She tried in vain to pull herself up the tethered line, but her strength was zapped. The women recovered and began to pull her again, but one of the crocs had returned for more. This time, it crawled farther up the bank and bit off an arm. The gruesome sight shocked the women, who screamed and lost control of the rope. Rhonda slid down the bank yet again. Her eyes rolled back into her head, and she slipped into unconsciousness before the crazed crocodiles worked together to deal their final death blow. Chapter 46. Brookfield Zoo, Chicago. Christy was reviewing the reports from her staff regarding the primate breakout. All of the chimps were accounted for, but half had been killed near the interstate. Only 3 of a dozen capuchin monkeys had been captured. Animal control departments of the state and local governments were alerted to the number that were missing. They were reassured, as was the public via Christie's media appearance, that the capuchins were disease-free and relatively harmless. She did warn the citizens of Chicagoland not to approach the monkeys, but rather to contact law enforcement, who would bring animal control and zoo representatives. As she pored over the reports, Knight fidgeted on his bar stool. He'd become increasingly agitated of late, especially since the primate breakout. He'd been shielded from what had happened by Christie keeping him in her office and in his cage to sleep at night. "Hey, buddy, are you tired of being cooped up in here?" He cocked his head, trying to understand her cadence to determine what she was saying. She picked up on his confusion. She signed to him. "We have to stay here. I am sorry." Knight pouted and nodded his head. A tap at the door, followed by it suddenly swinging open, agitated Knight. He hopped up on his bar stool and began to swing his arms, emitting a series of whoots and hollers. "Sorry, Knight," greeted Tommy, who came in carrying a stack of newspapers. "I didn't mean to startle you." Then he too caught himself. Tommy tucked the papers under his armpit and signed, "I am sorry." Knight persisted in complaining, and Tommy looked to Christie for help. "Don't worry about him. He's been fussy lately. We all have been. Sometimes I wonder if it has to do with me. Maybe he senses that you've been emotionally hurt by a man in the past. Was he like this with your ex or other men in your life?" Christie leaned back in her chair and smiled. Mr. Bannon, are you a, quote, man in my life?" He squirmed uncomfortably as he responded, "Well, you know, we are close working companions, and I do spend much of my day here." Christie enjoyed his prevarication. She was beginning to grow comfortable with the handsome new man in her life, and was curious to see if he was feeling the same way. The fact that he was evasive in his answer proved that he did enjoy her company as much as she enjoyed his. She decided to let him off the hook. "The thing is, in the last years of my marriage, Knight was a bigger part of it than my ex-husband. He never came to the zoo. Everything was always about him and his career. He showed little interest in my work." She paused, and then she added, "And no, there have been no other men in my life. Knight is enough, for now." Tommy approached her desk and set down the morning copy of the Chicago Tribune. "I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. They're calling for your head down at the Trib. And this surprises you? How?" she said with the wave of her hand. She glanced down at the front page headline that read, "Monkey Madness." Tommy replied, "The media is always looking for a scalp. The higher up someone is on the corporate ladder, the bigger the scalp." "Well, I guess I'm safe then. There are far more important scalps up the food chain around here than mine." "What's on tap for today?" Tommy asked. Before Christie could respond, Knight jumped off his bar stool, leapt on top of his cage, and began jumping up and down in an apparent temper tantrum. "Knight!" shouted Christie. "Stop it! Get down from there!" She stood and approached him. The chimp was defiant, glaring at her, and then emitted a hiss, a sign of aggression. Christie was shocked by his actions, but she knew what to do. Generally, a monkey will hiss if they think a human has something to eat, or when they feel threatened. To diffuse the situation, Christie averted her eyes and closed her mouth. Baring her teeth, even in the form of a smile, in the non-human primate world, can be seen as a challenge, forcing the chimp to protect itself. She motioned for Tommy to move to the back side of her desk. She used sign language to speak to Knight. "What is wrong? Are you hungry?" He shook his head violently from side to side and then signed back, "No." He then repeated it over and over again. "No, no, no." Knight began to beat the side of his head and swing his shoulders back and forth. For a moment, when he made eye contact with Christy, she saw a coldness, a mean-spirited side of Knight she'd never seen before. Then, just as quickly as the moment of insurrection came about, it passed. He lowered his arms, jumped off his cage, and knelt in front of Christy with his head lowered and arm outstretched. It was a signal of submissiveness and regret. She took him by the hand and walked him back to his cage. Knight willingly crawled inside, and Christy provided him some fruit to eat. His eyes were sad, but somewhat bloodshot now. He signed to her, "I am sorry. Head hurts." She responded, "Okay, I will make it better." His eyes remained sullen, and he slowly shook his head before he lay down without eating. Christy sighed and closed his cage door, affixing the latch, which she rarely did. She turned to Tommy and shrugged. He stepped forward and turned her chair so she could take a seat. She reached up to touch his hand, thanking him for the kind, gentlemanly gesture, a tender act between a man and a woman that Knight noticed as well. "What's that all about?" asked Tommy. Christy, frustrated that Knight was hurting, shot back, "I don't know. You're the animal behaviorist. You tell me." Her sharp response stung Tommy as he paused. He made his way around her desk and sank into a chair. Christy leaned on the desk and rubbed her temples. Her head hurt, too. "Tommy, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. I didn't get much sleep, and I've lost so many of my monkeys, and now this." She ran the tops of her fingers across the newspaper like she was wiping breadcrumbs off a cutting board. "No worries, boss. I get it. You're both on edge. How about a change of scenery? Maybe the three of us can take a walk around a tropic world?" "Das ist verboten," said Christy with a laugh. "You know German?" "No, but I fell asleep to this old movie with Brad Pitt based during World War II. Tommy perked up and sat on the edge of his seat. "You're a fan of war movies? Me too." "No, I'm a fan of Brad Pitt." Tommy slumped back in his seat as his obvious attempt to find something in common with Christy failed. "Okay, does that mean you can't take Knight out of your office anymore?" "Actually, it's worse. They want me to return him to the primate habitat. Permanently." "No way!" Tommy was incredulous. His response stirred Knight in his cage. "Unfortunately, that's the email I received overnight. As my boss said, the optics would be bad for me to be parading around the zoo with a chimp by my side after what happened." "That's a load of crap. He's practically... hell, he's more human than most of my fraternity brothers." Christy laughed. "You were a frat boy?" "Pike." Pike was a nickname for college men who were members of the Pi Kappa Alpha fraternity. "Wow, small world. At OSU, I was an ADP. We live for each other." "I couldn't have said it better, little sis." Alpha Delta Pi was a woman's sorority and considered the sister sorority to Pi Kappa Alpha. "Yeah," continued Christy, "those were good times. You know, the kind that you could never write home to your mama about." The two shared a laugh and reminisced about their college days until they buckled down on their studies to pursue their careers. After glancing over at Knight from time to time, Christy brought up the animal activity that had been relayed to her by Chapman. They also discussed the dog attack in Central Park, and finally, whether there could be any connection between these seemingly unrelated events. "My brother Chapman is in Paris attending a climatology conference. Somehow, and I'm not sure how one field of science crossed with the other, he met a woman who's been studying the Earth's magnetic poles. She has a theory that the North Pole is shifting, such that north will become south and south will become north." "Really? I haven't read anything about this." Well, apparently it's a radical concept and not widely accepted in the scientific community. Pseudoscience? No, not that far. More like taking a scientific principle and putting it on a fast track. The poles have swapped places from time to time in our planet's history. His new scientist friend seems to think it's happening at a much faster rate than is generally accepted. Tommy sat back in his chair and tapped the arms with his index fingers. The Earth is one big spinning magnet, creating a force field, to use a Star Trek term, of magnetic lines stretching from one pole to the other. Studies show that animal behavior can change rapidly because of major geologic events such as earthquakes, solar flares, and geomagnetic reversals. Christy perked up. Are you saying that some major event like a volcanic eruption or a quake might be brewing out there somewhere? Or it could be cosmic, Tommy replied. You know, the sun gives us life, but it can also take it away. And the animals might be sensing this? Yes, because they're more attuned to their environment than we are, he replied. Let me give you an example. Years ago, there was an underwater earthquake in the Indian Ocean that generated a massive tsunami. I remember, it killed a couple 100,000 people. Right, same one. The quake was a 9.0 magnitude, resulting in a giant tsunami that ripped across the ocean towards Sri Lanka, India, Thailand, and Indonesia. The day before the tsunami hit these areas, animals began to flee the coastal areas. Everything from lizards to elephants, flamingos to leopards hightailed it to higher elevations. Everything but man, Christy interjected. Yes, man, curious about the receding shoreline, flocked to the beaches to gather seashells or take photos or marvel at the phenomenon. When the 70-foot-tall wave hit, they were swept miles on shore, their bodies battered against buildings and trees. Christy shook her head as she recalled the news reports. The animals sensed the catastrophe was coming, and they took steps to protect themselves. They could feel it in their gut, and instinctively they fled for safety. Tommy paused to catch his breath. Christy, these events that your brother relayed by phone and what we've experienced could be isolated, or they could be connected to a pole shift. Maybe we should try to get... He was interrupted by an urgent knock on the door. One of Christy's supervisors entered her office. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Rhonda is dead. Christy covered her mouth and gasped. How? What happened? Crocodiles. She was half-eaten by crocs. Christy and Tommy stared at one another without saying a word. Neither had to. Chapter 47. Isabella's Loft, Paris, France. After Chapman and Isabella restarted their day, they showered and dressed. Chapman commented that he hoped she didn't tire of his outfit, as it was all he had other than the suit he'd worn the day before. They discussed the fact that his story about the heat was now replaced with a segment on the beached whales. She, too, wanted to drive to the coast, but she cautioned Chapman that it was an 8-hour drive, round trip. He grabbed his phone and made another call. As he was speaking with his production team in Atlanta, a series of text messages came in from Christy. He juggled all of the communications with the deft of a Ringling Brothers circus performer. Okay, Isabella, I've got my people securing us a ride on a France 24 news chopper. Where's the best place for them to pick us up? She thought for a moment, and then scribbled down the address. This is a helipad near the university. We'll stop by my office first, and then meet them in an hour. Chapman began to dial the number, and stopped. He scrolled through Christie's text messages and relayed the primate incident to Isabella. It is happening, she muttered as she walked away aimlessly through the loft. We have to see if these events are isolated. Can your sister help? I don't think we can count on her right now. She has her hands full because of the monkey's escape and what happened afterwards. Okay, I can put my graduate students on this. They will enjoy a change of pace. Chapman waved his phone and wiggled it. Let's do this. I'll contact my research assistants to look into other weather anomalies, unexplained plane crashes, or anything space weather related. You have your students try to find unusual animal and geologic activity. By the end of the day, we can come back here and cross-reference the events to see if there's a pattern.
Oui.
Chapman spontaneously walked up to Isabella and kissed her. We make a good team. They'd gathered their things and were walking through the door when a ding on her computer interrupted them. An email had come through.
Let me just check to see if that is the email I have been waiting for,
she said as she darted back inside the loft.
I have a friend at the World Data Center for Geomagnetism who respects my work. She continues to give me updates on the shift and its effect on the magnetic field.
Isabella stood hunched over the keyboard and scrolled through the email. Then she dropped her Louis Vuitton briefcase on the floor with a thud.
Oh my,
she said under her breath. Chapman heard her and shut the door to join her side. What is it?
My friend was of the opinion that the poles may be attempting to flip, but she believed it would go back to its original position.
Did she change her opinion?
Oui, the pole shift has continued to the south, and the south pole is moving now, but somewhat slower. With the continued movement, the magnetic poles looping out of both north and south are following along. This increased turbulence and unpredictability is beginning to weaken our magnetic field. She is showing a very strong positive geomagnetic anomaly around Lake Zesan in northeast Kazakhstan. Her email is saying the end poles of magnetic needles show southward declinations toward western China.
Chapman stood and sighed. It's all French to me. Isabella started laughing.
Yes, of course. It is written in French.
No, I meant, I don't really understand. The phrase, it's all French to me, is an American idiom meaning it's hard to understand.
Oh, yes, of course. Another American idiom is, bottom line it for me, yes?
Asked Isabella dryly.
Yes. Well, the bottom line is, we are running out of time. The degree of the shift has increased by a factor of 2.
Chapman rubbed his forehead. Did she say anything about the relative strength of the magnetic field? Isabella nodded and turned off her computer monitor. She reached for her briefcase, but Chapman picked it up for her. She responded,
Over the last century, the Earth's magnetic field had begun to show signs of decreasing at a rate of 5% for 100 years. This led scientists to believe that a full reversal was coming. But as you heard yesterday, most think it will take many hundreds or even thousands of years. However, my friend's data suggests that the North's magnetic pole is becoming especially weak as magnetic metals are draining energy from deep in the Earth's liquid core. As the polarity has shifted, the magnetic field has continued to weaken at a much faster rate. The result is more harmful radiation reaching the Earth than usual. Over an extended period of time, this radiation could cause a huge rise in cancer deaths and even make some areas of the planet uninhabitable. Also, as the magnetic field weakens, orbiting satellites will be at risk of malfunctioning, and ground-based electrical grids could be rendered inoperable.
Chapman motioned toward the door to remind her that they needed to get going. He made a suggestion. On the way to the coast, I need to reach out to one of my friends who works at the Space Weather Prediction Center operated by the National Weather Service. The SWPC can provide me up-to-the-minute space weather forecasts and the resulting impact a geomagnetic storm will have on Earth.
Oui, but tell your friend, with the magnetic field weakening, an ordinary, weak geomagnetic disturbance will be felt exponentially under these circumstances.
Planet-wide? Asked Chapman.
Not necessarily. It will depend on the intensity of the geostorm and the location where it strikes in relation to the present pole shift.
Chapman grimaced and shook his head. And to think all of this started with a simple assignment to cover rain in Seattle. Chapter 48. Thunder Bay, Canada. Levi and his boys, as he called them, had caught an early morning Air Canada flight from Louisville, Kentucky to Toronto, Ontario, Canada. The three guys had been friends since grade school, growing up on nearby farms from one another. They shared a passion for all things outdoors, camping, fishing, and hunting. Carl Tate was a year older than Levi. His family operated Tate's Creamery, a large dairy farm outside Corydon. The third guy in this band of brothers was Eddie Kramer. His parents used to operate the Half Moon Livery, a dude ranch near French Lick, Indiana, at the outer edge of the Hoosier National Forest, before it went out of business. Now he buys and sells horses for a living. The guys had been inseparable throughout high school. None of them attended college, opting for the simple life working their respective family businesses. Remarkably, their lives followed a similar pattern: married within a couple of years of their high school graduations, a couple of kids, and a dog or two. Levi was the undisputed trip leader this go-around. The guys had always dreamed of moose hunting in Canada, but the time never seemed right. Either they were expanding their families, or finances prevented one or more of them from spending the money. But as Levi finally convinced them this summer, just like having kids, there was never the perfect time to go on a hunting trip. So they pooled their resources, with Carl, the most well-off of the three, springing for the plane tickets. After a brief layover in Toronto, the guys were settled into the small airport at Thunder Bay, Ontario, while they waited to be picked up by a charter flight to Smoky Falls outposts in northern Ontario. "Here you go, boys," said Levi as he returned from a kiosk operated by the Canadian Wildlife Service. Thunder Bay was a popular starting-off point for Americans who wanted to hunt and fish in the pristine wilderness of northern Ontario. He handed the guys application forms he'd picked up at the kiosk. "What are these?" asked Eddie. "Ontario has hunting regs that require non-residents to purchase a moose tag." "I'm going to tag one all right," quipped Carl as he fumbled through his backpack for a pen. "Man, I wish we could have gone after one of those massive Alaska Yukon bad boys," said Eddie as he filled out his form. The giant moose, as it is called, ranges from Alaska to the Yukon Territory of Canada. They are difficult to track and are in high demand, so the price of hiring a hunting guide was more than double what they were being charged for this trip. "We'll have to settle for the second largest, the western moose," said Levi, shaking his head. Eddie was the whiner in the group. He seemed to find the negative in almost any situation. "Trust me, those 5-foot antlers and 1,500 pounds of moose meat will be plenty exciting for you." "Man, I'm ready," said Eddie. "When's that charter flight supposed to be here?" "While I was picking up our forms, I got a text from Clem at Smoky Falls Outposts." "Clem? Seriously?" asked Carl. "Yeah, there are still people named Clem in the world," replied Levi. "He must be old as the hills." Levi continued to fill out his form. "She. Clem is a she." "Come on, man," said Eddie. "A woman named Clem?" "Yep, it's short for Clementine. From the picture on the website, she's stout, too. You'd have to be to hunt moose," added Carl. "I can handle her," said Eddie. Levi laughed. "She'd break you in half. Anyway, the text read that some bad weather was settling in off Hudson Bay. They had to use their shuttle plane to take some folks to Toronto this afternoon." Eddie stopped filling out his forms and turned to Levi. "So, who's coming to get us? Bullwinkle Airlines?" Levi rolled his eyes. "Man, I hope you brought your own Garmin, 'cause we may just leave your dumbass up there in the frozen tundra." "Screw you, Levi," Eddie shot back jokingly. "It better not be cold. I packed for sunshine, summertime weather. It's still August, after all." Levi shook his head in disbelief. He'd told both guys the weather was unpredictable this close to Hudson Bay, especially lately. After what had happened to Chapman in Seattle, Levi packed his winter gear, just in case. "Boone Party, please report to Departure Gate 6. Levi was glad to hear the announcement. He hadn't let on to the others that he was concerned about the delay in the charter flight's arrival. It would be dark when they arrived in Smoky Falls, and he'd really hoped to get an aerial view of where they'd be hunting. Nonetheless, a surge of adrenaline hit him, and the excitement raised his voice slightly. "Saddle up, boys! It's on now!" Chapter 49. Riverfront Farms, Southeast Indiana. "Come on, Squire. This'll be fun. You know, like the old days." She gave the horn of their 1972 antique Chevy pickup another blast. The apple red Chevy had been one of the original trucks used on Riverfront Farms, and had become a mascot of sorts. Squire treated the old truck like one of his kids, doting over it and making sure it stayed healthy. The apple red paint job with white inserts stayed waxed, and the interior was meticulously kept clean. Sarah tried to lift her spirits, or at the very least put on a good face. The truth be told, she was a bundle of nerves, with anxiety enveloping her mind. After Chapman's brush with death in Seattle, she'd become increasingly on edge. She took to reading the news online, searching for weird happenings. It didn't matter if the newsworthy item related to the weather, animals, or accidents. Sarah began to see a pattern evidencing the end of days. "Sorry about that," said Squire as he slipped behind the steering wheel. "Nature called." "This late in the morning? Usually you're pretty regular." Squire shrugged as he turned over the 350 cubic inch V8 engine. "You'd think after 60-some years my body would understand these things should be scheduled." "Is it because you had to do all of Levi's chores? Maybe he shouldn't have gone on his trip as picking season begins." Squire leaned over and kissed his wife. "Let's not worry about things like workload today. Levi deserved this trip, and we would have been just fine if Leroy hadn't been bit by that rattler yesterday." Sarah sighed. Yesterday, one of their oldest orchard workers had just set his ladder in an apple tree. While rattlesnakes were capable of climbing trees and shrubbery, they rarely did. This one surprised their old hand and bit him near the neck, a deadly location. Squire raced the man to the hospital in Corydon, where he was still being treated. The doctor said he'd be okay because of their fast action. The rest of the pickers had been spooked by the snake attack. That was why he and Sarah planned on spending the day in the orchards with them. "Are you worried that they're ready to drop so early?" Squire bounced the old Chevy through the ruts leading to the orchard, slowing down to make the ride a little easier on his sore backside, which had seen a sudden uptick in activity. He'd been feeling some pain in his lower intestinal tract, and his diarrhea had increased considerably over the summer. But like every strong-willed husband, he'd hid this fact from his wife so she wouldn't worry. Besides, their apple harvest was more important than his bowel movements. It had been disheartening to discover the hundreds of small, immature apples dropping from their trees too early in the growing season. There were several reasons apples prematurely drop, and Squire had experienced all of them over the years. Some fall off the tree as part of the normal life cycle of the tree, largely due to inadequate pollination. Other times, pests manage to infiltrate their orchards, like apple maggots, coddling moths, and red mites. But their woes this summer were purely environmental. The drought was beginning to take its toll on the health of the orchard and the tree's ability to produce apples. In early July, when the first apples, which were barely an inch in diameter, began to fall to the ground, Squire gathered them up and headed into Corydon to meet with the folks at the Purdue University Agriculture Extension Office. He didn't learn anything he didn't already know. The hot temperatures and drought conditions prompted the early formation of the hormone ethylene, tricking the apples into thinking it was time to drop. "Dear, it's the doggone drought. We pump as much water out of the river and as deep into the orchard as we can, but I never expected to water every tree. If the depth of the Ohio continues to drop, I'll have to extend our draw pipes and maybe even increase our pump capacities before next spring." Sarah turned away from her husband to stare out the window. He immediately noticed that her mood had changed. Squire had learned to understand her fears and worries and what triggered them. He did his best not to heap any of his problems on her shoulders, but sometimes, in the course of conversation, he inadvertently did so. He scrambled to fix it. "That said, I've already done the calculations. Even with our harvest being at 3/4 normal production, we can upgrade the equipment and be ready for this next year. Plus, if we don't have the money, there's always good old farm credit. They've always been there for us in the past." Sarah smiled and reached for her husband's hand. "We always find a way. Just don't go back to the Clarks again, okay? Levi told me what happened with Bully Billy at the feed store the other day. I want to find a way to give them their due and be done." Squire nodded. "They'll get theirs, and then never again, I promise." They rode along in silence, periodically stopping to speak to some of their workers. Baskets were getting filled, and their gloomy mood soon passed. While Squire spoke to one of his foremen, Sarah scrolled through her Google newsfeed. An article caught her eye, and she interrupted Squire. "Wow, listen to this." He quickly wrapped up his conversation and turned to his wife. "Is it a text from the kids?" "No, sorry, no emergency. It's just a news story, but pretty amazing video goes with it." She slid on the bench seat until she was next to her husband. He put his arm around her. "Do you remember when I used to pick you up for dates in this truck?" She leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "I do. And I remember that Mama made me carry my biggest purse and insisted I keep it between us on the seat." Squire chuckled. "You'd throw that thing in the bed next to the hay bales as soon as we were out of the driveway. You couldn't slip a toothpick between us." "Nope, it was nice. Like this." "Yeah. So, what you got there?" "Watch this." She started a video from Al Jazeera News showing a massive swarm of locusts overtaking Mecca, Saudi Arabia. Mecca was considered Islam's holiest site. "There are millions of them," said Squire. "Those men are covered head to toe." Sarah nodded. "You can barely see the walls of the mosque, but the men continue to pray. Amazing." As if on cue, a grasshopper jumped onto the hood of the pickup, startling them both. Squire immediately honked the horn in an attempt to ward off the demon. He turned back to the video. "As long as they don't come," began Squire before Sarah interrupted him. "Don't you see what this means?" "Too many locusts are a bad thing?" he asked sarcastically. "No, husband. It's biblical. It's a signal of the end times. 300 years before the birth of Christ, a massive army of locusts descended upon northern Africa, consuming all the plant life. That was followed by a great plague and pestilence that killed millions." "Sarah, honey, this probably happens all the time." "It happened in Las Vegas not that long ago. Do you remember?" "Yeah, barely. I thought those were grasshoppers." Sarah put away her phone. "They were, but the principle is the same whether we're talking about locusts or grasshoppers. Las Vegas is called Sin City for a reason. They engulfed the city, even flying inside the casinos." Squire took a deep breath and withheld any further comment. Sarah was a strong believer in Christianity and took the Bible at its literal meaning at times. He was not quite as committed as she was, but because he loved her, he attended church on Sundays too. There have been times in the past when an isolated occurrence like a swarm of locusts caught her eye in the news, and he indulged her as she shared her theories on the end of days. He wheeled the pickup around a stalled tractor and headed back toward the house, when an enormous boom coming from the sky shook him to his core. Chapter 50. Riverfront Farms, Southeast Indiana. Squire abruptly slammed on the brakes, throwing both of them forward into the dashboard. "I'm sorry, are you okay?" he asked. Sarah had her face pressed against the windshield, looking toward the sky. She asked hesitantly, "Squire, what was that?" "I don't know." He exited the truck and walked around the open driver's door. He shielded his eyes from the sun and looked skyward. Then it happened again. Boom! Sarah shrieked and slid across the seat to exit through the driver's side door. She shoved her arm through Squire's, and he promptly hugged her. Then he pointed skyward. "Look at the lights! Is it lightning and thunder? Are we finally going to get some rain?" Sarah's excited voice was full of hope and anticipation. However, there were no clouds in the sky. "It has to be a jet or something," surmised Squire. "Only—" His voice trailed off. "Like a sonic boom," added Sarah. "The flashes of light don't make any sense, and the booms sound more like—" "Cannons?" Squire finished her sentence. "Yes. Bombs, even. Do you think it's coming from the mines over toward Evansville?" she asked. Evansville was just over 100 miles west of Riverfront Farms, on the other side of the Hoosier National Forest. I don't know, Sarah. I mean, those coal operations do mainly surface mining. I'm not sure that dynamite is needed for that. Plus, the strange lights. Boom! Another sonic boom, louder this time, shook their truck into the ground. Sarah raced back to the truck to retrieve her cell phone. She immediately navigated to CNN.com and found nothing. Then she tried IndyStar.com, the website for the Indianapolis Star newspaper. Nothing there either. Sarah wandered away from Squire and continued to study the skies. She stopped just short of a dry creek bed and turned completely around in a circle before returning to her husband, who stood by the truck, dumbfounded. She set her jaw, and her face turned serious. Squire Boone, I love you, and I know you love me. I want you to listen to what I have to say, and please let me finish. Promise? Squire took a deep breath and exhaled. He led his wife to the bed of the pickup, dropped the tailgate, and then lifted her up so she could sit on the opened gate. He hoisted himself up so they were sitting side by side, feet dangling in the air. I promise. She took his hand and gave it a squeeze. Do you remember the story about the 3 secrets of Fatima? Vaguely, lied Squire. Sarah continued. Okay, over 100 years ago, in 1917, there was a mysterious woman appearing as an apparition to these Portuguese children who lived in a small shepherding village. The kids, Lucia, Jacinta, and Francisco, claimed they'd been visited by the Virgin Mary on 6 different occasions. Each time, the Virgin Mary apparition gave them instructions on how to offer reparations to Jesus. She also revealed 3 amazing secrets. The last time she appeared, Lucia asked the Virgin Mary what her message was. While her 2 cousins remained a short distance away, she listened to the Virgin Mary reveal 3 secrets. First, she opened up her arms and provided a vision of hell with all of its fire and ugly demons and the poor charred souls of the damned. The vision frightened the children, but they now realized there was, in fact, a hell and possible eternal damnation. Second, while they wept and were overcome with sadness, they looked up to the Virgin Mary, and she reassured them that World War I would end, but another would start soon thereafter if people did not stop offending God during the time of Catholic Pope Pius XI. Squire, it was near the end of the Pope's time in the Vatican that World War II started. Sarah stopped to catch her breath, and Squire listened intently to her as she relayed what she'd learned in church. She was becoming emotional, so he wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her closer to him. She wiped a tear from her eye and smiled up at him before continuing. There was a 3rd secret, one that was so frightening and devastating that Lucia refused to disclose it. She received a lot of pressure over the years, including a harsh letter from her bishop, who demanded that she record the secret and send it to him. In 1944, the sealed envelope with the secret was delivered to the bishop, but remained with him until it was delivered to Rome 13 years later. According to the letter, it was to be revealed in 1960 because its meaning could be fully understood then. However, the Vatican refused to release the information because it was deemed too horrible to reveal. That's when the mystery and conspiracy began. People believed that the bits and pieces of her letter were released to suit the Catholic Church, not to reveal the truth. Many people claim that Lucia's vision was a detailed account of the apocalypse. Mostly, it discussed the threats to Christianity and to the life of all who believe. Squire, it's the prophecy of the end times and the specific passages contained in the book of Revelation. Squire slid off the end of the tailgate and wandered around the dry grass behind the truck. He stopped to pick up a rock and rolled it around in his fingers as he spoke. Honey, there has to be something more to this 3rd secret that would make it relate to what's going on in the world. All of this could be coincidence. Maybe,
But do you have an explanation for the crazy weather, locusts, and now mysterious booms coupled with these flashes of light?
Well, no, but there has to be. Sarah cut him off.
Pope John Paul II said in the message there was a warning. Oceans will flood whole areas of the earth. Her diary also said a flame comes off the sky that touches the axis of the earth like the tip of a spear, and that this makes the planet shake.
Squire shook his head. It could be naturally occurring events based upon science. It can also be based upon prophecies. He was careful with his words. Squire hesitated to say more because he'd promised to hear his wife out, and she got the final word.
I mean, I don't know what all that means and how it affects what's happening around us. It all seems a little, I don't know.
Sarah made her closing argument.
Okay, so it sounds far-fetched, but we don't have a better explanation. Maybe our scientific-minded kids will be able to explain. All I know is that the prophecies or secrets that came from Our Lady of Fatima, the vision of the Virgin Mary, have come true. Until somebody tells me otherwise, I think we're headed into some dark days.
Chapter 51. National Institute of Sciences of the Universe, INSU, Paris, France. Chapman and Isabella flew to the Bay of Biscay, making quick work of their chores. While Chapman did a series of live reports on the beached pilot whales, Isabella made the rounds and spoke with the marine biologists who'd descended upon the area. At least two of them confirmed her theory that a reversal of the planet's magnetic field might cause the whales to become disoriented. They talked excitedly on the return trip to Paris, outlining a list of things to do and people to contact in order to confirm their theories. Just before they landed at the INSU, she reminded Chapman of the geological issues associated with her theory.
The magnetic fields at the North Pole are clearly declining in strength as the polar shift takes place. This will soon cause disruptions to satellites, compasses, global positioning devices, and, as we've seen, animal behavior.
And weather, added Chapman.
Oui, none of this, however, compares to the effects of a true geological polar shift. That involves the actual movement of the Earth's crust over the inner core rather than just a change in the planet's electromagnetic field.
Chapman interrupted to get clarity. The solid part of the planet moves over the liquid part. Has that happened before?
Yes, several times over the billions of years that the Earth has been in existence. One theory included a passing comet with a gravity so strong that it changed the rotation of the Earth.
Chapman shook his head, then pressed his nose against the cold glass as he followed the chopper pilot's progress toward landing. That's hard to imagine.
I am talking about a shift in the electromagnetic field so great, it's possible to change the location of matter on the Earth's surface.
Like tectonic plate shifts?
Yes, but mainly the alteration of the ocean's currents, melting of the polar ice caps, plus severe weather like hurricanes, tornadoes, and droughts.
We're experiencing some of that already. In the States, we've already had one of the most severe hurricane seasons on record, and it's not even September yet. Not to mention that the hurricanes are active in the Gulf of Mexico and off our Pacific coast, which is unheard of. Isabella added,
Do not forget, with the disruption in the tectonic plates, we will have more earthquakes and volcanic activity.
Chapman muttered, It could be the end of the world as we know it. The two of them quickly exited the helicopter and hustled into the research center, where Isabella's graduate students were frantically pounding away on their computer keyboards in search of information. They'd barely entered the large room that held multiple computer workstations and meeting vignettes containing round tables with 4 chairs each, when they were immediately summoned by a trio of students huddled around a single computer in the far corner of the room. They dropped their gear on the first table and joined the group.
Dr. Dubois, please come see,
one of them shouted, exhibiting a sense of urgency. Another insisted on her attention first.
No, over here, Dr. Dubois. This is very important. Okay.
Isabella raised her voice to get everyone's attention.
First, can everyone stay late this evening?
Everyone enthusiastically replied yes.
Who can make notes on the chalkboard as we analyze our data?
A volunteer quickly raised her hand, and she took her position at the head of the room.
Now, we will take the time to hear everyone and create notes on our findings. Then, I can assure you, we will have more research to do, with more questions to answer. Agreed?
Oui.
Okay, I want to start with present-day events and then work backwards to historical occurrences. Who has current news reports?
The first person who tried to get her attention spoke up again.
I have a missing 800-foot freighter near the South Atlantic anomaly.
Wow, commented Chapman. That's a great start.
Everyone, this is Chapman Boone. He is with the Weather Channel from America. I can assure you, he is far more knowledgeable on these matters than the average weather reporter.
Thank you, Dr. Dubois. I'm humbled and impressed at the intensity of your students. She turned to her designated note-taker and nodded.
South Atlantic anomaly, s'il vous plaît.
The student obliged and scrawled the words on the left of 3 chalkboards.
Chapman, would you like to explain the South Atlantic anomaly to the class? They are all fluent in English.
That's amazing, said Chapman, wondering how many American college students could speak French. Based upon social media posts, he wondered if they could manage to put together a complete sentence. Okay, well, the South Atlantic anomaly is quite simply an abnormality in the Earth's magnetic field that exists in a huge expanse of the southern hemisphere, ranging from Zimbabwe to Chile. Over the past 200 years, the field has decreased in this area at an alarming rate, so much so that it's a hazard for satellites to orbit above that region because the weakened field no longer protects them from radiation, which interferes with their electronics. Also, ships navigating in the waters between the southern ends of Africa and South America must take special precautions to avoid getting lost or running aground on islands like Ascension and St. Helena.
Very good, Professor Boone,
interrupted Isabella, causing the research assistants to laugh. She continued the explanation.
There is a patch of reversed polarity beneath southern Africa at the core mantle transition boundary. The polarity of the field is opposite to the average global magnetic field. It is here that on a compass, north points south and south points north. This is the reason for the South Atlantic anomaly.
One of the students raised her hand to add to the conversation.
Only, we have evidence that the anomaly has relocated, Dr. Dubois. It is now farther north than previously assumed. The position is closer to the former Gold Coast of West Africa. 1,000 miles?
asked Isabella.
Oui. You mentioned a missing freighter. What was the ship's planned navigational route? West Africa to Venezuela, in the northern part of South America. It reported a mayday due to a possible tsunami. Then it disappeared without a trace. Rescue teams were there quickly and found nothing floating on the ocean surface. Nothing at all.
How big was it? Asked Chapman.
800 feet.
Chapman walked toward the chalkboard where the student was furiously taking notes. If the South Atlantic anomaly shifted that far north, the freighter might have been hundreds of miles off course, he said. And then he paused. Were there any reports of a tsunami? I have a tsunami alert app on my phone, but I didn't receive a warning.
No, Monsieur Boone. No reports or warnings.
Another student raised his hand.
Dr. Dubois, there was a report of seismic activity in the region. The ocean is very deep there. It would take a massive earthquake to generate a tsunami large enough to capsize a large freighter. Well, if there was a tsunami, where did it go? Asked another student. They do not burn themselves out. The waves keep going until they hit land. What about the whirlpool? Asked another.
Isabella walked toward the young woman and pointed her finger at her.
Yes, she's right. A tectonic plate could cause a whirlpool. It would have to be a big shift, quipped Chapman. Well, the movement of the South Atlantic anomaly at such a rapid pace could do that, mon ami.
Chapman raised his eyebrows and nodded. Isabella looked to the rest of her research assistants.
What else?
A young man stood and directed everyone's attention to a large television monitor at the corner of the room.
I have set up a slideshow for us. What are you showing us? Asked Isabella. I have expanded on your study of the Agathis australis tree, he began.
Isabella had begun to study the excavation of a tree that was found during the construction of a geothermal power plant in New Zealand. The 65-foot-tall tree had been buried in 26 feet of soil. The young man continued.
Carbon dating revealed that it lived for 1,500 years, approximately 42,000 years ago. It is the first tree of its kind that was found to have lived through an entire magnetic field reversal. Studies showed the reversal took place in less than 100 years.
Thank you, but we know this already, interrupted Isabella.
Yes, Dr. Dubois, but now we have secondary evidence from the same period of time in Earth's history.
Chapter 52. National Institute of Sciences of the Universe, INSU, Paris, France.
Proceed,
said Isabella.
Oui.
The young man motioned for another student to change the image.
This is a LIDAR image that used pulsed laser light to map the ground in an area of New York State in America. The lines depicted are actually stone walls built around farmland that was overgrown by the forest. A geochemist studied the construction of these walls and compared it to maps of the area dating back to 1790. Also, he conducted carbon dating on the rocks used to create the walls. Most of them were deposited into the landscape of New York up to 10,000 years ago.
Chapman interjected an anecdote based upon his experiences on the farm. In America, the early colonists found it difficult to plow their fields because of these stones. They would dig them up and use them along the borders of their fields or to mark their property lines.
Yes, the young man continued. The geochemist discovered that the walls were built at a time with a very small margin of error of 0.3% in relation to the Earth's magnetic field. His modern-day measurements reflect a 9% margin of error from the location of the magnetic North Pole in January of this year.
That was 8 months ago, interrupted Isabella.
Oui, Dr. Dubois. The study has been updated as of last week. The margin of error is now 31%. This means the pole has shifted an additional 24 degrees in the course of this year, at least in New York.
Isabella began to walk through the kiosks filled with students, each of them pointing to their related tasks. The evidence was piling up, indicating a monumental change in the Earth's environment based upon the rapid movement of the Earth's magnetic field. She was about to address the class when Chapman walked up behind her and gently touched her elbow.
"Isabella, we have a problem," he whispered.
"What is it?" she asked.
Maybe we should step out of the room. I've heard back from the SWPC.
Chapman looked at his watch, glanced at the ceiling, and closed his eyes in disbelief. The Space Weather Prediction Center was jointly operated by NOAA and the U.S. Air Force. Its primary responsibility was to provide global warnings for disturbances that could affect people and equipment impacted by everything from solar flares to asteroids. The services they provide influenced the decision-making processes of NASA, the Armed Services, the FAA, the Department of Transportation, and FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which regulated the power grid. They calmly walked into the hallway and closed the door behind them. Chapman opened his Solar Alert app on his phone and showed Isabella. The sun slowly, almost imperceptibly, rotated on the screen as it fluxed and oscillated. It looked like a gigantic fusion reactor preparing to create a massive release of energy.
"Watch this,"
said Chapman, who took his finger and rewound the time-lapse imagery. A solar flare blasted out of the sun, its superheated tendrils stretching deep into space. These solar images reveal activity on the sun's surface, including the opening of coronal holes, the source of high-speed winds of solar particles that stream off the sun into space. As a coronal hole releases these particles from the sun's magnetic fields, soaring up and away from the surface, they create the conditions necessary for a solar flare.
When did this happen?
She asked. 24 hours ago, a coronal hole developed and released a series of non-Earth-directed X flares. Solar flares are rated as Class B, C, N, or X, with X class being the most powerful. Last night, this active region released an X 1.1 level solar flare. Under normal conditions, while an X class is the most powerful, a 1.1 level is not enough to cause damage to the planet or its electronics. It would be labeled a minor or G1 level geomagnetic storm.
Normal conditions, interrupted Isabella. We now know that we are far from normal.
Yes, the SWPC is going to issue its usual S2 moderate solar radiation storm warning. This means that people at high altitudes will be subjected to the sun's most harmful rays and radiation. It will have small effects on high-frequency propagation through the polar regions, and navigation at the polar caps could possibly be affected. Isabella walked a few feet away and pulled her long hair behind her neck.
Except the polar caps are not where they should be, and the magnetic field has weakened considerably, more so than I imagined.
Chapman joined her side. If the strength level assigned to a G2 moderate geomagnetic storm is 6, then, with the magnetic field weakened, it's not unusual to expect that the actual impact of this solar flare could reach G4 or G5, which would cause widespread grid collapses and satellite failures.
On the whole planet?
She asked. No, not necessarily. Depending on the areas of weakness, using the South Atlantic anomaly as an example, the impact could be regional.
When is it supposed to arrive?
It is fast-moving, according to the text I received. It could begin to affect the planet within 18 hours. Chapter 53. Thunder Bay, Canada. Levi and his friends helped the elderly pilot of the de Havilland DHC-3 load their backpacks and rifle cases into the plane, and then climbed inside. The temperatures had dropped considerably as nightfall approached, the first of many surprises the hunters would encounter. "I'm real sorry I'm late, gentlemen," said Claude Boucher, the owner and operator of the Air Charter Service Quebec United Airways, or QUA. "It's about 2 hours up to Smoky Falls, and it appears we'll have quite the headwind. We've got an Alberta clipper heading our way. Really odd for August. Not to mention it's coming from the Arctic and not Alberta. Well, anywho, let's get this thing in the air." The guys put on their headsets so they could communicate with Boucher and strapped themselves into their seats. Levi had the back row to himself, except for Carl's oversized backpack rig complete with a bedroll. Levi had told him that they would be staying in the cabins at the outfitters' camp, but Carl insisted upon being one with nature, so he planned on sleeping under the stars. Levi pressed his face to the glass and observed the dark cloud cover. He might be sleeping in rain or snow, but stars were surely up there somewhere. "Alberta clipper, seriously?" lamented Eddie. "I told you, Eddie, the weather is unpredictable in northern Canada." "Man, it's August! Almost September, young man," chimed in Boucher. "It's not that unusual to get snowfall up here by Labor Day. I thought it was an unusually warm summer." Eddie was still trying to make excuses for dressing like he was going to the mall. "It was, until now," replied the pilot. "Tally-ho!" The DHC-3 fired up, and the single-engine propeller powered the small plane down the runway and into the last vestiges of daylight. After Boucher leveled the plane out to a relatively low altitude of 4,000 feet, he made some adjustments on the controls and wiggled his butt to get settled in for the flight. Then he began to talk. Claude Boucher was a big talker. I've flown all around these parts for decades, but I have to say this is my first trip into Smoky Falls. You know, once you've seen one of these remote hunting and fishing outposts, you've kind of seen them all." "How are the moose running?" asked Eddie. "Come on, Eddie," said Carl as he playfully shoved his friend. "We ain't fishing. We're not talking mackerel or wahoo." "I wouldn't know," said Boucher. "I don't hunt, but I do know the animals have lost their minds up this way. Seems like the closer you get to the Arctic, the more they go crazy." "What do you mean by that?" asked Levi. "Oh, we've got wolf attacks, salmon getting lost, grizzlies in the Rockies wandering inside people's homes. Heck, the darn Canadian geese started their migration south early, but not toward the States. They flew to damn Vancouver." Carl and Eddie were cutting up in the row behind Boucher, making fun of the old pilot as he told the stories of what he called the animal uprising. He remained focused on the task at hand, as he was flying using visual flight rules because of their remote destination. "How do you explain this weather?" asked Levi. "I really expected it to be decent." "Okay, well, the Alberta Clipper, or whatever the weather people decide to call it, is very unusual. These things take time to build up before the low pressure moves across the U.S. border and heads south. I've never seen one come across Hudson Bay like this. If anything, we've got ice melting and extreme flooding in the north. Very unusual." "What are they saying is causing all of this?" Levi asked. "I can tell you what they're saying." "What's that?" "Global warming? But I think there's something much more dangerous." Boucher hesitated and glanced at his instrument panel. Then he looked back toward the guys, who were giving him their undivided attention. "Nibiru." "What's that?" asked Eddie. Levi knew what Boucher was referring to, but he decided to keep his thoughts to himself. He thought the concept was far-fetched, but he was interested in the old pilot's thoughts on the subject. Boucher took a deep breath and began. "Nibiru is a megastar, almost like a planet, that has been traveling toward our solar system for thousands of years, bringing its own constellation with it." "Why am I just now hearing about this?" asked Eddie. Carl gave him a shove. "Shut up, Eddie. Let the man talk." Boucher explained, "There is evidence of this in the ancient Hebrew scriptures. It's been said that God initiated the Great Flood in the time of Noah by moving two stars. This caused a shift in the poles of the world. North became south, dry land became oceans, the oceans dried up." The glow from the instrument panel illuminated Eddie's face, so Levi could see him roll his eyes and shake his head in disbelief. He couldn't hold his tongue. "Come on, Claude, really? We're supposed to believe some rogue planet is whizzing by, causing the Earth to spin backwards, upside down, or some such? No way, man." "You don't have to believe, young man. But know this, in the days of Noah, as revealed in the Bible, people lived much longer than we do now. Centuries, in fact. So when Nibiru causes this pole shift, life will return those days, and we will all live for hundreds of years." Carl tried to shut his friend down. "See, Eddie, there is a bright side to this crazy weather. I've been reading about the crazed animals back home, too. A pack of dogs, and I mean everything from a poodle to a rot, mauled these two people in New York City. It was supposedly gruesome. Yeah, and we had the wild pig go after Carly. I didn't tell my folks this, but I had to beat it with the shovel so many times that the handle broke off, and it still wouldn't back down. That's the only reason I stuck it with my buoy." Levi patted his gun case, which held his favorite hunting rifle and the knife he carried constantly around the farm. "Well, gentlemen, we should be getting closer now, but I want to add one thing. There is more evidence of Nibiru outside of biblical teachings. The word Nibiru is Sumerian for 12th planet." Eddie interrupted. "Sumerian? As in ancient aliens Sumerian?" He rolled over and began to giggle to himself. He was having difficulty containing himself. "Yes, sir, that's the one," replied Claude. "According to the ancient Sumerian texts, our creators, the sons of God, came from a yet undiscovered planet that enters our solar system every 3,600 years. They came to the Middle East to mine gold that was needed to repair their planet. That's why we find the Great Pyramids in alignment with constellations in our solar system. They created portals or markers to guide them back to Earth. Eddie burst out laughing. Man, have you been smoking the wacky tobacco? I've never heard of so much happy horse shit in my life. Nibiru, Sumerians, ancient aliens, freaking pole shifts. Give me a break. Boucher was either insulted or his feelings were hurt, as he didn't say another word for 10 minutes. Snow from the Arctic chill began to pepper the windshield of the airplane as strong gusts of wind began to bring frozen moisture inland from Hudson Bay. Carl and Eddie were still joking and horsing around, while Levi, who'd begun to get cold in the back of the plane, dug out his camouflage hunting jacket. While he was digging through his things, he retrieved the Bowie knife from his gun case. Okay, gentlemen. Well, it's taken longer to get here than I'd mapped out. Maybe it's the headwinds, I don't know. Anywho, we're coming in on our final approach. Smoky Falls is out there somewhere, even though the weather is making it hard to see. Normally, I make these trips with the TAWS system turned off because it always gives us false warnings in this neck of the woods, but our viz is horrible because of the snow. TAWS was an acronym for Terrain Awareness and Warning System. The system was designed to prevent what's known as controlled flight into terrain accidents, unintentional impacts with the ground due to pilot error. I don't see any lights, commented Carl. Not a problem, young man. I have GPS to guide me, and according to Clementine, there's a big wide lake right in front of the outpost. We'll be splashing down in just a minute or so. The snow was turning to tiny, BB-sized pellets of ice that peppered the windshield of the de Havilland airplane. The wings began to waver from side to side as the strong headwind tossed the plane about. Eddie and Carl were through horsing around, and the tension in the air was thick. Boucher fought the winds and tried to steady the plane as it pitched and rolled toward the landing area on the lake at Smoky Falls. Levi leaned forward to study the plane's altimeter. Their descent was level and steady. Kudos to you, Mr. Boucher, Levi thought, as the seasoned old pilot planed off, ready to land on the water. The guys seated in front of Levi relaxed and even turned to one another to exchange high fives as the airplane's floats prepared to touch down on the lake. Only it was the tops of trees they touched first. The floats grabbed the branches of several balsam firs. The plane spun sideways and dipped nose down. The right wing snapped in half as it made solid contact with a tree trunk, sending the small aircraft in a nose-over-tail tumble through the snow-covered forest until it landed in a snowdrift, 80 miles off course, somewhere northwest of Smoky Falls. Chapter 54. Brookfield Zoo, Chicago, Illinois. Christy and Tommy walked through the aviary on the way to check on the primates that had been recovered. Now their eyes were opened to looking for unusual animal activity from all species. The phenomenon was spreading, and the events at the Brookfield Zoo appeared to be a microcosm of what was happening elsewhere. Tommy explained, "We consider birds an indicator species. Let's also look at salmon. The EPA studies the health of salmon to make an overall assessment of the stability of the Greater Pacific Rim, which has been affected by deforestation, creation of dams, and groundwater pollution. Amphibians are a good indicator species because they live in two environments, land and water. They have thin skin, enabling them to breathe through it, but it also makes them susceptible to absorbing toxic chemicals, radiation, and other diseases. You show me a bunch of chirping frogs, and I'll tell you the ecosystem where they reside is healthy." "And what about the birds?" asked Christy as she paused to watch the South American parrots race around the aviary. "Well, if the bird population remains stable, like amphibians, we consider the ecosystem to be stable. However, drastic changes in their environment seem to impact their numbers quickly." "Large die-offs?" asked Christy. Earlier, she and Tommy had scoured the internet for occurrences of flocks of birds suddenly falling from the sky. They both agreed that happened all too often under normal circumstances, but they were astonished to find the instances had quadrupled in the last year. Die-offs and population surges. You couple that with the extraordinary problem-solving abilities that the chimps displayed during their mistake, plus the inordinate amount of animal-on-human attacks, and you got the makings of an environmental disaster within the animal kingdom." Christy sighed and then pulled her cell phone out of her lab coat pocket. She scrolled through the apps until she reached her photos and videos. "I need to show you something, but this has to be kept between us, okay?" Tommy laughed. "Maybe. If you're about to show how you chopped that reporter who showed up at your house this morning into little pieces, I don't need to see, nor do I care. If, however, you'd like to show me, He never finished his sentence as Christy gently slapped the side of his head with the phone. "You wish. No, this is serious. Watch." Christy started the video. They stopped and stood off to the side of the trail to allow a maintenance vehicle to pass. "It's in fast motion," he commented. "Yes, give it some time." "Okay, it's slowed down. Obviously, it's Knight in his cage, periodically lifting his head and opening one eye. Wait, you just walked past the camera. Hey, that's from yesterday. I brought you the newspaper article, and then we left. Why were you... Whoa!" Christy paused the video. Whoa is right. I have a Wise wireless camera installed in my office to tape my interactions with Knight when I'm teaching him certain skills. I don't usually turn it on, but I did after I locked him up yesterday. He seemed so agitated, and I wanted to keep an eye on him in light of what the other chimps managed to accomplish the other day. If I remember, we thought he was sleeping after he apologized, am I right? Yes. In fact, you and I were talking about him during this. Did you notice how he kept lifting his head up slightly, and then his left eye quickly opened and closed? He was eavesdropping. Yes, he was. Okay, hit play again. Tommy took the phone and pressed play. He could see the interior of the room get brighter suddenly, and then darker again. That's when we opened the door to leave, letting in the natural sunlight, said Christy. Now watch. Within seconds, Knight was up and pacing the cage. Then he sat next to the cage door and began to manipulate the door latch until he managed to open it from the inside. Tommy paused the video again. Whoa, again! He was calculating, biding his time until we left. He was exhibiting acts of cunning and deception. Christy nodded. She pointed at the phone again. Hit play. Tommy did, and watched as Knight exited the cage and began to wander around her office. He made his way to the door and turned the knob, allowing a small opening so he could peer outside. His head looked up and down, and then he gently closed the door. After another moment, he returned to his cage and reattached the latch. Christy, this is incredible. He's planning to escape, just like the others. He's studied your movements, processed his options, and determined that leaving during the daytime wasn't safe. He was going to... Wait, he was still there this morning. Not for lack of trying, however, she explained. When I returned to the office alone yesterday afternoon, I played the video, but I turned my monitor so he couldn't see what I was doing. I reached the same conclusion that you did. So when I left, I locked the double deadbolt so he couldn't open the door. As soon as dusk set in, he exited his cage and tried to leave. He grew frustrated, threw one hell of a temper tantrum, and then returned to his cage. I suspect he'll try again tonight. He was playing possum. How did he learn that? It might be innate, replied Christy. Think about a chimp's DNA. They've been around leaf litter frogs, fire-bellied toads, and even hog-nosed snakes that are native to Madagascar. Tommy nodded. He draws deep into his inherited memory to trick us into thinking he's sleeping. Yes, and he listens to our conversation. Not signing, mind you, but listening and absorbing and taking action as a result. Yes, she said with a sigh. Then he grows angry at his inability to escape. Escape to where? This is the only home he's ever known. Sure, some of the chimpanzees and capuchin monkeys came to us from the wild. Certainly all of the gorillas were rescued from African jungles. He wants to experience what they experienced, freedom. Trust me, Christy, these chimps can communicate with one another in ways we may never be able to understand. He's angry
and in the absence of some other external stimuli that has brought this out of him, I'm prepared to blame something within the environment. Maybe, just maybe, the change in the magnetic field has altered the brain waves of the primates. It's certainly advanced their cognitive abilities considerably, surmised Christie. Tommy gestured for her to walk ahead as they entered the primate habitat to a welcoming committee of chimps sitting in perfect rows under the tree that held the tire swing. Their faces were emotionless. Their eyes were piercing. They looked like a jury prepared to render a guilty verdict. "Maybe not necessarily for the better," whispered Tommy, pointing to the jury of their new peers. Chapter 55. Brookfield Zoo, Chicago, Illinois. "I am exhausted," said Christie as she and Tommy trudged up the slight hill that led to her office. "Did we really work right through lunch?" "Indeed we did," he replied. He wiped the sweat off his brow by raising his arms and burying his face in his shoulders. He was carrying a file box full of records from the veterinarian's laboratory. After the chimps were recovered, they all had to be retested for infectious diseases. She also ordered their blood pressure to be monitored to determine if they were suffering from ongoing generalized anxiety disorder. "They got pissed when we ate one of their bananas," added Christie. "In the past, we've made a playful game out of it. Not today." When they reached the office door, Tommy dropped the file box outside the door with a loud thud. "I'll sleep good tonight," he quipped. Christie was breathing hard when she turned the key in the bolt lock to her office door. The bolt made a loud clicking sound, and she reached for the door handle when she suddenly stopped. Still holding the doorknob, she leaned into the door jamb and pressed her ear to the door. "A hissing sound," she whispered. "Weird." She shrugged and was about to turn the knob when Tommy stopped her by grabbing her wrist. "Let me go first. I'm sure it's nothing." He was forceful, insistent. "Christie, please." Tommy's muscular arms tensed as he slowly opened the door. It was dark inside her office, except for the ambient light that came in through the two small windows and the slightly ajar door. It was late in the afternoon, and the entryway faced east, so the light was minimal. Tommy pushed the door open slowly, and then the hissing sound turned into an uproar. Knight was out of his cage, and he was enraged. He knuckle-walked toward the office door, hissing. Then he broke out into an animated dance, waving his arms over his head and screaming, "Yeah, yeah, yeah! Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo-hoo! Hee!" His antics distracted Tommy, so he was slow to react when Knight leapt toward him. The crown of the chimpanzee's head struck Tommy in the sternum, temporarily forcing air out of his lungs. Tommy fell backward in a heap as Knight began to jump up and down on all fours. "Knight, stop it! In your cage, now!" The chimp ignored her order. He pounced on Tommy's chest and jumped up and down before doing a backward flip back into the room. Tommy was heaving, trying to process what happened as Christie flipped on the lights and confronted Knight. She signed to her chimp, "Back in the cage, now!" He was quick to respond, jutting his jaw out as he signed, "No, no cage for Knight." Christie glanced around her office. It was destroyed. The computer had been thrown across the floor. The wall-mounted television monitor had been pulled down and was now dangling from its coaxial cable. Her desk drawers had been pulled out, and the contents had been strewn about. And the room stank. Knight had defecated everywhere, and then proceeded to throw it against the ceiling, the walls, and any place else it might stick. It wasn't unusual for chimps that have been removed from the wild and then kept in captivity to experience stress and agitation, causing them to react by throwing things, including their feces. However, Knight had never been a wild chimpanzee. Until now. Tommy recovered and stood next to Christie as they studied Knight, who was standing on top of his cage with an air of defiance. "This is a disaster." "In more ways than one," she whispered. "He attacked you. I can't look the other way." "Christie, maybe he thought I was an intruder.
It was dark, and I did open the door slowly like a burglar might." "Nice try, Tommy. He destroyed my office before we returned. He was loaded for bear, waiting for us to open that door. He wanted to take his anger out on someone, anyone who came in here. Thank God you were with me." Christy signed to Knight. "Does your head hurt?" He slapped himself around the head, but he didn't respond through sign language. Instead, he let out a screeching, ear-piercing, unearthly sound that hit Christy's ears. "Ee, ee, ee! Oh, ee, ee!" Without warning, he crouched and leapt over Christy's head, his lanky arms and legs outstretched like a flying squirrel. His target was Tommy once again. Instinctively, Tommy adopted a boxer's blocking stance. He bent over at the waist and covered his head with his forearms and his chest by tucking in his elbows. Knight crashed into Tommy with his chest leading the way. He was attacking his adversary more like a gorilla than a chimp. "Knight!" screamed Christy as she spun to pivot. Tommy landed hard on his back, but managed to curl into a ball to protect the most vulnerable parts of his body. He rolled to his side and braced for an onslaught of pounding fists and kicks. But they never materialized. Knight bounded past Christy's bodyguard and never looked back. He bare-knuckled across the pavement, quickly crawled up a chain-link fence, and disappeared into a wooded area. Christy ran to Tommy's side and dropped to her knees. Tears were flowing down her cheeks, both out of concern for Tommy and the loss of a friend. Knight. "Are you okay?" Tommy sat up and rested his arms on his knees. He rolled his neck on his shoulders. Then he let out a short laugh. "I played football once upon a time when I was in high school. I was a linebacker and used to take pride in knocking the holy crap out of running backs and quarterbacks. Let's just say that payback's a bitch." Christy fell backwards against the open door and began to sob. The emotions of the last several days culminated to put her on the edge of a nervous breakdown. The ruckus drew the attention of the other zoologists who worked in offices down the path. They shouted and began to jog up the sidewalk to see what the commotion was about. "I have to tell them to alert the police and animal control," she said to Tommy. Tommy looked at the approaching members of the zoo's staff. "No, not yet. Quick, get inside." He helped Christy to her feet and got her inside the door. He closed it behind her and waited for the arrival of concerned colleagues. Christy could hear his muffled explanation through the door. She leaned against the wall and wiped the tears off her cheeks. "Is everything okay? Where's Christy? We thought we heard a chimp raise his voice." Tommy was being bombarded with questions, but he deflected them all. Eventually, after being satisfied, her colleagues left so he could re-enter the office with the box of lab results. He locked the door and fell into one of her office chairs. "Why did you protect him?" she asked. Tommy reached out to her, and she came to his side. He took her hand and smiled. "I did it to protect you. You and I both know that Knight should have been taken back to the primate habitat after what happened with the other chimps. After our observations here in the office, we certainly should have moved him into a more secure space. Christy, I don't want you to get fired." Christy reached and touched the bright red welt on his right cheek. At some point during the tussle with Knight, Tommy got smacked pretty good. "You really are a sweet guy." "Aw, shucks, ma'am." Tommy tried to make a joke, but his blushing face revealed to Christy how much he enjoyed the attention, and her touch. She bent over and kissed him on the cheek. "I'll have to report that as sexual harassment," he joked. Christy set her jaw and whacked him on the side of his head with her right hand. "There, report that!" Then she laughed. A good, hearty, from deep inside the soul kind of laugh that she hadn't had since, well, before she got married. It felt good. Chapter 56. Isabella's Loft, Paris, France. Isabella dismissed her research assistants and then debated with Chapman as to whether she should consult with her colleagues about what they'd learned. Chapman expressed his concerns about the timing of the geostorm. He needed to get back to the U.S., and, more precisely, the farm. She'd arranged for an Uber driver to pick them up at the university, and they were back inside her flat within an hour.
"I need to call my parents in Marigot," said Isabella before she closed the door behind her. Marigot was the capital of St. Martin, a French colony occupying the northern half of an island shared with the Netherlands. "We've had a place on the island to vacation until my parents retired there years ago. They sold their condominium and purchased a small house."
"I need to call my parents as well, and probably my sister," said Chapman. He dialed his father's cell phone. He placed his phone between his shoulder and left ear while he gathered his things and crammed them into his suitcase, which they'd retrieved from his hotel room. Isabella paced back and forth in her kitchen dining area, speaking rapidly in French. Chapman was at the far end of the loft, leaving a lengthy voicemail for his dad. When she continued to converse with her family in what appeared to be an argumentative manner, Chapman scrolled through his phone contacts list and attempted to connect with Christy. She also didn't answer, so he left her a similar, lengthy voicemail, although the message was different from the one he left for his parents. He didn't pussyfoot around with Christy. The message was clear. Get home to the farm. After getting Levi's voicemail, he tried his home, thinking he'd surely catch Carly or even one of the kids. None of them answered. "Doesn't anybody answer their damn phone anymore?" he exclaimed in frustration, causing Isabella to pause her conversation with her parents. Chapman waved and shook his head to indicate it was nothing. However, he immediately became concerned that something might have happened to the power grid in the Midwest. The zoo was about 350 miles from the farm, and if the solar flare arrived early, it might have struck Illinois and Indiana. He opened his news app and scanned the headlines. Nothing was being reported on the geostorm, much less the reversal of the magnetic field or unusual weather and animal activity. It was like any other news day, consumed by politics and scandals.
"So frustrating," Isabella lamented as she walked to the center of the loft to meet Chapman. "My parents think I am overreacting. They told me the government will issue the appropriate warnings. They invited me to come spend a few days on the island because I was clearly working too hard. Gah!"
Chapman laughed. Even when she was angry and frustrated, Isabella was the most adorable woman he'd ever met. He gave her a big hug and kissed her on the cheek. "They'll be fine in St. Martin. I've been on the Dutch side, covering the devastation from Hurricane Irma 10 years ago. I was impressed at how the two nations and their people came together to help one another. You don't always find that after a natural disaster."
"What about your family?"
she asked. Nobody answered their phones.
"Are they okay? Did the solar storm hit already?"
Chapman chuckled. "No, they're Americans. If they don't want to talk, they don't answer the phone." Isabella gave him a quick kiss on the lips and hustled across the loft to her closet. She pulled out 2 Louis Vuitton duffel bags and threw them on her bed. Then she went back and began to pull out some clothes.
"Does it get cold in Indiana?"
"Wait, what? Are you coming too?"
"Oui, silly man. I am not staying here alone. My parents are safe, and Paris is no place to be when the power goes out."
"We don't know—" Chapman began to assuage her concerns, but she cut him off. Isabella dropped an armload of jeans and sweaters on her bed and stared at him with her hands on her hips.
"Do you not want me to come to America with you?"
"Well, of course.
Would you rather I stay here with the Yellow Vests while they burn down the city?"
For nearly 12 years, France, and Paris in particular, had experienced social unrest from those within the country who protested former President Emmanuel Macron's presidency. Over time, the protests turned to violence, and now the numbers of the Yellow Vest protesters had grown considerably. No, I don't want you to be put at risk."
"I do not need your protection, Chapman," she said stubbornly. "We are equals. I can shoot a gun as well as you, even better."
"What's that got to do with anything?"
"Because you will need help to defend your farm. If the electrical grid is hit by the storm, people will go hungry. They will come to farmers to take their food. I saw this in a movie many years ago. A movie? Isabella, really, I don't think it will be like that. Yes, it will, Chapman. I learned to shoot. I can help you.
Chapman smiled and reached out to take her hand. You know what? My family will love you as much as I do. Suddenly, she welled up in tears. Her lower lip pouted somewhat, and she closed her eyes. He was confused and struggled to make her feel better. I'm sorry, did I upset you? Of course I want you to come with me. I never want to be apart from you again.
Do you love me, Chapman Boone? Already? You have only known me for 2 days. How can this be?
Chapman smiled, exposing those twin dimples, and shrugged. I guess when you just know. I knew when I saw you go toe-to-toe with that snotty professor guy.
Toe-to-toe?
Isabella was confused. It means you were strong and not afraid to argue your position. I was very proud of you, and that's when I knew. She blushed, and then warmed to his touch.
That's not when you knew, Monsieur Boone. It was when I brought you home after drinks.
He laughed again. Not true. It was long before that. But I will say that, that helped seal the deal. She slugged him.
We have no deal until you introduce me to your family as your girlfriend and not a professor you met while in Paris.
Okay, let's shake on it, said Chapman as he extended his hand. He was still grinning.
In France, we kiss cheeks like this.
She kissed both sides of his face and then planted one on his lips for good measure. I love France, muttered Chapman. She patted him on the chest.
Good. We are leaving your beloved France now. Charles de Gaulle Airport is the largest with the most flights to the west. We will go there and find the best airline to take us to Indiana.
Chapman laughed. Well, we'll get as close as we can. I don't think any flights go directly to Indiana or Kentucky, but maybe Cincinnati or even Chicago.
Chicago? Where your sister is at the zoo?
Yes.
Let us fly to Chicago and see your sister at the zoo. I would love to see the animals.
Chapman stared out the windows of her loft as a flock of seagulls flew by. What are they doing 150 miles inland? I'm not sure visiting the zoo would be a good idea right now, he quipped. Chapter 57. Riverfront Farms, Southeast Indiana. Squire! Sarah ran out their front door, bounded down off the porch steps, and raced onto their gravel driveway, screaming his name. Squire! Where are you? She was frantic as she spun in a complete circle, searching for her husband. His truck was parked where they'd left it the night before. The garage doors were rolled open. The four-wheelers and the old red Chevy were in their usual places. Then she heard the unmistakable roar of a shotgun blast. The report reverberated off the barn and their home. It was close, yet she couldn't determine which direction it came from. She called out his name again, this time out of concern for his safety. Squire! Behind the barn! Her chest heaving from the weight of stress upon it, she ran toward the barn and arrived just as Squire jogged through the rear entrance. Honey, here! He shouted. Squire set the shotgun down on a hay bale and ran to join his distraught wife. I had to kill a rattler. What's wrong? She was gripping his cell phone so hard the whites of her knuckles were showing. It's Chapman. He called for us. You have to listen. Is he in trouble? Asked Squire as the two met outside the barn's front entrance. Just listen. I think we all are. What? Here, she said, thrusting the cell phone at him. He used his thumb to navigate to the message and then listened to it through the speaker. Squire and Sarah exchanged concerned glances as Chapman's voicemail began. Mom, Dad, I'm in Paris, but headed for the airport. Listen, something happened, is happening. I don't have time to tell you all the details, but it's called a pole shift, and it may be part of something much bigger. Basically, the North Pole changes places with the South Pole. It's been shifting for decades, but it's suddenly sped up. What that means is that the planet's magnetic field is weakening and will get much weaker faster. We've been trying to warn people, but they won't listen. Please,
I know this sounds like a lot of scientific mumbo-jumbo, but the weakened field makes us vulnerable to the sun's radiation. There's a sunstorm, known as a geostorm, and it is coming toward Earth. It will hit sometime in the next 12 hours. Squire looked at the phone display to check the time, and then he noticed when Chapman called. It had been an hour. When the geostorm hits, we could suffer power outages. Listen to me. I'm talking about a widespread collapse of the power grid that could last for many months. This pole shift is probably responsible for the droughts at the farm and some things I've experienced in Seattle and... His voice trailed off. Please, this is so important. I don't know how this will affect the planet and us, but you have the opportunity to get ready. You have to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. What does the worst look like? Imagine a world with no power, no electricity. Please, get ready. I'm going to try Levi, Carly, and Christy. I'll call you again as soon as I arrive in the States. I love you both. We'll see you soon. Chapman disconnected the call. Squire held the phone and studied the display for a moment. He ran his thumb along the edge of the phone and twice ran it over the play button as if he wanted to listen to it again. Squire, what do you make of this? I've never heard Chapman this excitable, even when he was chasing tornadoes. Squire didn't respond. He scratched his 2-day growth of beard and removed his John Deere cap to wipe the sweat off his brow. The wrinkles on his face ran deep from years of working in the sun and worry. Sarah interrupted his thoughts. Dear, never. Chapman is the calm and collected one, remember? Squire sighed and shoved the phone into the pocket of his overalls. I know. He sounded almost, panicked. Did this all suddenly come about? I don't fully understand what a pole shift is, but you'd think it would take a long time. The world doesn't just turn upside down overnight. Sarah grabbed both of her husband's hands and smiled. I don't think the planet turns upside down. It sounds like the outer layers, the atmosphere or whatever moves. Squire, I don't know what all that means, but I know our son. He's sincerely worried about this. Squire chuckled. Yeah, Chapman was convinced the Mayans were right back in 2012, too. Do you remember that? His eyes were glued to the History Channel, Discovery, National Geographic, all of them. He'd watch the reruns over and over again, convincing himself the apocalypse was coming. Please, Squire, it could have been worse. He could have been watching MTV. He shrugged. True, but still, he was certain the world was going to come to an end on 12/21/2012, and it didn't. Sarah shook her head in disbelief. She didn't want to get angry with her husband for doubting their son's dire phone call, because that would be counterproductive. Listen, he's obviously not alone in coming up with this theory. He said we in his voicemail twice, and whoever this other person is, they're coming home with him. It must be serious. Squire wandered away and put his hands on his hips as he stared at the barn. He turned his attention back to Sarah. Let's just say he's right, or even partly right, and we lose power for a few days or even weeks. The Boone family lived without power back in the 1700s just fine. We can do it again. Squire Boone, you're not going to compare our family's life to back in the glory days of the Boones and the Chapmans. We need to protect our kids and those two precious grandchildren that Levi and Carly blessed us with. Squire grinned. Okay, Mrs. Boone, you win. What do you suggest? Well, first off, we need to call Carly and figure out a way to get in touch with Levi. He needs to come home now. I'll reach out to Christy and tell her the same. She's not going to leave the zoo because of some wild-eyed theory of her brother. Squire, you leave Christy to me. Squire's shoulders drooped and his face relaxed. Sarah knew her husband. He always wilted under the pressure of his wife. What do you want me to do? She smiled as she took his hands once again and wrapped them around her back. She hugged him and whispered into his ear, I love you, Mr. Boone. You are the boss of this family, but sometimes you gotta trust a woman's intuition. She leaned back to study his face. When I said I do all those years ago, I meant it. I'll do whatever you think's best, Sarah. You're a good man, Squire. Now, we're going to be the ant, not the grasshopper. Huh? You know, the fable of the ant and the grasshopper. No, sorry. It goes like this. During the summer, the grasshopper spends his days hopping around and singing, while the ant constantly works to store food for the winter. When wintertime arrives, the grasshopper finds itself dying of hunger and begs the ant for food. The ant turns him away and tells the grasshopper to keep dancing and singing. You just made that up, said Squire with a laugh. No, it's been around longer than the Boones and Chapmans. Squire, our son said in the voicemail that nobody would listen to him. We're listening, and we're gonna get ready. Okay. The point is, I'd rather be prepared and alive than oblivious and dead.
Chapter 58. Brookfield Zoo, Chicago, Illinois. An animal's instinct, its innate behavior, was the result of millions of years of evolution and adaptation to a constantly changing environment. As the ecosystem in which they lived was modified, some species adjusted, and others didn't. Christie bore witness to the evolution of animals within the microcosm of the Brookfield Zoo. Only the change happened in a blink of an eye in the total scheme of things. The transformation of animals from the hunted to hunters was more than remarkable. It was without precedent. They'd been called by zoo security to assist them at the Big Cats exhibit in the northeast part of the zoo. Brookfield was home to the world's most beautiful, yet endangered big cats, including the African lion, the striped Amur tiger, and the exquisite snow leopard. She and Tommy walked across the zoo, past Tropic World, and around Roosevelt Fountain. Tommy brought her up to speed on some additional research he'd done on Chapman's pole shift theory. If some of the theories on the relationship between the brain, both animal and human, and the pole shift are true, then we might be looking at an uprising that could only be portrayed in a movie. It's not just the animals we've had personal contact with. Around the world, I've read about locusts, grasshoppers, bats, birds. His voice trailed off. Seriously, Christie, I've never seen so many weird animal stories in the news, yet nobody seems to see a connection. Christie weighed in. Animals have magnetoreception, which allows them to sense the Earth's magnetic field for navigation. I get that, but what is causing them to become hostile? In a word, confusion. Humans are no different. When our lives are on the steady eddy, routines are uninterrupted by natural disasters or other humans inserting themselves in our daily activities, most of us remain calm. But if we get thrown off our game, even something ordinary like another driver cutting us off on the interstate or a neighbor playing his music too late at night, we get annoyed. Now, most of us can control those feelings of being annoyed and not act upon them. Some might just bitch to a friend or even post how aggravated they are on Twitter. Others, however, rage. They ram their car into the rear of the offending driver. They bang on the apartment wall. Sometimes, if they really have a screw loose, they grab a gun and begin shooting at the perceived source of their anger. Animals are no different. Their brains have become confused by the pole shift and the changing magnetic fields. Chimps, like Knight, get angry and act out by throwing things, including their own poop. Hippos, like those in Orlando, might stampede. The crocs just do what crocs do, feed. It's unpredictable and random. Chaos, added Christie as they passed the pavilions and made their way up the Big Cat's walkway. She gestured for Tommy to slow as they approached the enclosure. Normally, the African lions would be lounging on the rocks, mere feet away from where they were standing, separated by a large moat that acted as a boundary. Today, the rocks and the water feature between them were empty. "Where are the animals?" asked Tommy. "The call said to meet the security team at the front of the exhibit. One of the zookeepers for this area reported a splash in the moat, and they were concerned one of the capuchin monkeys had returned, only to get trapped with the cats." They continued walking toward the clouded leopard rainforest, thinking the security guard had misidentified his location. As they made their way along the path, they came across two four-wheelers parked near the tiger's habitat. Christie's phone rang, startling her. She reached into her lab coat, saw that it was Chapman, and sent it to voicemail. "Something's not right," she muttered as she walked closer to the habitat's guardrail. The entire area was devoid of activity. She checked her watch. The zoo wasn't scheduled to open for 2 more hours, and it was during this time that the zookeepers assigned to each exhibit would be feeding the animals. "Did you hear that?" asked Tommy. "Yeah, thrashing in the water, right?" asked Christy. "Come on!" Tommy ran ahead along the walkway and turned up a hill toward the leopard habitat. The splashing sound grew louder as they approached, and when they arrived at the top of the incline, they abruptly stopped. "Lions hate water," mumbled Christy. "What are they doing in there?" Lions were notorious for not being good swimmers. Their muscular torsos aren't built for it. In the jungle, if there was a particularly rainy period, they'd cross a stream or a river to avoid rising water. Chasing prey was unheard of. The king of the jungle always had meal options on terra firma. Tommy hopped the railing and walked through the tall grasses and limestone to get a better look. "Are you nuts?" asked Christy. "They can't get up the side of the moat. I have to see what they're after." Christy shook her head, stifled her paranoia, and joined him. She moved quickly to catch up, her head on a swivel, just in case. "Oh my God!" she gasped as she saw 2 lions and a tiger tearing apart a man's body in the muddy waters of the habitat. They paddled around, latched onto a piece of the mangled torso, and swam back to their side of the enclosure. Another lion descended from the rocks above and hauled the hunk of human meat back up the steep sandstone embankment. The big cats were social animals. Their pride structure, especially when it involved hunting as a group in the wild, was often studied and well documented. It was easily the best-known social organization in the jungle. Ordinarily, the female lions did the hunting, and the males waited for their portions to be delivered. And rarely, if ever, did different species of big cats hunt together. Today, what they observed was just one more in a string of extraordinary events within the animal kingdom. It was the male lions who were hunting, in water, alongside a tiger, and it was the lioness who came down off her perch to drag the prey back up the hill. Setting aside the fact that it was a zoo employee who had been killed, the interaction between these big cats could make for a documentary of its own. "Tommy, we've got to get help!" Christy turned and began making her way back to the walkway. The 2 maintenance carts were 100 yards away. If they didn't have a radio, she'd take them to find somebody who did. "In a minute," said Tommy, who was intrigued and mesmerized by the activity. Unlike Christy, he'd never been to Africa to study these creatures in the wild. He was witnessing something that no other zoologist had ever reported, to his knowledge. Christy ran back to the walkway and climbed to the top of the fence rail. She gave a final glance back in Tommy's direction when she caught a glimpse of something white moving low through the tall grasses 30 feet to his right. Her mouth fell open in fear, and she tried to shout. Finally, she found her voice. "Tommy!" Chapter 59. Charles de Gaulle Airport, near Paris, France. During the ride to the airport, they both made phone calls to anyone who'd listen. The back seat was a chaotic racket of French and English, both languages being heard by those on the other end of the phone calls placed by Chapman and Isabella. Chapman began with his executive producers at the Weather Channel, who assured him they'd put a team on it. He wanted them to contact the National Weather Service or the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, but they weren't prepared to do that until his theories could be confirmed. Isabella received similar pushback when she spoke to the department heads at the university. They both heard similar words in response to their pleas: unproven, insufficient, alarmist, fear-mongering. By the time the 2 reached the airport 20 minutes later, they were exhausted and frustrated. The driver helped them with their luggage inside the terminal, where the real work would begin. They had no idea which airline to take. All they knew was they wanted to leave Paris because there was a newfound sense of urgency. Chapman had received another text from his contact at the SWPC. The geostorm was traveling much faster than originally predicted. The 18-hour time window he'd been given had been cut down to 8. To make matters worse, the brunt of the solar particles were expected to hit the northern hemisphere between the magnetic North Pole, which was now near Kazakhstan, and the Atlantic coast. They ran to the information desk inside the terminal and asked for a travel agent within the airport. It would have taken too much time to wait in line at individual airlines, and their ability to search online using their phone was not always accurate, as they discovered in the Uber when trying to find flight options. They were directed down the concourse towards Selector Blue Voyages for assistance. They impatiently paced the floor of the travel agency as an older couple tried to find a flight to Tel Aviv. Isabella was animated, frequently sighing, drawing the attention of the travel agent, who became increasingly annoyed with her. Finally, after 15 minutes, the old couple left with tickets in hand, and Isabella immediately started in on the hapless travel agent.
We want to go non-stop to Chicago. Tonight. No, immediately.
He tapped away on the keyboard, periodically looking up from Isabella to Chapman with a wary eye.
You will need 2 hours to clear customs and immigrations. I assume you both have passports and visas if necessary. Oui, a flight to the U.S., the earliest departure available. Chicago departs at 11:55 p.m.
That's too late, interjected Chapman. Try Cincinnati. The travel agent tried another airline.
It is sold out. They have availability in the morning.
No, shouted Isabella. She turned to Chapman for guidance. Atlanta, New York, D.C., Washington, Boston, too. The travel agent began to search all airlines for the first available departure.
I have Lufthansa leaving in 2 hours 15 minutes with a brief connection in Berlin.
No connections, said Chapman. Non-stop only. He tried again.
Here, but a different airport than you requested. It is La Compagnie from Orly to Newark, non-stop. It leaves in 2 hours.
Orly Airport was south of Paris, 40 minutes away. Now Chapman was frustrated. Let's go, Isabella. He is no help to us.
Monsieur, I can assure you I am doing my best. Hurry, please, said Isabella, encouraging the agent to keep looking.
Chapman kept checking his watch. The seconds ticked away like a time bomb about to explode. Geomagnetic storms didn't adhere to strict time schedules. They didn't care about departures and arrivals, non-stops or one-stops. When they hit with a vengeance, especially under these circumstances. The travel agent smiled.
Yes, this will work for you. American Airlines leaves in 2.5 hours for New York Kennedy. There are only 2 seats left, business class.
We'll take them, shouted Chapman. He reached into his wallet and dropped the Weather Channel's American Express card on the counter to pay for both of their tickets. Then he mumbled to himself, I'll explain later, if there is a later. Chapter 60. Aboard American Airlines flight, Paris, France. Chapman was sweating profusely, and it wasn't because the cabin of the Boeing 777 was hot. Uncharacteristically, he was a nervous wreck. The flight pushed away from the gate on time, but once they were on the tarmac, awaiting their turn for takeoff, unexplained delays prohibited them from leaving. For another 40 minutes, they were on hold, waiting for clearance from the tower. During this time, Chapman had 3 bourbons and complained about his cell phone's battery dying. Finally, Isabella calmed him down.
It is going to be fine. I know this. Please believe and stay positive.
Chapman glanced down at his watch. They were nearing the time when the SWPC predicted the G1 geomagnetic storm would hit Eastern Europe and possibly France. Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff. The thrust of the massive General Electric engines pushing the aircraft closer to the runway gave Chapman a huge sense of relief. He relaxed, and his head dropped back against the padded seat of the spacious business class seat. The flight attendants scurried about the cabin, picking up drinks and encouraging everyone to raise their tray tables for takeoff. "Thank you," he whispered as Isabella continued to hold his hand. "I'm sorry, it's just
No apologies. I know you are concerned for us. I think it is sweet and manly.
Chapman chuckled. You had to calm me down, remember?
Oui, but it gave me something to do. I was very nervous too.
The flight attendants buckled into their seats, and the plane rolled down the runway until it suddenly lurched forward. The plane was wheels up for New York. The couple held each other's hands and squeezed as excitement overcame them. They were going to get out of Europe before the geostorm's arrival. A new adventure, said Chapman, as he looked past Isabella through the right side windows of the aircraft. The plane continued to climb, headed south along the east side of Paris. They both admired La Ville Lumière, the City of Lights. Then he said the words, Je t'aime, Isabella Dubois.
I love you, Chapman Boone.
Then Isabella shed a tear as she stared down at her beloved Paris.
I will miss her.
Chapman leaned in to kiss her wet cheek. We'll be back. This is where I fell in love with you. Paris will always be a part of our lives. The intercom hissed slightly, and the internal speakers came to life as the aircraft began to bank to the right over the city, providing the passengers on the plane an incredible view of the Eiffel Tower. Good evening from the flight deck. This is First Officer Connor Shields. We're appreciative of you flying with us tonight. Our flight time to New York's Kennedy Airport is just over 9 hours. I urge you to sit back, relax, get some sleep, and leave the... He abruptly stopped speaking as the plane was suddenly surrounded by an eruption of green, blue, and white hues of light. The 200-plus passengers on the flight gasped in amazement as the midnight black skies turned to an incredible light show. It's happening, whispered Chapman as he gripped Isabella's hand. He wasn't sure if the geostorm would have a direct impact on the electronics of the airplane or not. He closed his eyes and said a quick prayer. When he opened them, they grew wide as shouts of astonishment filled the aircraft.
Chapman, do you see?
The first officer came back on the intercom. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it appears that Paris heard me because they are also going to bed early tonight. Well, bonne nuit, Paris. Good night, Paris. And good night to the rest of France, Eastern Europe, and Western Russia, too. Every light for as far as they could see went out as a rolling wave of darkness swept across the continent, through Paris, and all the way to Normandy on the beaches of the Atlantic Ocean. Yet the pilots of American Airlines kept flying west toward the States, blissfully unaware of the catastrophe wrought by the first of many geostorms.
Thank you for joining us at Afterworld Audio. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for more tales from the edge of humanity. Until next time, keep exploring, keep surviving, and let the stories of the afterworld ignite your imagination.